Hello, I am very glad to see you on my channel. If you have already seen this video on YouTube, I want to let you know that I made a continuation of this story that you definitely haven't seen, so I advise you to watch it now. Enjoy watching. There was a very beautiful night sky that day. There were 2 guards standing on the walls of the fortress, and they were armed with spears. These guards were talking to each other about how their routine life was going and discussing how they would spend their weekends. But suddenly one guard saw something suspicious on the horizon. He pointed with his hand at a suspicious object that was approaching them, and the second guardian tried to see it too. A man came out of the forest. It was hard to see, but you could see his dark silhouette holding a long spear in his hands. This man walked very slowly, stepping from foot to foot, and there was blood on his body. He had very long black hair that fell onto his cape and clothes that were also covered in blood. The people who were in the settlement watched this man, and they talked among themselves about the fact that the guy was again the only survivor, and he had devil's luck. They looked at this warrior who walked through the center of the village and left traces of blood behind him. People were scared because they were afraid that they would share the same fate next to him as those people who did not return. The warrior approached the man who was sitting at the table and writing something in his notebook. This man raised his head and saw a bloody warrior in front of him. This warrior threw 2 severed heads onto the clerk's desk, and these heads fell straight onto his notebook and stained the blank sheets with blood. The man jumped back in fear when he saw 2 severed heads on his table. He was scared because it was very unexpected for him. This warrior was still a very young guy. But nevertheless, he had already seen a lot of things in his life and told this clerk that in the place where he came from there were 3,000 heads. The clerk sighed heavily and said that he understood the whole situation and asked the guy to tell him what he saw there. The great black flag fluttered in the wind on the battlefield. Hungry birds were already flying in the sky, waiting for the moment when they could profit from dead carrion. There were dead soldiers lying on the battlefield, and a white flag was visible in the distance in the background. This meant that they wanted to surrender, but they were killed anyway. It was a fierce battle, and a large number of soldiers took part in this battle. He pulled a bloody spear from the enemy's body and used it to defend himself against opponents. On that day he had to stand alone against hundreds of soldiers who attacked him from different sides and wanted to kill him. But the guy fought off his opponents in every possible way. In his left hand he had a sword with which he cut off the heads of his enemies, and in his right hand he had a long spear with which he pierced the body of his opponents. That day he saw a lot of blood, and this blood was on his face and clothes. This blood was everywhere then. He managed to fight off a group of opponents who were attacking him, and he was able to catch his breath and rest a little. Behind him there was a huge number of soldiers who were fighting among themselves. But the guy sat on a pile of corpses and watched them. He was already very tired but understood that he needed to fight further, and unknown forces gave him a new surge of energy. He rose to his feet and swung his spear to show his enemies that he was ready to continue the battle. A large strong man armed with a long spear with a large blade fought with a young boy who was several times weaker than him. This big warrior realized that he was able to drive his enemy into a dead end, and therefore decided to deal him the final blow in order to finish him off. The boy understood that the spear was already too close to his face, and most likely he would die now because he was no longer able to defend himself. Suddenly blood sprayed, and there was a lot of it. Our warrior managed to notice this battle in time, and cut off the head of this big guy at the very last moment, and thereby saved the boy. He lowered his head down and looked at the cornered guy. The warrior asked if everything was okay with this boy. The boy looked at his savior, and all he could say was words of gratitude for the fact that the warrior saved his life. Suddenly this boy grabbed his spear and started to attack. He made a quick movement with his spear forward and struck. The guy didn't understand what was happening and why this young soldier now decided to attack him. Suddenly he noticed that this soldier wanted to attack not him, but someone else who was behind him. The spear hit its blade directly into the body and pierced it, after which blood began to splash out and sat down. An enemy soldier has just received a fatal spear wound to his neck and is coughing up blood. He turned his head back and saw that this young soldier had just saved his life. The soldier who was sitting on the ground saw that the enemy soldier wanted to strike his savior from behind and decided to save him in return. He pulled the spear out of his body, and the enemy soldier fell to the ground to the same corpse as he now. The boy stood up and introduced himself to this warrior. He said his name was Salva and he was from the Gi Ma tribe of riders. After this, The boy asked what the name of the warrior who saved him was. The warrior introduced himself to the soldier, and said that his name was Ram. He immediately thought about the fact that the boy he had just saved was the most ordinary nomad, and now he is here on the battlefield. A large, strong man was approaching them, and every step he took created vibrations on the ground and shook the ground. He was a very strong warrior who was several times larger than these guys. Guys like this are called giants, and he would be very angry with these two boys for killing his commander. He said in his gruff bass voice that he would tear these little rats to pieces and torture them for what they did until they began to beg for death. Ram and Salda immediately turned their attention to this giant, and realized that they had big problems because it would be difficult to fight him. The giant struck his first blow with a huge sword, and he tried to immediately kill the two guys with one blow. Ram and Salda immediately jumped in different directions to avoid this blow, but they still received little damage. Salda fell to the ground and hit his head, his helmet flew off to the side, and he let go of his weapon. Salda tried to get to his feet and shouted to his ally that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But when he saw this guy, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that the warrior who saved him was completely crazy. Ram was behind the back of his giant opponent, and he was sitting in a fighting stance in order to deliver the first blow. He swung his sword and began to shout loudly in order to attract the attention of this giant to himself and scare him. Salda watched this guy, and all he thought about was that this warrior was completely crazy because he decided to fight alone against the big giant. But the giant still fell into this trap and decided to immediately strike at this warrior. Ram understood that this giant would most likely be very stupid and would simply attack mindlessly and not think about the consequences. So he slipped between his legs and stabbed him with his sword from below. The giant wrinkled his face and felt very strong pain. He did not expect that this little warrior would think of such a cunning attack. Salda was also very surprised when he saw what this guy was capable of. Ram began to get up from the ground and saw that this giant was still able to move and was now going to attack him again. He blocked his body with the sword, and at that moment, he just realized that he would not be able to dodge this attack. The giant hit this guy so hard that he flew into the air and dropped his sword from his hand, which broke after the blow he received. Ram flew back and slid along the ground for several meters. Ram had just taken a lot of damage and was having a hard time moving, but he was still trying to get up from the ground. He spat out dirt and earth from his mouth that got there while he was sliding along the ground. The giant was very angry with this guy for trying to resist and decided to deal them a fatal blow. He shouted that if he makes his guy light and elastic, then he just needs to be crushed. Suddenly a spear was thrust into the giant's back and seriously wounded him. Salda was inspired by the courage of his ally and decided to also fight back this giant and attack him. The giant wrinkled his face and was very angry that another little warrior was now trying to resist him. Salda stepped back and left his spear in the body of this giant. He was scared because he understood that he would now receive a retaliatory strike. Salda saw how the giant was trying to hit him in the face with his big cleaver, and the guy didn't have time to do anything, and he didn't have time to dodge either. Blood sprayed from his face and scattered in different directions. At that moment Salda flew back because the blow was very strong. Ram decided to take advantage of this moment, and while the giant was distracted by the second soldier, he climbed onto his back. Salda this boily and hold his face with his hands because now there was an open wound on his face that was bleeding. Ram took advantage of this moment, and gouged out the eye of this big giant with his fingers. The giant groaned in pain and realized that this little rat had just gouged out his eye with her fingers. Ram continued to be on the back of this giant, and now the big guy had to figure out how to throw this guy off his back. The giant was very clumsy and didn't know what to do with this boy, so he just started shouting at him and ordering him to get off his back. Ram ignored the words and requests of this giant, and realized that the most important task for him was to simply kill this big guy because he was a threat to them. Ram bit this giant on the neck and bit through his carotid artery. This was the only way that came to his mind to destroy this giant. The giant tried to take this guy with his hands, but he couldn't because he couldn't reach him. Ram bit off the flesh of this giant, and tried to tear a piece of meat from him with his teeth. He pulled his head back and tore the skin of this giant, and because of this his entire clothes were covered in blood because there was blood everywhere. The giant began to scream very loudly in pain and a large amount of blood flowed from his neck. At some point, Much less blood came out of his body than before, and the giant stopped screaming, but his body began to tremble. He fell to the ground and made a very loud sound after he fell. The earth began to shake and vibrate a little. Salva couldn't believe his eyes because they had just managed to defeat this giant, and the thought that they managed to survive and kill this Gant distracted him from the wound that was on his face. Ram stood on the body of the defeated enemy and did not move in the wind. His hair fluttered and he simply enjoyed this victory. He slowly began to turn his head towards Salva, who was sitting on the earth. His face was covered in blood, but despite this, he told his friend that they managed to defeat this giant and stay alive. Salva started laughing very loudly and could not stop his laughter. He was happy about this news and said that Ram is the craziest guy who has ever come across his way. The black flag fluttered in the wind against a clear blue sky. The guy changed his dirty clothes, in which he fought for clean clothes, and went up to the tent. When he entered this tent, there was a man with long black hair dressed in black clothes sitting there, and counting the gold coins that were lying on his table. Opposite this man was an adult military man sitting reading a book, and this man said that his tribe was taking a break for a while. The gentleman in black clothes told Ram that they were all returning to their hometown, so he ordered the guy to get ready to leave. The guy listened carefully to his master's order, and said that in that case he would go get ready. When the guy was leaving the tent, at that moment the gentleman threw a red bag at him. This red bag fell to the ground and gold coins fell out of it right next to this guy's foot. The gentleman looked at this guy with a sly look and said that in this bag there is money that he earned this time, and this amount is 2,000. He looked carefully at this bag and then thanked the gentleman for paying his services so generously this time. They hit the road and drove all day to get home. Their squad was approaching the central gate of the castle. Ahead of them was a man carrying the black flag. Some soldier from the crowd shouted that they had finally returned home. The people who were in the city gathered near the central gate inside the fortress to meet the soldiers who returned home. He walked through his city and observed other soldiers being met by relatives and hugging them. He understood that the person who would also rejoice at his return was unlikely to be here now. Ram was sure that the person who was supposed to be waiting for him had been thinking that he was dead for a long time. He remembered a moment from his childhood when a drop of blood fell from his face and he fell to the ground. That day he was attacked by one of the boys who lived next door to him, and this boy beat him. He attacked the guy and began to knock him down with his fists. This neighbor did not like the fact that Ram was a bastard, that is, an illegitimate child, and his mother was a concubine, so he decided to beat Ram. The rest of the children stood next to them and watched as this bastard was beaten. The boy told Ram that they are uneven with him and will never be equal to him, and Ram is just his slave but not his brother. At that moment, a lady appeared in the yard who witnessed this fight between the children. The mistress shouted to these children to immediately move away from this boy and stop beating him. Boy, I heard the voice of the lady. I got scared and got down Rama. The mistress hugged her child and began to see what happened to him, but then she began to scold him for approaching this bastard again. The lady looked at the boy who was now lying on the ground and said that this boy was a real degenerate and a monster who killed his mother. She told her children not to go near this guy again because he could be dangerous. Ram tried to get up from the ground, and at some point he raised his head up and looked at the lady who was taking the other children away. When the kids left, they told their mom that they were going to beat this guy a few more times because they could beat him. Ram was covered in blood and he didn't understand why these people were treating him so cruelly. Suddenly, someone's hand offered him a handkerchief so that he could wipe away his blood. It was his sister. She had a bloody mark on her cheek, and she looked much better than her brother. Ram asked his sister, did these guys hit her too? She smiled at him and said that such situations are the norm for her, and she does not pay attention to them. And this sister's reaction made Ram calm down. Ram lowered his head down and asked his sister, was it he who brought his mother to death? He said that he was a cursed child who brought misfortune to their family and brought suffering to the people around him. Ram said that he misses his mother very much, but if he wants to see her, he will bring her even more misfortune. He said that he misses her very much, but he can't meet her because it will only make things worse. He began to cry and said that all people hate him and his own father does not even recognize him, and he is already beginning to consider himself a truly evil spirit. The sister started screaming very loudly at her brother to calm down. She looked at him reproachfully because she didn't like that he started crying again and acting like a weakling. Ram at that moment looked at his sister and did not understand what she wanted from him. She started screaming at him because every time these evil children attack her and treat her badly, she never cries and doesn't understand how a man can cry. She looked at him with a menacing look and told him to immediately get up from the earth. The sister leaned closer to him and told him to immediately get up and stop crying like a girl. Ram was very scared and told his sister that he would get up now. When the sister saw that her brother stood up in the ground, she said that first he needed to wipe his tears from his eyes. He listened to his sister's commands and began to wipe away his tears because she didn't like it. The sister took her brother by the hands and said that he is the kindest person she has ever met, and he is always kind to her, so he cannot be cursed. She said that she would always be on his side and would protect him. She smiled at him and took something out of her bag. At that moment she asked her brother not to worry about such stupid thoughts. He had already grown up and become an adult, but nevertheless he still remembered this moment, and remembered how she called him brother. He stood still and was afraid to take the next step because he understood that he would soon meet her. She has changed a lot since the last memory of her that remained in his head. She was squatting next to a basket of dirty laundry, and suddenly saw him. They looked at each other for several seconds and did not move because they could not believe that this all happened. In fact, they did not believe that they could ever meet again. He looked at her and couldn't believe his eyes because now his sister was right in front of him. She asked him if this was really her brother or if he was a handsome young man very similar to him. He stood right in front of her and said that they had not seen each other for 3 years and he was very glad to meet her again. The guy finally smiled and his face became kind. He said that he managed to return. Night had fallen and the stars were shining so brightly that they could be seen through the clouds. Ram got up from his bed and began to walk around the room. He looked at his wounds and scars that were on his body. He took his hair with his hand and tied it into a bun. He found a piece of cloth in his room and took it to wipe the wound. Ram began to wipe the dirt off his hand in order to bandage it later. He saw that there were bandages on the table in his room and thought that he wanted to use them. He began to bandage his hand with these bandages. He took one part of the bandage in his hand and grabbed the second part of the bandage with his teeth, and tightened these bandages as tightly as possible so that they would stick well to his hand. Ram stood in the center of the room and tried to figure out what to do next. Ram carefully examined the objects that were in his room in this way, trying to figure out what to do with himself. But suddenly he heard the loud laughter of a man in the next room. He immediately noticed this laughter and became interested in what was happening behind the wall. Female hand holding a cup of alcohol to a visitor. On the street, a large number of people were sitting at a table. They were mostly men and they were all very drunk. One man was very strong-built and tall. He said that he pierced some guy with a spear who commanded thousands of people. People started laughing and discussing this topic very loudly, and at that moment the street lights came on. That evening there were a lot of people. They were all having fun. At the central table near the building there were special people who watched this holiday and also relaxed. Ram left the building and saw this large crowd of people. He tried to understand what was happening here. The guy suggested that there was a feast here and that's why all these people are now so drunk and cheerful. His sister at that moment was carrying a basket with dirty dishes, and when she turned her head and she drew attention to one guy, he was standing far from everything. She realized that this was a guy. This was her brother. But she became interested in what he was doing here. She assumed that he went out for a walk because he couldn't sleep. He stands alone near the column watching these people here drinking and having fun. Ram lowered his head down, and it was very awkward for him to be here. He thought that it was better for him to leave so as not to disturb these people with his presence. But when he turned around and was about to leave this place, suddenly a woman's hand grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. He turned his head to look at her and understand why she stopped him. Ram asked and why did she stop him? She looked at her brother and said that she had heard a lot of rumors about how he fought and fought. Said that people say about him that he is a cold-blooded killer who only knows how to kill his opponents. Other people talked about him being a homicidal maniac waving his sword around for fun. She took him by the palm with her hand and pulled him towards her so that he was closer to her. Said that despite all these rumors that she heard, Ram still remains her kind and timid brother. She started walking towards the tables and took her brother with her. She told him to follow her because he needed to unwind a little. Jie led him across the table to find the best place where he could sit without being disturbed by other people. She found a free place on the edge of the table and invited her brother to sit there because this place was free. She said she was leaving for a while to bring him more food. Jie took a basket with dirty dishes and began to walk towards the building. Suddenly one man shouted to her that he was out of drink, and she told him that she would bring it in a minute. A big man who had been sitting at the table all this time and telling stories about his military campaigns suddenly saw this girl walk past him. He drank alcohol from his cup in one gulp. After he emptied his cup of alcohol, a bestial grin appeared. He got up from the table and began to walk in the direction of this girl. He came up with some very stupid idea. The man who had been sitting next to him all this time did not understand where his friend was going and decided to ask what he had become for, and where he was going. Jie saw that this was a big man approaching her, and she didn't understand what to do now. This big guy walked right up to the girl and stopped in front of her, and did not allow her to go further. He looked at her and said that she was a very wonderful girl and that he was missing her in his company because, again, alcohol without girls, in his opinion, was boring. The rest of the men who were not far from them were sitting or standing near the table and silently watching what was happening now. Jie said that this thug addressed her very disrespectfully now, and she was unpleasant to see such an attitude towards herself. A friend of this big guy immediately ran up to him and started to stop him because he saw that this thug, very drunk, could do some stupid things. The big man threw his friend aside and hit him on the shoulder so that he would not interfere with him. After that, the big man extended his hand to the girl and wanted to grab her. But suddenly Jie Ram appeared and stopped the hand of this thug. He did not even allow him to touch his sister. This big guy was very angry because some idiot was now trying to stop him from having fun with this girl. Jie Ram was very angry that some idiot was trying to hurt his sister, and so he used his chakra to strike. Jie Ram hit this goon with his fist right in the neck and caused him enough damage to calm him down. The big man immediately fell silent after receiving the hit, and drool began to fly out of his mouth. Jie Ram saw how this thug fell to the ground but understood that he still needed to be taught a lesson, so he immediately grabbed him by the neck. He looked at this big guy with an evil look and thought that he needed to be taught good manners. He lifted this thug to his feet, then took his head with his palm and decided to slam his head on the table. Jie Ram threw this big guy right onto the wooden table and broke him. The thug received very heavy damage. He stood and looked at his opponent, who was now lying on the ground writhing in pain. Jie Ram was very angry with the behavior of this idiot, and wanted to beat him half to death. But suddenly a man appeared and tried to stop the young master. This man held the young master's hand and explained the situation. He said that this big man was an ordinary recruit, and he did not know their traditions and asked to forgive him. This situation interested the gentleman who was sitting upstairs at the main table. The gentleman who sat upstairs watched as these people tried to resolve the conflict that occurred below. Jie Ram listened to a friend of this thug who said that this rookie behaved so impudently because he was trying to make his debut and make an impression. The gentleman who was sitting upstairs all this time and watching all this got angry and decided to get up from the table. He was very angry that this stranger had just beaten one of his warriors. Next to him at the table sat an old man who also closely followed this whole situation. But he did not comment on it in any way and just sat silently. Suddenly the central gate opened and a very strange sound was heard, the kind of sound usually made when messengers arrive with very important news. A few seconds later a messenger with a black flag on his back runs into the gate, and runs very quickly to report important news. This messenger is running very fast and he is already very tired but nevertheless does not stop because he understands that he has important news to report. The gentleman saw this messenger and immediately drew attention to him. He did not understand what was happening and why this message was running towards them so quickly. There was a very tense atmosphere at the table because everyone understood that something was happening, but no one knew what exactly I was. They didn't wait for this messenger to tell them. Jie Ram also looked attentively at this messenger and wanted to know what he would tell. His sister stood behind him and hid these men who wanted to offend her. The message began to shout very loudly and inform everyone that Baimi had been recaptured and Gu Bak was captured by the Man army. He said that he had an important message and asked to return to Changsong as soon as possible. After this, the messenger put the tube with the letter on the gentleman and left. The gentleman took the letter out of this tube and began to read it carefully in order to understand what the essence of this message was. When he read this letter, he immediately began to shout that the combat detachments should join the main army immediately, and the supply team should leave after packing. The people who had been drinking and having fun here all this time suddenly became very dissatisfied because the feast was over. They urgently needed to go and get ready for war. This news was very unexpected, like lightning in the summer, and my sister immediately ran up to her brother and took his hand. She was very worried about him because she knew that he would be taken away again. He extended his hand to her and asked her sister not to worry about him because he promised that everything would be fine with him. He began to stroke her hair and carefully examine her face. He said that he would return soon. There was no point in worrying about it. Ga Ram looked at his sister for the last time before leaving and said that he would return back as always and immediately come to her. A large army gathered near the Changsong gate. Several thousand soldiers were now here and were preparing for the fact that they would soon have to go to war. Na Han started pouring alcohol into himself and was already too. Ga Ram this time acted as a general and he had an important position, so he sat on horseback and had his grandfather in different clothes so that his soldiers could notice him. He turned his head to the side and began to listen to the dialogues of the soldiers who were talking nearby and discussing him. The soldiers discussed among themselves that this time the enemy is one of the 5 greatest generals of the Man people. They said that in comparison with this great general, their general was just a useless coward. Ga Ram listened to the dialogues of these soldiers and heard them say that the deputy general is the person who is often called a demon, and they do not understand how such people can even lead the main army forward. Ga Ram asked the soldier who is next to him why he is telling him all this. And this soldier shouted that they both commanded 2,000 soldiers and it bothered him. This man was very unhappy that he would have to fight shoulder to shoulder with this guy nicknamed Demon. He shouted that despite the fact that he commands 2,000 people without origin, but this does not mean that he can be addressed as a victim or a weakling. The general sat on horseback and listened to a report from the commander of the left flank battalion, who said that the formation was completed and they were ready for battle. He was informed that the first flank was also ready. This man was one of the 5 greatest generals Betrayal. He sat astride his horse and waited until they told him that everyone was ready for battle. Suddenly one of the commanders approached him and informed the great general that all battalions were ready for battle. He turned his lie towards the troops and began to slowly drive there. He said that he didn't want to waste any more time in order to move out immediately. Eva's horse immediately began to charge forward and push off the ground with its hoofs. He rode on his horse in front of the entire army, holding a large spear in his hand and shouting very loudly that all his children should now join the battle. Following him, a large army rode on horseback armed with spears and was ready to begin the battle. The general of the other army looked attentively at the opponents and shouted loudly that the Man army rushed to attack. He raised his sword up and ordered his soldiers to hold their positions and not allow the enemies to defeat their army. He ordered his soldiers to defend themselves and not to worry about the fact that the enemy forces could be large. The commander ordered the battalion of accounts to stay in tight formation and not let the enemy through. The shield bearers lowered their shields down and sat on their knees because this would be an order from the general. They all set off and created a living wall of bills. Ga Ram was very calm where you were not his first battle, and he knew how to behave on the battlefield. He remembered the preparation for the battle and they told him that this time their opponent would be the great General Man Betrayal. They explained to him that day that he was a very aggressive general, and it was very difficult to deal with or come to an agreement with him because his methods of war were very radical. The Supreme Commander showed on a model of the battlefield how this battle would take place and explained that they would deal with this enemy general when they divided their forces and surrounded him on all sides. He looked at Ga Ram and said that he would be in the main army. The Supreme Commander ordered Ga Ram to hold out on the battlefield until the remaining armies could surround the enemy. Ga Ram put his hand on the table and said that this plan was too risky because the main army would most likely be destroyed. He said that in this case the enemy would be faced with a closed gate through which he would not be able to pass. Ga Ram said that to create 55,000 is the sacrifices that would have to be lost to lure one great general into a trap. He asked why don't they just kill Ga Ram instead of this sacrifice? The gentleman was very dissatisfied with this guy's behavior, and said that this plan was not discussed because it was an order from his father. The father at that moment, and silently observed the behavior of his son. But the gentleman continued to shout that this guy talks a lot, and he just has to do what he is told. Ga Ram turned around and began to leave. He said that he never went against the orders of his father and this gentleman. His behavior angered this gentleman, and he said that he did not allow the guy to walk, but it was too late to stop him. Ga Ram made a promise to himself before the start of the battle that he would survive because he promised his sister that he would return from the battlefield and meet her. Army General Man was approaching the battalion of shield bearers and was ready to break into their ranks. The commander of the battalion of shield bearers shouted very loudly that the enemies were approaching and ordered the battalion to prepare for battle. General Man was like a battering ram. He immediately demolished an entire detachment of shield bearers, otherwise he would cut them with his spear. The old man was very surprised and upset that their defense had fallen so quickly, and he did not expect that the enemy was so strong. Ga Ram was also very surprised when he saw the strength of this general. Man cut a large group of the enemy at once with one blow of his spear and killed them. The soldiers were very scared. After all, they did not understand how to fight with this general because he had enormous strength and power, and he never slowed down and constantly attacked. The general looked at these cowardly soldiers and asked why they were so weak. Because they get bored of fighting with them. The soldiers were afraid of this warrior because they saw how he destroyed about 100 soldiers in a few minutes, and how the cowardly rats began to retreat back. General Man could not allow any of the enemy soldiers to run in, so he began to destroy them like cowardly insects. He had a very fierce, cold gaze, and killing crowds of opponents was commonplace for him. The second commander watched as this crazy warrior very quickly destroys an entire battalion of shield bearers, and he thought that a new plan was needed because if nothing was done, they would be crushed into powder. Ga Ram began to run to the very epicenter of the battle and ordered the second commander to make sure that the soldiers did not try to escape. General Man was destroying enemy soldiers, but suddenly he saw an enemy general approaching him in the distance. At some point he stopped and carefully decided to look at this general who was now running towards him on his horse. Man thought that finally some fun was about to begin. After all, he was already starting to get bored, destroying these ordinary soldiers. Ga Ram burst into battle with a real meteorite. He jumped over several rows of soldiers on his horse and swung his spear to strike. General Man laughed because he was surprised by this guy's courage and did not expect that there would be at least one brave man who would be ready to fight him. Ga Ram at that moment directed all his attention to the blow he wanted to inflict on the enemy. They hit each other with their spears and a battle began between them. The protective helmet that was on Ga Ram's head split into two halves and flew into the air. It was hardly able to protect anyone. After a quick collision, they ran in different directions. The second commander carefully watched the battle of these two commanders, and said that he thought that this guy would not succeed. General Man was very surprised that this enemy commander was able to survive after such a collision, and moreover, his body. His protection in the area of the ribs was broken, and blood was flowing out. Ga Ram was able to get around the enemy general and began to run towards the battalion of soldiers who were found behind him. The soldiers were very surprised when they saw that the enemy soldier was able to get around their general, and was now approaching them. Ga Ram decided not to waste his time and immediately began to attack the enemy soldiers, killing them very quickly and very much in order to equalize the number of their armies. The enemy soldiers were not prepared for the fact that someone could pass through their general and get to the soldiers themselves, so they did not know how to defend themselves and simply died. The enemy soldiers were very scared, and now any ranks began with dismorality, and they did not understand how to behave. But the general of the Allied army was given such a result. Ga Ram raised his own and shouted very loudly that the advance of the Man army had just been stopped, and now the battlefield was under their control. The soldier was sitting on the ground in the mud and was very scared. He didn't understand what to do because he was panicking. Ga Ram looked at the frightened soldier and asked if he was okay. Soldier video like a general smiled at him, and despite his fear, he said that everything was fine with him and he could continue to fight. General Ga Ram raised his spear and ordered the soldiers to immediately return to their places and resume battle ranks. The frightened soldiers listened to the speech of Commander Ga Ram, and he told them that if not now they raise their weapons and are able to withstand this battle, then they will definitely win. The soldiers were very inspired by such a speech from their general. After all, they saw in him a real leader who was ready to lead to victory. They all synchronously began to shout a battle cry that raised morale. Ga Ram ran on his horse to the share of the entire battalion of his soldiers and ordered them to immediately return to battle and attack the enemy. The old man was happy when he saw that the army's mood began to grow, but suddenly he remembered that besides the central army there are also flank armies that are also fighting now. He became interested in what was happening to them. At this point, the enemy soldiers were much stronger in the flanking positions and began to push their army back. The soldier who was supposed to report all the information to the general immediately rode his horse to him to report what was happening on the flank. The general understood that now this message would tell him what was happening on the flank positions. The envoy said that now the flank commanders were retreating back, and they said that soon there would be an order to retreat. He looked at the general and in a convincing voice suggested that he immediately retreat before even greater chaos began on the battlefield. The general was very excited and scared by this news. He began to get nervous. Drops of sweat began to run down his face. He had to make a quick decision, and in the end he decided to leave the battlefield and retreat. The soldier who was behind began to beat the big drum with a stick to announce that they were retreating. They raised the red flag and began shouting that now they must retreat. These soldiers slowly began to retreat back and leave their combat positions. General Man began to laugh very loudly and said that he did not expect that the enemy army would have flanking armies. Man understood that his army was also very seasoned soldiers and veterans of many battles, so they were ready for flanking armies. The angry commander returned to the fortress and got off his horse. He threw his helmet on the ground and began shouting loudly that the soldiers were idiots. He did not understand how their troops could not break through from the flank positions and drive the enemy army into a trap. The commander shouted that all the flank armies had returned to the fortress, and therefore it was already possible to close the gates. The soldiers said that the main army is still on the battlefield. If they do not let them into the fortress, then the soldiers will die. The commander replied that if they waited for the main army, then the enemies would definitely get here, and therefore ordered the gates to be closed. On the battlefield at that moment there was a fierce massacre between the enemy army and the main army. The soldier ran up to the central gate and wanted to leave the battlefield with the others. He started knocking on the gate with his fists and asking them to open it. He didn't understand why these gates were locked without waiting for the main army to enter the castle. A large number of soldiers walked to the central gate in the hope that they would be allowed into the fortress, and they would finally be able to cure the wounded soldiers. The gates were closed. Ga Ram saw that the soldiers were beginning to panic due to the fact that the gates were closed. He understood that the Supreme General gave the order not to wait until the central army entered the fortress. Ga Ram at that moment realized that no one would let them into the fortress, and they were left here to die. At that moment, real chaos began on the battlefield. The enemy soldiers realized that the army they were fighting against was now in the minority, and began to attack them. The heads of the soldiers flew in different directions, and they were killed very quickly and were not able to resist such an onslaught. Left flank General Gujium from the Man army was very surprised that the enemy army was already fleeing the battlefield. The general of the right flank of the OGI army, Man, stood on the top of the mountain and watched as the enemies lost the battle and retreated to the central gate. A messenger came running to him and reported that the enemy's flank armies had been destroyed, and right now they were attacking the main army, which was now trying to retreat to the gates. OGI listened to the messenger's information about the departure of the battle and ordered to continue to advance in the same spirit and destroy the opponents. OGI was very surprised that the advance of the great general of the main army Man was stopped, and he could not even think that there would be someone capable of this in the enemy army. The great general of the main army stopped for a moment to observe what was happening around him now. The Man army destroyed the enemy soldiers, and they were unable to fight back because there were much fewer of them, and they were driven into a trap. It seemed to him that this was all very strange, and he did not understand why the enemy army general decided to leave them alone on the battlefield and did not let them into the fortress. The soldiers of the Man army mercilessly killed their opponents, but there were practically no losses in their army, and this was the best outcome of the battle for them. He was very surprised that their enemies called these weaklings in their main army. He wanted to find that guy who was not afraid to fight him at the very beginning of the battle, but at the moment it was very difficult to find him in this chaos. He was very surprised by the bravery of this guy because this young commander seriously injured him. The general began looking for this guy on the battlefield and was very disappointed that due to the retreat of the enemy's flanking armies, he lost sight of this young commander. But suddenly I came to my senses and realized that something very strange was happening now. The general suddenly realized that now for some reason he spends a lot of time thinking about this guy, and this time is wasted. He picked up his spear or ride his horse to the epicenter of the battle because he had to kill enemy soldiers instead of thinking about some enemy captain. The soldiers of the man army also suffered losses to some extent, but in much smaller numbers because there were fewer opponents. The second commander fought off the enemy soldiers with his last strength. He understood that he had to protect his battalion, and show by example that they were still capable of fighting. He didn't understand how their people could betray them and close the gates before the main army entered the fortress. Suddenly he saw a soldier behind him who was shouting very loudly and looking for his commander. This soldier informed the commander that the army general had ordered that command of the entire army be entrusted to the second commander. He saw that this soldier brought him a red flag, which is usually kept by the general, which meant that the general also left the battlefield. He was very angry about the whole situation and couldn't believe that this crazy man acted like a coward and ran away. Suddenly Ram rode up to them on a horse. I didn't pay attention to him because they knew that this guy could tell them something. Ram said that the gates to the fortress will not open anymore and maybe even this is for the best. But the most important thing is that they need to come up with a new plan to survive. Guards were already standing on the walls of the fortress and watching this battle. The off-screen male voice of the general said that he could not even think that their army would not be able to hold out for a day on the battlefield, and today they lost half of their best fighters. A messenger came to them and said that a new command order had appeared and they were ordering all soldiers to retreat to the main castle since the territory was not suitable for a protracted battle. The general's assistant said that in this case nothing can be done, and you just need to retreat as soon as possible. The commander of the right flank of the army, saw that the enemy army was gradually beginning to lose the battle. The soldiers died very quickly and there were fewer and fewer of them every minute. The battlefield turned into a real bloody cauldron in which there were a large number of corpses. The soldiers were unable to resist because for one such soldier there were immediately about 5 opponents, and they could not withstand such an onslaught. The soldier held his wounded friend with his hand and shouted very loudly for someone to come to his aid. But the rest of the soldiers had no time for him now. The wounded soldiers understood that they had to fight on an equal basis with the rest of the soldiers because this was the only way I could not hold on to these sports. One soldier from the crowd shouted that this battle was enough, and they would not be able to hold out much longer. But suddenly they saw that he appeared, their saviors, the man who was their last hope. They shouted that if he couldn't save them then they would definitely end and there was no point in fighting anymore. The soldier looked carefully at the commander and tried to follow his every move, because he saw in him a savior who must save him and pull him out of this hell. They stopped and froze for a moment. They tried to understand what their commander had come up with, and how he was going to save them, but when they didn't see what Ram was doing on the battlefield, they couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed impossible. Ram burst into the very epicenter of the battle and began to cut the enemy soldiers with his spear. He understood that his army and his soldiers were shrouded in fear. He fought bravely on the battlefield and wanted to show by example that everything can still be fixed if you just believe that they can win. Ram knew that in such dark times as now, even a small light can give these people better hope. The soldiers saw that the general's flag was hanging on his back. Ram mercilessly killed his opponents and tried to break through their defenses in order to clear the way for his warriors. He fought very bravely and was not afraid for his life because he knew that a large number of people now depended on him. The bravery of their commander Ram, who now had the general's flag on his back, inspired the soldier that all was not lost. The enemy soldiers did not understand what was happening. After all, they thought that victory was already guaranteed to them, but suddenly this psychopath appeared and began to destroy everyone. Ram understood that if he now gives little better than hope to his soldiers, then they will be able to see a big burning fire in this small fire. He mercilessly destroyed enemy soldiers and chopped their bodies into pieces with his spear. At such moments, the soldiers began to understand why this commander was given the nickname of the devil. Ga Ram wanted to show by example that a small fire can turn into a huge fire, and he wanted to use this flame to unite the hearts of his soldiers. He knew that they had only two choices: die or fight to the end, and so he immediately began to attack his opponents. Ga Ram brutally killed his enemies and mutilated their bodies so that the rest of the enemy soldiers would be scared. His battle tactics worked because the enemy soldiers froze in place and did not know what to do because they were horrified by how cruelly the enemy commander was killing their brothers. His soldiers were also shocked that their commander was now single-handedly destroying a huge number of opponents. The second commander ran to the center of the battlefield and raised a red flag that fluttered in the wind. He shouted that they were Huan soldiers and must win this battle. He tried to raise the morale of his soldiers and shouted that if they agree, I will die here so that their families, their wives and their children will be safe. Then why not do this and continue the battle? The soldiers heard a speech from their commander who ordered them to raise their weapons and continue to fight. They felt that a new fighting spirit had appeared in the ranks of the fighters and they were ready to continue fighting and show their strength to the enemies. The soldiers of the main army of Huan no longer stood along the walls of the fortress in the hope that they would be pitted and let in. I did not understand that the only choice to stay alive was to continue the battle. They raised their weapons and, with a loud cry, began to run towards their opponents. They started killing enemy soldiers and shouted at them to get out of here and never come back because they hated these dirty savages. Ga Ram watched how the battles changed and said that what begins with a tiny light will soon turn into a scorching flame that no one can cope with. The battle between the two armies became fierce again because the soldiers of Huang's army had new breath in them and felt a fighting spirit. They were ready to fight for their land out of their honor. The second general shouted to his soldiers that they must run into battle even if it seemed to them that their hearts would burst from fear. He said that as soon as they stopped then they will die immediately. He saw that Commander Gyi was now standing next to him, and ordered him to come closer so that he could give him a new order. The second commander said that the enemy army was capturing the right flank and ordered Commander Gyi to take 200 spearmen to defend the right flank. After that, he called Commander Garan who was not far from him. The new general ordered this commander to replace the guys who are now on the front line because they are exhausted. And for this he ordered to take 100 cavalrymen with him. As a cavalryman, he gave the order to keep up with the front line in order to always support them and hold back the onslaught of the enemy. At that moment, he thought that the order to retreat was very sudden and fast, and because of this they began to have complications. But everything was not so bad because they still had the main forces. He raised the flag and the states so that the soldiers could always see him, and so that their morale would only increase. The general shouted that they must go this way for their own sake and survive in this fight to the evil of everyone. A dialogue arose between Georgia Ram and the new general, and the general again entered from the right side in order to attack. The general said that man's army was winning, but they never weakened the defense on the left, so a guarded general is the worst thing you can face. He said that their chances of victory would be higher if they entered from the right side, but in this case their opponents would have a terribly strong general archers. He said that this was just a suggestion and wanted to hear the captain's answer. Ga Ram replied that he is not very knowledgeable about such things, but they cannot just die here. Therefore, something had to be done urgently. Ga Ram said that he would go ahead in order to raise the morale of the soldiers and clear the way for them. The general allowed Ga Rama and you to be the first to go on a rampage. He understood that this guy would be able to take out all his anger on the enemy soldiers. Enemy heads and body parts flew in different directions and there was a lot of blood. Ga Ram attacked his opponents and killed them like a tiger who found a field with weak rabbits. He threw punches very quickly, and it seemed like this guy never got tired. His hands and his clothes were stained with blood. He single-handedly was able to break through an entire squad of enemy soldiers and leave behind only dead corpses. A soldier approached the captain of the enemy army and said that the enemies were breaking through their defenses. He carefully watched this guy this time and realized that most likely they would not be able to stop this madness using only ordinary soldiers. He said that in this case he would have to stop this guy himself. Ga Ram was like a real hurricane that blows everything out of its path and leaves nothing behind. His eyes were like a sword blade, his gaze was very sharp and cold. Ga Ram killed a huge number of opponents during this time, and his eyes began to burn because he had already gotten the taste for it. The man army soldiers were very scared and demotivated when they saw this enemy commander, they didn't understand where you came from. This monster came here. Suddenly another commander appeared on the battlefield, and rushed in on his horse. It was the commander of the right flank of the man army who decided to finish off this guy with his own hands. He raised his pike and is ready to fight the enemy commander. Ga Ram saw that a new enemy was approaching him, and realized that now he would have to fight him seriously. The commander of the right flank said that he almost fell asleep due to the fact that the real generals did not show up here. But now he became interested and he introduced himself to his enemy, and said that his name was General Giam. He said that there will be his opponent, and most likely the person who will kill him on this battlefield. He swung his weapon and was about to strike the first blow to his opponent. He looked carefully at his enemy, and saw something strange, something that made him doubt and fear. As he approached him, he saw that Ga Ram looked completely different up close, and now he became afraid to fight him. Ga Ram was like a giant bloody demon who destroys everyone who gets in his way. Giam saw his enemy up close and realized that he was much larger than he seemed at first glance, and if he failed to dodge the blow of this bloody demon, he would die on the spot. They ran towards each other holding weapons in their hands and understood that after the collision only one could survive. Ga Ram was much faster and more agile than his opponent, so he was able to dodge his blow and managed to deliver his own blow. He cut off Commander Giam's hand and the commander didn't even have time to understand anything. It was all very fast for him. Giam thought that this guy was no match for him in his strength, but nevertheless, he was able to first make him scared and flinch when he showed his thirst for blood. He didn't understand how Ga Ram could be so calm. Ga Ram cut off his head. The last thing Captain Giam thought was that he could never in his life imagine that he would die at the hands of a nameless general whom no one knows anything about. Ga Ram continued to run forward and fight the next opponents. He was so passionate about the battle that the death of an enemy commander was an ordinary trifle for him. This moment became a turning point during the battle because the Allies immediately felt that they had a chance of victory. But the enemy soldiers at that moment doubted that they should continue the battle. The general could not believe his eyes. This guy, who from the very beginning seemed like an ordinary unknown guy who doesn't know how to do anything, actually turned out to be a monster who is capable of killing everyone who gets in his way. There was a man on the wall of the fortress who watched the progress of the battle all the time. He saw some guy down there had just been able to decapitate the enemy commander. He knew for sure that this guy was Ga Ram. He wondered what else this young talented boy was capable of. The horse stopped and decided to take a break. Ga Ram sat astride a horse and did not move. He wanted to show the other soldiers that he was the strongest warrior here, and that he was the man to be feared. The enemy army began to scatter in different directions to make way for this bloody demon. Ga Ram stood in front of the enemy army, and saw how they were shaking with fear and afraid of him, but he still stood right in front of them, and did not move. The general noticed that the enemy troops had lost all their spirit for battle and now they were very scared. He raised the red flag and said that they managed to clear their way. The general ordered his troops to immediately get out of here until their reinforcements arrived, because then it would be too late, and the soldiers at that moment were very happy. After all, they managed to clear their way. Black flags were raised up and fluttered in the wind. General Man of the Central Army called to him a soldier who transmits information to the battlefield. The guy carefully watched all this from the side. The soldier approached the captain and was ready to listen to him carefully and hear new orders. The general clenched his fist tightly because he was very angry and ordered the soldier to find the guy who killed Gi Jiam. The soldier provided information that their troops had fled to the mountains, and among them was this young man. The general was very surprised when he heard this information. He could not believe that they actually managed to escape. He ordered the commander of the left flank, Ogi, to lay siege to the castle gates and not allow anyone to leave. The general said that he would return soon and wanted to catch up with his army of escaped enemy soldiers. Ogi tried to stop the generals and explained to him that this is not a better solution now because he and his troops can be useful here. The general ordered the commander of the left flank not to worry because he would return to the siege of the castle in time. He knew that Commander Giam was killed by the very guy from whom he could not take his eyes off and about whom he thinks so often. He promised himself that he would destroy this guy with his own hands. Night fell and Ga Ram, along with the general and the rest of the army, ran away and climbed in to hide. The general saw a grasshopper on a tree who was trying to crawl up the tree trunk, but he suddenly slammed it with his palm. He offered Ram this grasshopper as food. But the guy looked at this grasshopper in surprise and refused. The guy didn't understand why his friend refused such food and decided to eat it himself. The general saw that his soldiers were already very tired and it was difficult for them to walk. He informed them that tomorrow they would reach the castle. He looked at Ram and said that what this guy did was incredible, and he not only led them through the enemy line but also killed the general. He admitted that he didn't like this guy before, but now he's very glad that the demon is fighting on their side. Ram replied that he didn't stop by anything special. The guy was very surprised because he didn't understand why the bloody demon behaved modestly. Ram said that all this would have been impossible if his friend had not come up with this brilliant plan, and the old man made a smart choice by appointing him in charge. He was very surprised that this guy whom he despised all the time just praised him. He thanked Ram for such words and said that if he doesn't mind, he wants to ask one question: where does he get such power? He looked at this guy and saw hundreds of different thoughts and memories now flashing through his eyes. Ram replied that this strength comes from his will to live. At that moment I was thinking about something but didn't say what exactly. Ram said that he has his own reasons for staying alive, and he will do everything possible not to die. Ram looked at this guy and said that perhaps he also has reasons to stay alive and perhaps even two of these reasons. The general was very surprised because this guy seemed to be looking straight into the depths of him. He wrinkled his face and for a moment he stopped, and did not move. He smiled and realized that this guy is much better than he might seem at first glance. He said that he actually has reasons for staying alive. He replied that he was a warrior from an insignificant tribe. He talked about how he and his tribe wandered across the plains and explored beyond the stars. But one day these scum broke an unspoken law between the tribes and built their castle in a place where it was forbidden to build it. At some point, their tribe was simply isolated from the rest of society, and they had no other choice to stay. From that day on, they began long journeys and a difficult path of testing and labor in search of their new home. He was still very small then, and did not understand anything. But when he grew up he could no longer stand it, and left the tribe. He said that he wanted to succeed and make sure that his tribe could live in luxury without denying themselves anything. He realized that his head was up and he began to dream. He said that he knew that many people thought that it was simply impossible for him to achieve such success. But he still wanted to become a general and believed that he would succeed. Ram looked at this guy carefully, and was very surprised that he had such monumental goals in life. Suddenly he pushed his friend on the shoulder, and said that he has a very cute sister. He said that if Ram is interested, he can somehow introduce them to her. He said that he himself was not enthusiastic about this idea, but admitted that he was indebted to Ram for the fact that this guy saved his life. Ram smiled and even started laughing a little. It was not like him because he is always very serious. The guy said that he couldn't even believe that Ram could smile, and it was unexpected for him. He started talking about his sister, and that it would be better for him not to turn up his nose because his sister is very beautiful and proud. But suddenly blood appeared. His body was pierced with a sharp spear from the back and he did not expect that someone could do this. Ram saw how a sharp spear blade was now sticking out of his friend's body, and he realized that he had just been killed. He ran up to South Eye and tried to hold him with his hands so that he wouldn't fall. But it was too late because the guy was gradually dying. Suddenly he heard the voice of your general from the enemy army who said that he was finally able to find him. The general ordered his soldiers to kill absolutely all the soldiers who are in this forest except Rama. The wars immediately began to attack enemy soldiers and they took advantage of the moment of surprise. Ram turned his head back and saw this commander. He also did not expect that they would be attacked so unexpectedly. The soldiers were scared and confused. They didn't understand what was going to happen to them. You just killed the general and the enemy troops are going to attack and much more. The cavalry immediately launched a massive attack and began to destroy everyone who got in their way. Ram saw that this general's horse stopped near him, and this meant that the situation was getting out of control. Enemy soldiers began to mercilessly kill everyone who got in their way. General Man immediately struck and wanted to kill this guy with his own hands as quickly as possible. Ram understood that he had very little time. He did not expect such a fast attack. He knew that he would no longer be able to dodge this blow. He tried to block the blow of this sword with his spear and he managed to do it. But the wooden spear could not withstand the pressure of the large blade, and began to break in half. Ram understood that he needed to somehow get out of this situation, because if he didn't fight off this attack now, then he would be finished. He again activated his inner strength and remembered that he could not die and therefore began to scream loudly and try to repel this attack. He pushed back the enemy general and fought off his unexpected attack. Man didn't understand how this guy got to throw him back and withstand such a strong attack. Ram took out his sword and realized that the battle could not be avoided, and he must kill this general because otherwise they would kill him. The general raised his spear and said that this boy is very talented. Ram understood why this general should praise him at such a moment. After all, he came here to kill him. He said that now he understands why Commander GM had no chance to survive. He raised his weapon up and said that he could not believe that he could find such a tiger in such a godforsaken place. Ram at that moment stopped understanding what was going on here, and why this warrior admires him so much because he should hate him. The general said that he had never seen such potential in any warrior, as if the heavens were protecting him by hiding his true existence. He said he won't let this guy leave here alive because he wants to kill him with his own hands. He pulled his weapon forward and said that in this forest he would kill him, and this guy's story would end in this place. Ram did not agree with the opinion of this captain, and was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. But he certainly did not die here, and did not give an easy victory to this warrior. The cavalry finished killing the enemy soldiers and returned to their general, and their spear blade was bleeding. Ram understood that he was in a difficult situation, but he had no other choice. He took a fighting stance holding a ball in his hands and prepared for battle. He thought that heaven is nonsense, and he certainly will not come to an end. After all the words of this generals mean nothing. He closed his eyes and remembered why he fights for his life every day, and what he fights for. His sister, who every time tells him that he must return and meet her. After all, she will not forgive him if he does not return from the battlefield. He understood that he has one person to whom he must return, and this person is waiting for him, so he cannot let her down. Everything else does not matter to him, and he is ready to fight and kill just to meet her again. Ram understood that he should not doubt himself and his strength. He knew that if he doubted it would lead to his death. He made a quick dash forward and struck the horse in the legs with his sword and cut its legs. After this, he immediately began to run forward and, approaching his next victim, the horse began to fall down. The rider tried to stay on top of the horse, but nothing worked because the horse began to scream very loudly and stagger in different directions. In the end, the horse and its rider fell to the ground and the warrior fell and hit his head. He couldn't get out from under the horse because his leg got stuck and he was trapped. Ram understood that he now had to fight with these people for the right to survive, and therefore he took advantage of the fact that this warrior had fallen into a trap. He made a quick move with his sword and cut off the guy's head. Another warrior who was not far from them at that moment decided to immediately throw his enemy's spear and avenge his friend. Ram saw a spear flying towards him and immediately dodged it so as not to take damage. The general informed his soldiers that they were fighting against a very agile enemy, and would have to dismount and fight him on the ground. Ram stood in a fighting stance and kept his sword ready all the time in order to immediately start attacking. At this moment I was thinking about what was happening to his friend who had just been attacked by these monsters. Ram understood that his friend's early life was not deep enough for him to die so quickly and understood that he could still be saved. Ram asked his friend South Eye to hold out a little longer so that he could deal with the opponents, and then he would definitely help him and save him. The warrior decided to take advantage of the fact that his opponent was now distracted and began to attack him suddenly using a quick dash. He raised his big sword and wanted to stab this guy. The warrior shouted that this boy has very good reflexes and he will fight him using any means. The soldier struck and screamed very loudly to scare the guy. Ram had already fought many times against various opponents, and he had killed more serious enemies than this soldier, so he was able to calmly block his blow. But the soldier turned out to be very smart, and when he saw that this guy blocked his blow with a sword, he decided to push him with his shoulder and knock him off balance. Ram flew back. He didn't expect that it was intact. Yes, I think about pushing him away with my shoulder. The soldier understood that his unexpected change of military equipment worked for this guy, and now he decided to attack him with his fists. He punched his opponent very hard in the face and Ga Ram could not dodge this blow. He had to take this damage. But Ga Ram was a very experienced and intelligent warrior, so he knew that if he had to take damage, he must immediately retaliate against his enemy, and therefore kicked him in the face. They both flew in different directions and were barely able to stop and not fall using their legs. Ga Ram wiped the blood from his mouth with his left hand. At that moment the soldier closed one of his nostrils with his finger. Blood would come out of the other nostril. Ga Ram understood that there was no time to stop and immediately made a dash to his enemy in order to deliver the next blows to continue the battle. The general was on the sidelines all this time and simply watched this battle. Oh, he looked at how this unknown warrior fought with his best soldiers. Ga Ram fought with his opponent, and at that moment he realized that his enemy was very strong and thought that last time he was just lucky. Ga Ram understood that if this battle dragged on then he would have to do everything in his power to survive. But besides this, he also understood that he might simply not have enough time to save his friend Saltai. The soldier pushed off the ground with his foot and began to move towards the enemy in order to strike. This soldier was a general and he wanted to deal with this guy as quickly as possible because he was already starting to get tired of Ga Ram. He struck and after the blade of the spear flew through the air very quickly, a strange sound appeared. Ga Ram managed to dodge the blade of this spear at the very last moment and did not receive damage. But this blow was very dangerous, and he could have died if he had not reacted in time. The general missed with his blow and the blade of his sword got stuck in the ground. And at that moment the guy jumped back. Ga Ram understood that he had just been on the verge of life and death, and could die at any moment, so now when he held his sword his hand was shaking. The general struck again with his spear and the blade of the spear was almost near Ga Ram's face. The guy again managed to notice the spears approaching him in time and jumped back. Ga Ram tried to block this attack with his sword, but his sword turned out to be weaker and began to break when it collided with the enemy's spear. Ga Ram was unable to block this attack and his smaller one broke, and because his sword was broken, the blade of the enemy's spear was able to damage him and blood splashed out from his stomach. Ga Ram felt a very strong pain in his stomach and that it would be very difficult for him to resist further. He immediately began to feel very weak in his body and fell to the ground. He tried to get up from the ground and continue to fight, but it was very difficult for him because he had a serious wound. The general stood directly opposite the guy and held his spear in his hand. He accused this guy of being a weakling because he was distracted from the battle. Ga Ram laughed because he saw in the eyes of this general the thirst for a fair battle. The general looked at his wounded enemy and said that now it was time for Ga Ram to die. But suddenly he heard a loud whistle and someone threw dirt into his face, which was picked up by the earth, thereby blinding the general. The general began to shout that he had been blinded and could not see anything, so he began to swing his spear in different directions and stabbed Saltai in the back. Ga Ram didn't understand why this guy decided to save him and sacrificed his life for him. He looked at his friend but could not see anything because there were drops of blood on his face that flowed from Saltai's body. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening now because it all seemed like some kind of terrible dream. He held his friend by the shoulder and tried to cover his wounds with his hand, but nothing worked. He shouted at him not to die and to hold on a little longer. Saltai said that the end was already coming for him and asked his friend to stop screaming. He said that he was destined to die now but Ga Ram could still escape from here. He raised his hand up and tried to touch Ga Ram one last time with a trembling hand. He said that this guy could still survive. He grabbed his clothes and squeezed them, then he said that he had one request that he wanted to ask before he died. Saltai said that he had a sister about whom he had already told, and he would not be able to forget her face, so he asked to take care of his sister and his family because he saved Ga Rama. Ga Ram at that moment I couldn't believe that his friend was actually dying and asking for such important help. Ga Ram made a very sad expression on his face. Saltai said that the demon of the battlefield should not make such a sad face, so he asked him not to worry about it. Saltai felt that his strength was leaving him and he could no longer resist death, and his last words were that he missed home and the battlefields. He closed his eyes and his soul at that moment left his body and blood continued to flow from his mouth. Ga Ram still couldn't believe that his friend had just died. But it all really happened, and he had a large cut on his body from which blood was flowing. The general was able to wipe his eyes and finally open them to see what was happening. He said that dirt in the eyes is very unpleasant. He opened his eyes and saw in front of him a guy who was already pretty boring to him during this time. He raised his spear up and wanted to strike before striking. He said that now was the time to die. The weapon was heading very quickly towards its target. Ga Ram knew that he would not be able to escape, but he could still block this blow with his hand. He used his hand as protection. On his hand at this moment a leather insert was put on which helped him save himself from being hit. His eyes became demonic. He began to experience incredible anger that fueled him from within, and which always helped him survive in the most terrible situations. The general couldn't believe that this guy was capable of turning into such a monster, and he felt scared because of it. The body of that thug began to tremble, and he could not stop his fear. After a few seconds, Ga Ram moved very quickly in space, and the wind began to appear around him, and his movements were very calm and smooth. He began to emit black energy from his body, which from afar could resemble demonic wings. Wind began to appear around him, and the extension became smooth and clear. He smiled, and from the outside it seemed as if this guy didn't care at all and wasn't afraid of death. His eyes suddenly turned black and his face began to crack like a porcelain vase. He looked at his hands, which were completely stained with blood, and it was the blood of his friend. He thought that someone close to him had died again. He didn't understand why people close to him always die and why this happens to him and always continues. He lowered his head down and said in a frustrated voice that he was most likely cursed. At that moment he realized that this world had actually cursed him, and this world hated him. Otherwise, why would he constantly kill people close to him? Ga Ram accused the divine being that he promised to protect him along with the heavens, but this turned out to be untrue, and no one even knows about his existence because he was abandoned. Suddenly a black entity appeared in front of him, and said in a quiet voice that this guy is right. Ga Ram couldn't believe his eyes. He now actually saw some kind of creature in front of him. This creature looked at the boy carefully, and answered him that Ga Ram could finally see him. He asked this strange entity, "Who is she? And what is she doing here?" This creature answered the guy that it is everywhere, and at the same time absolutely nowhere. It said that it is everything and at the same time is nothing. It told the boy that the first creatures that appeared in this world called this black great essence Chaos. Chaos tilted his head down and approached the boy to tell him that house had always been there for him. Ga Ram looked at this creature and listened to everything he told him. Chaos said that the world despises things that are different from each other, and the heaven to which people pray is no different from this. Chaos asked the guy to look at his life and look at how all this time he was tortured and abandoned, and all this because heaven hates people like him. Chaos looked at the guy and his frightened face, and then extended his hand to him. He said that he could give the boy strength, and he would become one with Chaos. Ga Ram did not want to agree to the conditions of this creature, but he did not know what to do because this entity knew his weak points. Chaos invited the guy to remember all his pain and his rage, and when the boy began to remember, his eyes began to turn black and a whirlpool appeared in them. Chaos made the guy feel his sadness and let it all out. When Ga Ram did everything that Chaos asked him to do, his eyes became completely black and he felt united with this creature. Ga Ram felt incredibly strong in him, as if a sleeping energy had awakened and endowed him with incredible powers. Ga Ram wanted to throw out all this negative energy as quickly as possible because it overwhelmed his body, and he began to scream very loudly. A bowl of milk fell on the floor and broke. My sister did not accidentally drop this bowl, and she did not understand how it happened because everything was in order. She thought that it was some kind of sign, and she dropped this bowl for a reason. She sat down near the window and decided to rest a little because she suddenly felt very bad and she didn't understand what was causing it. The sister raised her head up and looked at the moon. She immediately remembered her brother Ga Ram, and at that moment she realized that something was happening to him, and she felt it. Ga Ram broke his sword when he fought with this general, and now he had no weapon, but he did not give up and decided to strike his opponent using his fists. His impact was so powerful that he was able to break 2 ribs of this giant at once, despite the fact that he has very strong bones. The general began coughing up blood after receiving this damage. He could not even imagine that the enemy he was currently fighting was so strong. Suddenly a soldier appeared behind him and grabbed the guy by the arm, making a grab from which Ga Ram was not supposed to get out. He squeezed the guy's hand very tightly, and suddenly they heard a loud crack. It was the crack of his bones on his hand. Ga Ram began to slowly get out of this grip and move forward in order to get away from this soldier. Suddenly a general appeared in front of him who decided to take advantage of the fact that Ga Ram could not resist now, and the general struck him with his spear directly in the body. The general smiled and said that this guy had finally been caught, and now all he had to do was die. But he saw something very strange that he absolutely did not expect to see. He became scared because this guy was starting to scare him. The general cut this guy's clothes and caused very strong damage to his body. But no blood flowed out of his body, instead black energy appeared. This energy began to leave his body and fly into the air. Ga Ram didn't seem to feel any pain at that moment. He didn't care at all that his body had just received such severe damage. He raised his head up and looked at his opponent. His eyes did not look like the eyes of a man. At that moment he resembled a devil with black eyes in which there was a lot of pain and cruelty. Ga Ram felt very strong anger and pain inside himself. His internal energy filled him with a new surge of strength, and he now became twice as strong as he was before and was able to tear the soldier's body into several pieces with one blow. Ga Ram began to run towards his opponent, and at that moment black energy began to appear on his hands. He moved incredibly fast and his movements resembled a predatory wild animal that went hunting. The general looked at how this demon was approaching him, and thought that he was mistaken, and it was time for him to die. He didn't understand why the heavens allowed such a monster to exist on this planet. But Ga Ram didn't even want to listen to the screams of this general. He just jumped on him and started beating him. He raised his hand up and clenched his fist to deliver a strong blow. He struck his opponent in the face with all his might and slammed his head into the ground, after which a large hole appeared in the ground. He caused such severe damage that the earth could not withstand such stress. Stones from the earth and mud mixed with blood began to crack and break. After that they flew into the air because in the place where the fight was now taking place there was a very large blast wave after the impact. White smoke appeared in the air and began to dissipate throughout the forest. Drops of blood began to drip from the sky and flew into the air after he struck. Ga Ram stood near the body of the dead enemy and looked at his dead expression, or rather, what was left of his face, and at that moment blood flowed down the broken stones. Ga Ram began to laugh very loudly and rejoice, but it was not a guy. It was a demon of chaos that was inside his body. Chaos decided to take advantage of this moment, while he controls the body of Ga Ram, and enjoy the nature that you surrounded him because he finally became a part of this world. He stretched his hand forward and raised it up. He spread his fingers and opened his palm to show it to the sky. He asked the heavens to look at him. He thought that in order to return this world to its original form, he must begin to deal with people. But suddenly he heard some strange sound and the medallion fell to the ground. Otherwise it would bounce off the ground. Chaos looked down and looked at this medallion. He wondered what it was and where it came from here. Suddenly, Ga Ram's voice woke up in this body and he immediately remembered that this medallion was the thing that Ga Yi's sister gave him. He remembered the very moment when she extended her hand to him, and she had this amulet in her hand. Ga Ram asked his sister why she gave him this amulet, and she replied that she made it with her own hands for her brother. Ga Yi smiled at her beloved brother, and said that this amulet will protect him, and will always remind him of her. His eyes gradually began to change and take on their normal shape. A whirlpool occurred in his left eye after which this eye became normal. The water was very calm. There were no fish at all and no other creatures besides him. He can calmly stay here for an unlimited amount of time and swim wherever he wants. He closed his eyes to this world and could finally feel safe and understand that nothing threatened him. Here he felt easy and safe. He liked to swim with his eyes closed, and feel his hair flowing in different directions like a big long tail. He opened his eyes and felt that all his pain had simply evaporated and he felt great. Here he was alone with himself and could enjoy it. After all, he didn't need anyone else when he was just swimming in this water. But he had a very strange feeling, as if he had forgotten something and could not remember. This feeling constantly haunted him. He decided not to pay attention to this feeling and just continue to swim. He really liked it here. He didn't want to torment himself with this feeling of anxiety. He took himself by the hand and thought that he just wanted to relax and no longer worry about any stupid problems. He hugged his knees and assumed the fetal position in order to continue swimming calmly, but as soon as he tried to sleep and forget about all the problems, he heard some strange crackling noise. Ram did not understand where such a terrible sound could come from in this place, because here was a very good place in which he liked to be. He began to turn his head and look for the place from which this sound was coming, and suddenly he saw a bright light. Ram began to slowly swim towards this sound and towards the bright yellow color. He had heard this sound before and knew that this sound was familiar to him. Therefore, he became very interested in what it was. When he approached this bright light, he felt a very warm, pleasant sensation in his body, as if someone was trying to warm him and hug him. He liked the warmth and would at least touch it. Ram began to stretch his hand towards this bright light. At some point, his fingers practically touched this magnificent bright saint which warmed him with warmth. At that moment he opened his eyes and saw a bloody hand. It was his hand that was holding his sister's amulet. He looked at this amulet, and could not understand what had just happened to him. All he felt was very strange, as if he had just been in another world and returned here again. Chaos could still control this guy's second eye, and he didn't understand how this boy managed to come back. After all, no one can leave the void. Ram ordered this monster to leave his body and never return. Chaos began to lose control of this boy's body and is gradually leaving him. Ram was in incredible pain at that moment. Ram waited for this vile creature to completely leave his body. Chaos left this guy's body, but before he disappeared, he said that he settled inside this boy too soon and said that he would always be by his side. Chaos said that when the boy's feelings fall and he feels helpless, then at that moment he will appear again and take over this guy's body. Ram sat on his knees on the ground and tried to comprehend everything that had happened to him. He could not believe that his body had just been captured by this evil spirit. He wanted to cry, but he didn't even have the strength to start crying, and he remembered his friend who was lying behind him and turned his head to see what was happening to him now. He lay on the ground and bled. He could no longer be saved. Ram knew that he could not bring life back to this wonderful man, but he could beautifully guide him into the afterlife and help him find eternal peace. He began to collect stones that were in the forest and brought them to one place to make a grave. He had to spend several hours collecting all these stones, but he had to do it because this man saved his life. He stood near his grave and tried to look at him one last time before leaving here. Ram said that he doesn't know how people were buried in this guy's tribe, but he knows for sure that in his tribe, they wanted people to return to nature after death and reunite with it. He said that at the moment that's all he can do for this guy. Ram said that he remembered his dying request, and now this request has become another reason for him to live. Ram stood on the top of the rock and looked into the distance. He saw the fog and promised that he would fulfill his dying request. The morning came and the clouds slowly floated across the sky. Young Castle stood motionless, and it seemed that no one would ever be able to get into it unless he had a special invitation because the walls of this castle were very strong. A man approached the building. He took steps very quickly and one got the feeling that this guy was in a hurry somewhere. He approached the doors of the building and called his father very loudly. He opened the door to his father's room and wanted to tell him something. The man returned his head to this guy and was carefully preparing to listen to him. But the guy had to catch his breath a little because he was in a hurry when he came here. He started shouting to his father again that he had important news. At that moment, my father was calmly painting with a brush and using ink and reading some book. He asked in a cold, uninterested voice what was going on. The guy shouted very loudly that Ram had returned and was able to survive after such a fierce battle. The father reacted very coldly to this guy's words and asked if he had any other news. The guy said there was one problem they needed to solve. There was a long sword in the box. No one had used it yet, and it was completely new. Ram sat on one knee holding this sword in his hands. A man stood in front of him and read that His Majesty Huang wanted to celebrate Ram's achievement in destroying the enemy's supreme general and announced that he had been summoned to visit. Ram at that moment remembered what sacrifices he had to make in order to kill this unfortunate general. Therefore, he could not be happy that he is now being praised and admired for his achievement. He sat in the center of the central palace, and around him stood warriors and people who read out his achievements. Behind them there was a huge crowd of ordinary people who watched all this. The guy, his father, at that moment stood on the balcony and looked at how this guy was called a hero in front of everyone. I didn't understand that they actually had big problems. Night fell and the stars shone so brightly today that they could be seen through the clouds. Ga Ram lay calmly in his bed and tried to sleep. He began to toss and turn in different directions and shift from side to side. It was a hard night for him because every time he closed his eyes and fell asleep he began to have red dreams and break out in a cold sweat. He got up from his bed and started screaming very loudly because the dreams he was having were so terrible that he could no longer watch them. He tried to catch his breath, but he had trouble doing it because he was very scared. He heard voices of people in his head saying that one of his friends had died and apparently he was from an insignificant tribe. Such people are usually bastards. He tried to hit himself on the head and silence the voices inside him. He heard a voice of chaos that asked the guy how much pain he was in right now. Ga Ram turned his head to the side and saw this demonic creature in front of him. It appeared in front of him again. Chaos said that if this guy was an ordinary person then his mind and his body would be destroyed due to his demonic power. Chaos began to transform and change its appearance. He gradually began to become angrier and communicated with himself about the need to be strong and tolerate his strength. Chaos turned into a very scary black demon and said that if Ga Rama wants to defeat him then he will have to accept his power or otherwise he will simply absorb him. Chaos made a dash towards the guy, and in flight he asked Ga Ram to destroy him once and for all and be able to defeat his forces. It was getting closer and getting bigger and bigger with every step. Ga Ram was very scared when he saw this demon in front of him. He was not prepared for the fact that this creature would come to him again. The girl walked along the corridor and checked the rooms in which the hotel guests lived. Following her was a guy holding in his hands a wooden tray on which there was a jug of water and a clean white towel. When they approached the far room where Ga Ram had moved in yesterday, they saw that the door to this room was broken. They were very surprised when they saw such a mess in the corridor, and did not understand what happened. Parts of the door that were broken lay scattered on the floor in different directions. The girl decided to see what was happening inside the room itself, and looked out from behind the door. She noticed that the inside of the room was also a mess and things were scattered all over the room and some things and furniture were broken. Near the wall she saw a guy who was sitting alone and holding a sword in his hand. He was pale and scared. Ga Ram was breathing very heavily and drops of sweat were running down his face. The girl was scared when she saw this guy like this and she didn't understand what was happening here. But she felt very scared. Ga Ram asked this girl why she came and what she needed from him. He wanted to be alone with himself. She said in a trembling voice that she was ordered to check on Mr. Ga Ram and find out if he was preparing for a new trip. Ga Ram leaned his head against the wall and began to look at the ceiling. He said that he had completely forgotten about this trip and asked the girl to convey information that he would come to the place as soon as he finished his business. She bowed to this gentleman and said that she would convey all the information and after that she apologized for disturbing his peace. The girl, together with her assistant, began to leave in order to report what they saw to the owner of the hotel as quickly as possible, and then convey the information to this gentleman. Ga Ram kept thinking about this demon that appeared in front of him at night. He didn't look the same as before and this time he was much stronger and more dangerous. He could have forgotten the scream of this demon that tried to attack him at night. He remembered his sharp claws that were eager to tear the guy's body. Ga Ram's right eye was still filled with black energy, and this meant that demons were somewhere inside him. Ga Ram did not understand why Chaos changed his form and turned into such a strong monster. He wanted to figure out what it was all about. Ga Ram promised himself that he would not allow this demon to leave because he brings a lot of destruction and death. So he needs to be curbed and locked up so that other people do not suffer from him. The day came and there were a huge number of clouds in the sky that slowly floated and changed their shapes. In the province of Shin that day it was very calm and quiet. There were practically no people on the streets, and it seemed that this province was frozen in time. In the center of the castle was the Huang building with high towers around the perimeter. A man stood opposite the building and looked at the purple roof of this building. And the man had a tall black hat on his head. This old man stood on the edge of the balcony and looked into the distance. Suddenly he heard a man's voice greet him and wish him good morning. The elder saw the general in front of him and told him that he was very glad to see him again. The elder said that he did not expect to see the general here today because he thought that he was busy with the war that was now in full swing. The general replied that he had good reasons for this. The general looked at the old man and said that he had a very great curiosity that got the better of him, and that's why he came here. The elder immediately realized that this general was interested in a child who had recently brought the head of the supreme general of the enemy army. The general said that this boy was able to make a name for himself, and now he wants to find out what kind of person he is. He asked the elder whether this warrior was studying the art of the sages or was he simply a giant. The general said that he was very sorry because such a strong warrior was fighting on the side of such a coward as Beck. The elder looked at this general and thought that this was a very envious man, and his envy brought him here. When this guy entered the palace, he saw something unclean that he absolutely did not expect to see and was very surprised by it. In the throne room in the center stood two people, Ga Ram and the Supreme General who handed over his flag to Garam and Saltai, who died during the last battle. The Supreme Commander rewarded the two men for their achievements against the Mon's surprise invasion. The Beck generals decided to reward him for his services and promoted him in rank and also promised to give him a plot of land as a gift. The Supreme Commander promised to promote Colonel Ga Ram to Major for his incredible achievements during this battle. After he reported about their awards, he said that these are demonstration wars in their army that everyone should be equal to and asked them to continue in the same spirit. Ga Ram and began to walk towards the exit of the throne room and passed by a large number of people. But the guy still did not feel happy after he was awarded a new title. The people who were present at this awards ceremony carefully watched the guy who passed by them. Ga Ram was slowly approaching the exit and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible because he felt uncomfortable here. As he passed by people, he heard them talking about how Ga Ram single-handedly killed the top General Bekhol. Ga Ram I knew that all these people call him a demon because he always remains the only survivor of the battlefield he visited. Ga Ram continued to walk down the stairs and did not pay attention to these people, but still he heard them discussing the fact that he took the life of his mother, and ordinary wars avoid him because he is cursed. People called him the son of the demon, and were afraid that the curse of this guy might affect one of them, so everyone was afraid to approach him. Ga Ram tried not to pay attention to these people. He had heard their gossip thousands of times already, and now he didn't care about their words at all. Suddenly he felt the presence of some dark energy next to him, and immediately realized that he was not alone here. Chaos appeared behind him, and the whole time the guy was walking, this demon was behind him and told him that these people considered Ga Ram cursed, and constantly curse him even more for being an outcast. Chaos asked this guy not to act like he doesn't care because he knows that these people still piss him off and they hurt his feelings with their words and curses. Chaos realized that ordinary words do not work on this guy, and he decided to take a new way to hook him, so he asked Ga Ram to look back. Chaos showed the guy mountains of corpses of crippled people. These were all people whom Ga Ram killed. Chaos said that Ga Ram himself chose this path, and he sheds blood for the sake of those who curse him. Chaos said that of all the creatures that exist on Earth, only people are greedy and greedy monsters, and they want to destroy the whole world. The demons said that their greed is endless and they use each other to achieve their goals, and Ga Ram is just a victim of their greed. He said people just want to get rid of him as soon as he's no longer needed. Ga Ram replied that he knew all this, and the demon at that moment made a surprised expression on his face and did not understand how this guy could talk about it so calmly. Ga Ram suddenly stopped and did not move. He said that he knew that his birth was a mistake and he should not have been in this world at all. He turned his head towards the demon and said that people can use him as they want because he was not supposed to be in this world in the first place. Chaos didn't understand why the guy so calmly allows himself to be manipulated and follows the orders of people who hate him. Ga Ram said that heaven gave him one person whom he loves more than anyone in the world, and he is grateful to heaven for this. Her hair flowed in the wind and was illuminated by white angelic light. He looked at his sister who was directly opposite him and saw a beautiful angel in her. Ga Ram knew that thanks to her, a light appeared in his life that cleared his darkness and gave him hope and meaning in life. He was grateful to heaven for giving it to him. The light that Ga radiates with its purity and love was so strong that it was able to destroy all the bloody images of memories that were found before his eyes. Chaos couldn't believe that the memories of his sister would hit him with such a strong defense. Chaos saw how the light that this girl emitted in his head was ready to destroy all the darkness that Chaos was trying to create around him. Gae smiled at her brother, and said that she was glad that he was back and that she could see him again. It was very warm in the house because wood was burning in 2 stoves and warmed the room. Gae examined her brother's wounds and treated him using various ointments to make them heal faster. She said that people in the city still mocked Ram and spread all sorts of terrible gossip. She wiped the blood from his back using a white towel and said that he should not pay attention to these people's gossip because he needs to worry about himself first. Gae still couldn't calm down because people were treating her brother so badly. She was worried about it. She said that she couldn't believe that people were talking so bad about him even though Ram was risking his life in the war so that they could live in safety. He told her that he was already used to it, and she shouldn't worry about it. She looked at her brother in surprise because she didn't understand why he didn't care about these people's gossip. Suddenly she realized that her brother was very sad now. He sat on the floor and lowered his head down. He was constantly thinking about something and these thoughts bothered him. She continued to towel his wounds and try to heal him. Gae said that in this way the heavens test those who will become heroes in the future, and therefore he must pass all the tests. He lowered his head down and thought that heaven would give him these trials all his life, and they would never end. He closed his eyes and listened to his sister talk about how the heavens are like Kuznetsov who hit the ball with a hammer so that it becomes stronger and better. And this means that if he overcomes these difficulties, he will become incredible. Gae stood up and started yelling at her brother for acting like a weakling again, and asked him to stop feeling sorry for himself, and get the bad thoughts out of his head. She hit him on the back with her fingers so that he would finally wake up and stop acting like a sad boy. She said that no matter what he was and no matter what people on the streets talked about him, he would still be the best brother for her, and she would always be on his side. He turned his head towards her and at that moment his cheeks turned red because he felt that his sister was showing love for him in this way and said that he would stop being sad for her sake. She came up behind him and said that she thought that it would be easier for her to say this if these were peaceful times. But even though now there is a war, she still wants to say it. Gae hugged her brother with her arms and said that she loved him more than all the people on this planet. They were in this embrace for quite a long time because in this way they could show each other their love. Night fell and a moon hung in the sky, illuminating the city like a lantern. Leaves and petals of white flowers began to fall from the tree. During this 6 months the leaves always fall from the trees and it becomes very beautiful because these leaves create green rain. She was clearing these leaves from the road and using a broom and collecting all these leaves in a pile. Gae worked outside since the morning in order to have time to remove all the leaves. Suddenly she felt that it was becoming difficult for her to remove these leaves and she wanted to rest a little. Gae felt pain in her back and decided to take a break to let the pain go away. She began to leave and green leaves and white flower petals flew after her. Time flew by unnoticed and suddenly winter came. The girl also continued to remove snow on the street. She always came to this tree and kept it clean because she wanted it to always be in order. In the spring she came here to collect fruits from this tree and help the tree get rid of dead branches. When autumn came, she came here again to remove the yellow leaves that were falling from this tree, and so the cycle constantly repeats. The girl raised a wooden club and wanted to strike. She hit the wet clothes with this wooden baton in order to beat the dirt out of them. Gae trampled underfoot things that were in a large trough. She was near the well and 2 more girls were sitting next to her who were also doing laundry. She trampled wet things with her feet and tried to work hard to keep things clean. Gae was already very tired and drops were running down her face. She was very tired when she was doing this process. The girls who were nearby talked about all sorts of gossip and said that recently one of their friends was pressed against the wall, and after that something happened to them. She leaned over to her friend and whispered into her ear the details of this story. They started screaming very loudly and rejoicing because they were shocked by the outcome of this story. Suddenly, a girl in beautiful orange clothes appeared near the well and she was heading towards the girls who were doing the washing. She was very dissatisfied and she clearly didn't like that she had to go here across the whole city. The girls understood that it was the lady who came to Gae and immediately began to mind their own business. Don't pay attention to them. She held out the letter and said that she no longer wanted to continue carrying these letters for Gae. She took the letter that the lady brought her and saw that this letter was wrapped with a red ribbon, and she became interested in what would be written inside. Gae asked the lady who did this letter come from? but the lady immediately turned around and started to leave. She said that she didn't want to tell anything and didn't want to carry her letters anymore. The girls saw that she opened this letter and began to read. They immediately became curious about who the letter came from this time, and were not jealous that their friends were writing letters but they weren't. Gae began to read this letter, and it was written there that one of her lovers, when he saw her for the first time, immediately realized that she was an angel. She didn't like such letters from a man, so she immediately tore it up. The girls said that if she always tears up their letters, then with such a character, she definitely won't find herself a man. The guy who wrote this letter was always near the wall and spied on the girl. He burst into tears immediately when he saw that she had torn his letter, and realized that Lady Gae was absolutely not interested in this young man. Evening came and the sky turned orange at sunset. The war flag fluttered in the wind. Gae Ram stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. He came here to be alone with himself. Gae Ram closed his eyes and lowered his head down. He tried to dive into the depths of himself and his thoughts. He managed to return again to this world that is inside him. Chaos once called this world a void from which no one can escape. Gae Ram saw that this time he was not alone here and there were two giant demons in front of him. But this time he was armed with a sword and was ready to fight them. He extended his hand forward and pointed his sword at his opponents to show them that he was ready to fight. Suddenly he heard that some guy was calling him and needed the help of Major Gae Ram. When he heard this, he immediately opened his eyes. The assistant who came to him said that the time had already come and he needed to move forward. Gae Ram, at that moment I realized that his eyes changed color. He was sitting on a horse and armed with a spear. His assistant informed him that General Baek No was beginning to lose patience and needed to move out as soon as possible. Gae Ram looked at his assistant with a cold gaze and thought that his assistant was probably right, and in fact he needed to move forward. He took the horse's water in his hand and ordered it to move forward. He ordered his soldiers to move forward immediately to investigate after him, after which his horse very quickly began to move forward. The lady took a long red fabric in her hand, and when she saw it and felt it with her hands, she said that this fabric was magnificent. The girl who stood behind this lady asked her mother to buy her this fabric. She tilted her head and looked carefully at this red cloth again, and said that they would buy it. The lady asked the seller to pack this fabric for her because she was going to buy it, and the seller was very happy and praised the lady for her excellent choice. The lady and her daughter left the store, and the seller at that moment was handing shopping bags to Gae for her to carry. The girl turned her head to the side and looked at her maid. Gae at that moment was holding a large number of purchases in her hands. It was hard for her to walk, but the lady ordered her to move faster and keep up with them. Gae asked the lady for forgiveness for taking so long with these purchases and said that she was already on her way and would now catch up with the lady. The man held an oar in his hand and forced the boat to move forward. The boat slowly and calmly floated forward and left traces on the water behind it. There were 2 people in the boat, not counting the guy who made the boat move. A guy with white hair lay and looked at the sky, and the second man sat at the table and ate. He closed his eyes and tried to enjoy the moment and this beautiful weather. He opened his eyes and thought about what was happening to him now. This is very good. He took a bottle of alcohol and took a sip, after which he began to think that training was becoming harder and more tiring every day. He looked at the sky and thought that he didn't want this training to end because he liked it. At that moment, the lady was passing along the bridge along with her daughter and servants. Gae at that moment was walking behind everyone and carrying shopping in her hands. He saw these girls and immediately wanted to get to know them better. His eyes were the same black as Gae Ram's eyes when he was possessed by the demon Chaos. He stood on the boat and raised his head up. He wanted to get a better look at the girl who was now walking across the bridge. When he looked at her, his eyes became bright, as if he was looking at a real angel capable of dispelling the darkness. This girl was so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her, and continued to look at her like a fool. Gae at that moment she was simply walking along the bridge, and did not even pay attention to the boat passing below. She had absolutely no care about this boat and the people who were inside it. She walked and was very thoughtful. Some thoughts disturbed her and did not give her peace. This could be seen from her beautiful face. The gentleman continued to look at this girl and could not stop. She was the center of his universe at that moment, and a man in black clothes who was sitting at the table noticed that this guy was looking at someone very carefully. He turned his head back and decided to also see what this guy was looking at and understand why he was so interested. The gentleman saw that several girls were now walking on the bridge and realized that this guy was simply interested in one of them. He looked at the white-haired guy and smiled. And the guy at that moment realized that the man opposite noticed his stupid look at this girl. But he still couldn't stop and continued to look at her. The man took the cup containing the alcohol in his hand and said that the white-haired guy's neck was very tense right now, and it would be nice for him to relax. The guy at that moment blushed and began to feel very awkward, and I don't understand how he should behave now, and his cheeks turned red. The man drank alcohol from a cup and calmly continued to sit in his place. He still couldn't calm down. His cheeks were red and it was as if flowers were starting to bloom inside him. He put his hand to his chest and felt that his heart began to beat very quickly, and he did not understand what this was connected with, and why he was now experiencing such strange emotions. The man who was sitting opposite him told Mr. Adair that these were the ladies who had just walked across the bridge, most likely from the Galgal clan. When the guy heard this, he was very surprised and even shuddered. He took a bottle of alcohol and decided to drink a little drink to calm his heart. The man understood what was happening to this boy now, and so he just decided to smile at him and try to help him somehow. He suggested that the gentleman arrange a meeting with this nice lady who had just walked across the bridge. But when the gentleman heard this, he spat out the alcohol and was not ready for such an offer. He put his mouth in the sleeve of his clothes and blushed even more. The guy said that he was still too young to date this mistress. The man took the kettle in his hand and poured hot tea into a glass, after which he said that time flew by very unnoticed, and he didn't even have time to see how this boy grew up. The man told this guy that he was already at that age when he was interested in girls and therefore he had already become a man. But the guy at that moment lowered his head down and blushed even more. He didn't know how to react to this. The man said that this girl is from a clan of warriors who made a name for themselves fighting against Mon, and there is a rumor that one of the adopted daughters of this family is very beautiful. He said that the gentleman did not know this because he was busy training all his time. But in the end the man decided that tomorrow he would meet these girls and talk about everything. Suddenly he began to laugh and said that he was experiencing strange sensations because he was more excited about this event than Mr. The boat continued to float along the river and the two people laughed and discussed this situation. The next day the lady saw that guests had come to her and greeted the guest kindly. She said that she was notified that this gentleman wanted to come here. He smiled and apologized for speaking about his visit so late. The lady replied that there was nothing wrong with this and asked this dear guest not to apologize anymore for such nonsense. She began to yawn because it was already very late, and said that she was honored by the third and then someone from the Huangem clan. The lady asked this gentleman which of her daughters interests him. She immediately told him that her daughters could be problem girls. The steps of women's heels were heard in the corridor, and the lady said that her daughters were already here. These two girls stood opposite the gentleman and informed their mother that they had already arrived. The girls looked very beautiful and neat. The lady told the guests that these are her two daughters whom she loves very much and is ready to give them in marriage. He asked the lady where was the other girl who was with them on the bridge. He said that most likely this girl could be these subordinates. The mistress was angry because it was the master who was interested in their subordinate instead of being interested in her daughters, but still asked the girls where Gae was now. The girls were very upset because this gentleman was interested in this useless servant, and said that Gae was late and she would come later. The mistress was very angry because these girls did not notify that girl that she needed to be here now. A very loud female scream was heard on the street, calling Gae. At that moment she was hanging wet laundry on street lines so that it would dry better, but suddenly she heard the servants calling her. Gae turned her head to the right and decided to ask the servant what happened and why she was looking for her. The girl was very out of breath while she was offended. She just grabbed Gae's hand and told her to follow her. Gae didn't understand where they were taking her, and why she was now being torn away from important matters, but the maid replied that there was no time to explain, and she just needed to hurry. Several people immediately began working to make the girl look neat and good, so her hair was combed with a special comb. They put powder on her cheeks and painted her face with cosmetics. She stood motionless all this time and waited until these people finished preparing her for the meeting. The girl all this time was simply preparing to meet the gentleman who had come, but she did not understand who he was and why she should be there. He took a cup of tea in his hand and waited for the tea to cool a little. He praised the lady of this house for the fact that the tea they brought him had a soothing taste. Suddenly a girl came into their room and the servant announced that Lady Gae was already here. He turned his head towards this lady and was very pleasantly surprised when he saw this magnificent young lady. She was dressed in a beautiful expensive dress and her face was painted with different blush and powder. She didn't understand what was happening here, and why she was called here because it's all for a reason and it's unlikely that the lady would want to give her an expensive dress and put on her makeup. He was a descendant of whites and had white hair. This was a sign that he was one of the whites. It's not every day that you see a man with hair as white as snow on the street, and because of this, in childhood he was nicknamed a saint. From that moment it all began. He extended his hand forward and said that training after training and various trials made him who he is today. All his life he had to endlessly compete with his brothers and be the best of them. He admitted that he was tired of all this and wants to end this eternal pursuit of leadership as soon as possible. People looked at him and admired how beautiful he was. For many people, he was a real angel in the flesh who descended from heaven to earth. But he didn't care about it at all and didn't pay any attention to people's reactions. In his last test, he no longer even cared which god was next to him. He began to accept himself for who he really is. Now he has admitted that he absolutely doesn't care about other people because he has found the meaning of his life. But he still couldn't explain to himself this strange surge of emotions that he felt when he saw this beautiful girl. From the moment he saw her for the first time, she was fixed in his head. He constantly thought about her. The gentleman walked around his yard and kicked the stones that lay on the ground. This helped him calm down a little. He again put his hand on his chest and felt that his heart began to beat quickly in his chest again. He had never experienced such feelings before and therefore it was very difficult for him now because of this, and he wanted to figure out what was happening to him. He said that he should be calm and that these emotions should not take over his mind, but he couldn't help himself. Suddenly he heard women's steps approaching him. Gae slowly walked towards the master and didn't understand what she was doing here and why she had to meet him. He turned his head towards her and saw that this was exactly the girl he had seen then on the bridge. He didn't know how to behave in such a situation. He just looked at her. How it was going, but that's all he could do now in her presence, because he didn't know how to behave around girls. There was a vase with beautiful purple flowers on the table, and these buds continued to bloom despite the fact that they had already been cut. The lady explained to the girl the situation that happened with this young master, and said that Gae should do this for the good of their clans. The lady told the girl that these people came here from the Hwangem clan. I was not very interested in Gae. She listened carefully to the lady who was talking about how this wedding was supposed to change their destiny, and the girl just needed to pretend that she and this gentleman were on the same wavelength. The lady said that this could be a great chance for Gae and finally become a noblewoman and get married. The mistress told the girl that this act would be retribution for the fact that once upon a time she took her in as a little girl and raised her in good conditions. Gae greeted this young master, and said her name, and said that she was from the Galgo clan. He said that he was very pleased to meet her, and said that his name was Nahan from the Geodal clan. But in fact, all he was thinking about at that moment was that she was incredibly beautiful. Gae was confused at that moment because she didn't know what to do right, and now more than ever she needed her brother's advice. But Gae Ram was now very far from her, and was traveling towards the open-air battlefield. Blue flags were raised to the top, fluttering in the wind and raising morale. The battle was now in full swing and several thousand warriors were fighting each other to win this battle. At the top of the mountain there were people who watched the progress of the battle, and below there were soldiers who defended the passage to this mountain. The commanders from the top of the mountain watched the battle and gave commands to their subject warriors on how to move further in the battle and supervised them. One guy told the commander that he didn't like that they were too far from their base. The commander replied that this was the best observations of the battlefield, and it's better for them to stay here now. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that there was no point in worrying about the Huang army because there were rocks behind them and their troops in front of them, and this created good protection for them, so they were safe now. But the guy understood that this commander thinks very flat and straightforward, and that's the whole problem because they don't know how to think like their enemy. Suddenly they were notified that new opponents had been spotted behind them, and were approaching this place on the rock. He looked up and noticed that something was happening right now on the rocks. He immediately decided to turn his head and carefully examine what happened there. The commander calmly turned his head and with an incredulous gaze also began to look at the top of the rock. The guy realized that they were now being prepared to attack because there were no troops at the top and the people who were there at the top were enemies. The Huang army was able to get to the top of the cliff and take very good positions for their attack. The commander started laughing and said that these idiots don't even understand what they are doing, and from the outside it looks like they want to get around them. But because of the rocks they won't be able to do anything. Suddenly the warriors who were on top of the cliff began to run very quickly, and no one understood what they were going to do. The guy was very surprised because these warriors who were at the top were able to destroy their troops without a single sound. The horse of one of the riders who was now on top of the rock made a strong push and jumped up. An unknown warrior and his horse decided to jump off a cliff and fly down to attack the enemy. The commander could not believe that some crazy person would think of doing such a presumptuous act. The guy shouted that this crazy warrior had just jumped off a cliff. Most likely he was some kind of suicide. But on this horse there was an unusual guy, and it was Jie Ram who was ready to take risks in order to complete his task, and when he jumped off the cliff his horse was able to land and stay on his feet. The commander immediately realized that this was the same guy about whom people say that he is a demon. He wondered if this boy was really able to kill General Bekhul. The commander asked that his lie be spanked on the leg so that it would start running faster, and the soldier would follow the commander's order. The sergeant shouted to the rest of the warriors that now the main task is to protect the commander who is trying to get away from this abnormal warrior. Jie Ram continued with his horse jumping off the cliff and closing the distance between himself and the commander whom he wanted to kill. The soldiers watched all this from below, and were shocked by the act of this brave warrior. The commander ordered his soldiers to take combat positions and defend themselves because this enemy alone will not be able to do anything to them. He shouted very loudly and gave a new order to his soldiers to surround this guy and not let him get close to the commander. Jie Ram continued to quickly descend from the cliff on horseback, and in his hands he held a sharp spear. He held the reins of the horse with one hand and controlled its movement. The horse pushed off the ground again and made a jump. Jie Ram, together with his horse, was able to run along the wall, and it felt like he was simply sliding along this wall. The warrior didn't understand how this guy could control his horse so well and make it run along the walls. One warrior from the crowd said that the soldiers could not do anything against this crazy stranger because he was now in the air. The commander did not believe his eyes. It all seemed impossible to him because he had never seen people before who were able to sit so well on horseback. Jie Ram's eyes at that moment were completely white, and it seemed that he was now in his demonic form. He practically approached the enemy commander, jumping over a whole crowd of soldiers. But when he landed, the commander managed to escape, and Jie Ram had to kill the soldiers who got in his way. He cut their bodies into pieces and moved forward very quickly after the commander. The commander turned his head back and saw that this demon was very serious and wanted to kill him today. Jie Ram tried to find this commander in the crowd of soldiers with his gaze, and at some point he managed to do it. But cavalrymen immediately began to run towards him, holding replica swords in their hands in order to protect their commander and stop this demon. The commander urged his lie so that she would run as fast as she could and save him. Jie Ram continued to cut up his opponents and brutally killed everyone who wanted to oppose him. Suddenly he was able to make a quick leap forward and his horse jumped high, and he was able to get closer to the enemy commander. The commander understood that he was unlikely to be able to escape because this crazy guy was very close. Jie Ram raised his spear up and wanted to strike his opponent. The commander did not understand what to do and how to avoid this blow, because now his life was being hunted by a man who was called the demon of the battlefield. Suddenly a warrior appeared who wanted to protect his commander and repel the attack of this stranger. He raised his spear and wanted to counterattack. He hit him with his spear. After the impact there was a large splash of blood that flew in the air. Jie Ram was not afraid of the warrior who wanted to protect his commander, and she received two very quick blows from two opponents at once and cut off the head of the enemy commander. The warrior felt very strong pain and did not understand what happened. All he saw around him was just blood flying in different directions. Jie Ram landed on the ground along with his horse and stopped. At that moment, the enemy commander's head fell to the ground and bled. The soldiers were very scared and demotivated. They did not understand what was happening now and how the stranger could kill their commander and break through the powerful defense. Ga Ram ordered his horse to stop and not go any further. His hair was flying in the wind at that moment. I wanted to rest a little and catch my breath after the feat he had just accomplished. Ga Ram thought that now he has the head of a commander, and he will definitely be promoted to general after this feat. The hand held a small black bun in its fingers. Cao Tai looked at this bun and tried to smell it in order to understand whether it was suitable for eating or had already spoiled. He was very hungry and he had no other food, so he had to eat this bun. He sat next to Ga Ram. On that day there was a lot of snow, and they were very cold. Cao Tai said that he would gladly kill someone for hot soup. He put a stale bun in his mouth and began to finish it. After that he said that when he becomes a general he will not eat such bad food and will do whatever he wants. Ga Ram asked Cao Tai, does he really want to raise his rank during battles? Cao Tai: I answered that he wants to become a general because with such a title people live well and do not deny themselves anything. And plus they are given their own lands where they can live with their family. Ga Ram began to think about the fact that he never had a family like Cao Tai's, and it's hard for him to understand this guy. Cao Tai said that becoming a general is the fastest way to achieve something for guys like him. And besides this, in this case he would not have to bow to everyone. He said that when he becomes a general he will be able to live with his people. Ga Ram covered his body with a blanket to keep warm and thought that if he also became a general, he would have the right to choose. He thought that if he became a general, he would finally be free and be able to do what he wanted most. He immediately remembered his sister, and thought that if he became a general, he would be able to free her from routine work. I would not be able to live happily. On this day he had a dream of becoming a general, and saving himself and his sister from this terrible life. Ga Ram looked into the sky and talked with the spirit of Cao Tai. He told his friend not to worry while in heaven because his dream now also lives inside Ga Rama. The horse slowly began to walk forward, moving its legs and making sounds with its hooves. Enemy warriors approached Ga Ram and began to communicate about the fact that this stranger has an incredibly good horse that can jump over such a place. The second warrior said that he would take this horse for himself after he killed this guy. The first warrior began to laugh and said that he was the first to notice this horse, so he would take it for himself. But their dialogue was interrupted by soldiers from the Ga Rama cavalry detachment, who at that moment were descending from the mountain on their horses. The warriors couldn't believe their eyes and didn't think that this guy came here without reinforcements, but help was already heading towards him. Ga Ram proudly sat on her horse and behind him was his horse cavalry with which he could start a battle at any moment, and be sure that these were brave warriors. A tense atmosphere began on the battlefield, and two enemy brigades of soldiers were opposite each other, and did not understand what to do now. Black woman's scarf fell on the floor. Ga stood near the door and looked, but the leaves were falling from the tree. Half of her clothes lay on the floor and were scattered throughout the room. She stood near the door, leaning her head on the wooden door and thinking about something. She was very sad and pale and her eyes were empty, as if all the joy had been drained from them. She remembered this white-haired gentleman who wanted to meet her, and thought that her feelings for this gentleman were something very strange. She remembered how the gentleman invited her to meet again the next day because he wanted to show her something. He was very embarrassed, and his cheeks turned red every time he looked into the eyes of this girl. Ga looked at the leaves falling and thought that this gentleman was a good person. But suddenly Ga stopped her thoughts and scolded herself for not thinking about the things she should be thinking about. But then she again leaned her back on the door frame and began to think about this gentleman. She even thought that this white-haired guy looked more handsome than Ga Ram. But then she immediately stopped herself and said that she was thinking about some nonsense. There was a brush and paint on the table. The gentleman was sitting at the table and Mac couldn't concentrate on work. He was constantly thinking about this girl and feeling weak and tired. There were papers scattered in his room on which the gentleman tried to draw something beautiful but he couldn't. He thought about her and remembered her rough but at the same time beautifully gentle hands. He couldn't forget her long hair, which was incredibly beautiful. He even remembered her awkward makeup. But still this girl couldn't get out of his head. He constantly thought about her, and could not do anything about it because for the first time in his life he experienced such strong emotions. He raised his head up and shouted to the whole room that this day was much longer than he expected. He wanted her to agree to meet him tomorrow. He couldn't wait long and wanted to speed up this moment as quickly as possible. At this moment, a massacre began on the battlefield and the shields could not withstand such a large number of blows. The horse exhaled steam from its nostrils and prepared for a new battle. Drops of blood slowly flowed down and fell to the ground. Two warriors who had previously been confident in their abilities, it seemed to them that nothing could stop them, now felt like they were losing the fight. Ram sat astride his horse and felt incredible anger at his enemies. Thanks to this anger, he is able to fight alone against a whole crowd. The soldiers watched what was happening on the battlefield and stood obediently, waiting for the commanders to sort themselves out among themselves and give them orders. The two commanders who were now preparing for a battle to the death against this stranger realized that this guy was much stronger than they initially thought. At such moments, Ram always remembers the demon of chaos that has been inside him all this time, and the endless battle that he has to fight throughout his life. Ram understood that compared to the endless battle against this demon of chaos, these opponents are insignificant weaklings. Ram had already cut off the head of this demon several times, and each time he appeared again, but thanks to this demon he became stronger. Ram raised his spear up and ordered the enemy to come first because he wanted to cut off Ram's head. They didn't know what to do right, and now their enemy decided to attack them first, and they could only defend themselves. Ram ordered his horse to move towards these opponents, after which he raised his spear up and said that if they do not want to attack, then he will have to attack first. The moon was visible high in the sky. Despite the fact that it was still a light evening, it could already be clearly seen. The gentleman stood on the bridge and looked into the distance. He was waiting for this sweet girl to come and whether she would come at all. He didn't know if she would want to meet him again and thought that perhaps he could have scared her away the last time they met for the first time because he behaved very strangely. But suddenly he heard someone approaching him and slowly walking along the bridge. He turned his head to look at the person who was approaching him. Gae stood opposite him and silently looked at this gentleman. There was tense silence between them. Ram struck a very strong blow to his opponent's shield with a spear and made a hole in his shield. The warrior shouted that he was very busy blocking these blows and could not even attack the enemy. The second warrior at that moment tried to attack the enemy. Ram was able to see this attack and blocked it in time with his spear and did not receive damage. He turned his head to the side and noticed that another enemy was now approaching him. He saw that the enemy struck with his axe and wanted to cut off his head. The axe blade was already very close to his head and he had to react as quickly as this weapon moves. He tilted his head down and tried to dodge this blow, but as soon as he felt that he had managed to evade, he immediately decided to launch a counterattack to his opponent. Ram felt his armor starting to break and crack under the stress of this blow. But despite this, he managed to hit another warrior with his spear. The enemy didn't understand what just happened and how this guy was able to dodge the blow and on top of that strike. The enemy understood that they were now fighting against a very strong warrior. Ram raised his head up and felt a drop of blood running down his face. He looked at his enemy with a demonic gaze and made it clear that he did not intend to play with them anymore. Ram immediately did not waste time and began to head towards his opponent. The enemy managed to block this attack with his shield, but he completely forgot that he had an axe in his other hand and accidentally released this axe from his hands. He noticed that his axe flew away only after he released it from his hands, and it was already too late to try to catch this axe. He covered his body with a black iron shield and hoped that at least in this way he could survive. Ram was ruthless towards his opponent, and therefore delivered a very fast combination of different attacks. The warrior understood that this guy was too strong, and he would not be able to hold back his attacks for long. The horse could not withstand such stress, and its legs began to shake. The warrior saw that his horse was starting to fall and could not believe that this was all happening to him right now. For the first time in his entire life, he saw a horse not withstand such an intense battle. This horse could no longer stand on his feet and fight. He needed treatment in order to return to battle again. Ram decided to take advantage of this moment and finish off the warrior who now had a wounded horse. He raised his spear up and wanted to deliver the final blow. The second warrior saw that he needed to save his friend and rushed on his horse to attack Ram's back. He shouted that the one who allows himself to reveal his back to the enemy will be killed. Ram was able to dodge this blow, and the blade of the spear flew past his face. The soldier did not understand that the enemy was capable of dodging so quickly. But suddenly he started coughing and saw blood spitting out of his mouth, and he didn't understand what happened. The warrior lowered his head and saw that a spear was stuck in his body and pierced his stomach, and realized that their enemy was ready for this. The soldiers shouted very loudly that they needed to start an attack and defend. The generals and everyone was afraid and immediately rushed into battle. The Huang soldiers also could not stand still and began to run towards their opponents in order to stop them. The warrior saw what was happening now with his friend Xie Yang and began to shout very loudly that this could not be. Jie Ram killed his opponent by piercing his body with a spear, and after that he raised the spear up at the end of which Xie Yang was hanging. Jie Ram looked at the enemy with his demonic gaze and made it clear that this is all a real war, and there are no concessions here. He had just seen how brutally his friend was killed and could not believe his eyes. It was all very terrible. Jie Ram threw the corpse of this soldier aside. The corpse went straight into the body of his friend. The soldiers were scared and demotivated because they had just seen a general killed. They began to get angry and furious at their enemy for killing the general. They began to accuse him of killing their commander, and did not understand why he was doing this. They reproached Jie Ram for not having respect for his opponents. Jie Ram at that moment realized that things were actually very bad and his mind had just been controlled by chaos. He covered his left eye with his hand and did not understand at what moment chaos began to control his mind and where it came from here. He understood that during the time that this demon controlled him with his mind, he did a lot of bad things. He saw the anger and rage in his opponents, and felt that they were now at their limit. Their anger, their hatred for the guy was extreme, and this anger could no longer be stopped, and they didn't just want to kill him. All their emotions and all their anger were directed specifically at him, and he had to somehow cope with it. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he was starting to like it. Jie Ram felt that he was beginning to get the taste, but perhaps it was not he who spoke, but the demon who sat inside him. Chaos was still very weak and could not gain control over the body. Jie Ram remembered his medallion and put his hand to his chest to feel the warmth from this medallion. He said that as long as he has reasons to live, he will not give up. He felt that now his reflexes and sensations were much stronger than usual. The soldier was holding a sword in his hand that had just cut the enemy's body. The enemy didn't expect his opponent to be so strong, and he just lost part of his body and one arm. He was angry with his enemy, and looked at him as a monster. Huang army soldier delivered the final blow to his opponent, and slit his throat. They finished the battle and stood next to the corpses of their enemies, watching them die. The soldier approached his commander Jie Ram and reported that the enemies were finished and all the enemy soldiers had been killed. Jie Ram turned his head towards the soldier and looked at him but did not answer. His face was stained with blood. He stood on the top of the rock and looked into the distance. The soldier stood obediently next to his commander and waited for new orders. Jie Ram watched as he descends towards the sun and hides behind the horizon. He wanted some alone time after such a difficult battle. Nahan sat with Jie in a small wooden gazebo on the edge of the river and said that not every nobleman can afford to come here from time to time and listen to the sound of the waves and the singing of birds that calm him down. Jie took a plate of food and said that this fish on the plate is called gone fish. It can only be found in this lake. Nahan suggested that the girl try this fish because it was prepared specifically for them to have dinner together. Jie understood that she had never seen such delicious food before. It seemed to her that this was not real. She hoped that this fish would be tasty. Jie turned her head to the side and saw other food items on the table. There were red delicious candies in a small plate, and the girl immediately drew attention to them. She remembered the moments of her childhood when she first saw these candies. And then she was still very small and could not believe that for the first time in her life she would try these expensive delicious candies. Jie Ram looked crippled. His head was bandaged, and he asked his sister to be quiet because they might get caught. She was very happy when she saw these sweets, and said that she had always wanted to try them but did not believe that this moment would ever come. Jie took a large candy and immediately bit into it to feel the taste of this candy. Jie Ram looked attentively at his sister and waited for her reaction. He asked if she liked the candy he brought. She smiled and replied that these are very tasty candies and said that my brother should also try them because he brought them and should also enjoy this taste. Jie Ram smiled and said that he would eat them later and first the sisters should eat and enjoy this taste. Gae remembered this moment from her childhood when she looked at the red candies and smiled as these warm memories began to pop up in her head. Na-han watched the girl carefully and didn't understand what was going on in her head right now. He turned his head to the side and called the maid to come to their table. Na-han said that he had prepared something for Gae, and at that moment a maid approached them and held something in her hands. Gae saw that the maid was holding a box with some kind of jewelry in her hands, but she did not understand what it was. Na-han said that this jewelry is called noriga and it is a traditional Korean jewelry that is given to girls as an accessory. He told her that he noticed that her norigas were already old, and thought that it would be nice to give her a new one. He raised his hand up and started scratching the back of his head, and he smiled because he felt embarrassed, and said that he hoped that she would like this accessory because he chose it himself. Gae took this noriga in her hand and began to carefully examine this decoration. When she looked at this decoration, you began to remember your brother. It was very cold in the house that day, so they threw wood into the stove and set it on fire. They sat near the fire to keep warm, and Gae Ram at that moment had a broken arm and it was bandaged with cloth so that she could rest. Gae asked her brother if it hurt him when he broke his arm, and Gae Ram replied that it doesn't hurt at all and there's no need to worry about it. Gae said that she repeatedly told him that when great danger comes, you need to run away. He smiled and once again repeated to her that everything was fine, but suddenly his hand began to hurt very much. Gae Ram began to tremble when he felt this pain and could not help himself. He was very embarrassed that he had just shown weakness in front of his sister and thought that he needed to somehow correct this situation. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes and began to look for something there. Suddenly he took out jewelry from his inner pocket and handed it to the girl and said that it was a gift for her. He held this decoration in his hand until she took it for herself. Gae took this one and was delighted with the accessories because no one had ever given her a noriga. She immediately began asking her brother a lot of questions about how much money he could use to buy her this jewelry, and was worried that he wouldn't steal it. Gae Ram began to get angry because he did not steal this jewelry, and said that he bought it for her with his own money. He lowered his head down and promised her that the next time he returned he would give her a more beautiful decoration. She looked at him and didn't even know what to answer because she didn't expect that Gae Ram was ready to do such things for her sake. Suddenly she smiled and looked at him very tenderly. Gae started laughing and said that she really likes this jewelry and will always wear it. Gae remembered this feeling when she was first given such an expensive piece of jewelry, and recalled how she held it in her hands and was afraid of breaking it. But now she has jewelry in her hand that costs much more than what she has, and she had to make a decision. She thanked the gentleman for this decoration and said that it actually looked very beautiful. Na-han was very happy because she liked this decoration. He was finally able to calm down and stop worrying. He said that it was time for them to leave because the time for their meeting was ending. Na-han put the wooden chopsticks on the table and stood up from the table. He told the girl that it was time for them to go, but she stood still and just smiled. Gae raised her head up and looked at this beautiful view that can only be seen by standing in this place. She couldn't believe her eyes. Now she saw the most beautiful picture in her entire life, and it's all thanks to the gentleman who invited her here. Na-han said that this is exactly what he wanted to show her, and is glad that she came to the meeting today and was able to see this magnificent view. Gae replied that it was incredibly beautiful, and she had never seen anything like it before. Gae Ram and his warriors were on the top of the hill and watched the sun set. They moved slowly because they were very tired, and in such beautiful weather they wanted to enjoy this moment. Gae Ram raised his hand up and waved to one of the soldiers he had seen before. Gae started crying when she looked at this sunset. She couldn't stop her tears. All she was thinking about at that moment was that she missed Gae Ram very much and wanted to see him again as soon as possible. There was an outpost of the Hwang army on the mountain, and therefore light was visible on the mountain. The man listened to the soldier's report, and did not understand how Gae Ram was able to kill 2 Mon generals at once but was unable to collect their heads. The soldier said that's exactly what happened. The man replied that he needed to get the severed heads of these generals so that he could have proof of this feat. He said that they are being brought a lot of false information about killed soldiers and without heads. They will not be able to consider this feat really. He said that he needed to record all those killed, but without evidence he could not do this. The soldier said that it would be very difficult to find the heads of the generals, but he was able to capture their bodies. The clerk asked to look at these bodies. After all, they could help him in some way. In confirmation of this feat, the soldier approached the cart on which the dead bodies were lying covered with a cloth, and he took the cloth with his hand to remove it. He picked up this cloth and showed the clerk the bodies of the killed generals. When the clerk began to look at these cases, he could not believe his eyes. The soldier said that he does not like to show the bodies of these generals because they are very mutilated and in poor condition. The clerk felt that he was feeling bad when he looked at such mutilated cases, and he began to roll his eyes. He felt so bad that he lost knowledge and foam began to appear at his mouth. The soldiers laughed with this story as an old clerk lost his creation when he saw a dead body. They were sitting near the fire and warming themselves, but suddenly they saw a man passing not far from them and decided to turn to him. The soldiers asked the young clerk why this old man lost consciousness, and the young clerk replied that it was terrible. The young clerk said that without the armor, these people looked completely different and would be impossible to recognize. He called these soldiers crazy for killing their opponents so brutally. Suddenly on the road we saw horses that were slowly moving from foot to foot and approaching these people. They looked at the people who were now passing near them. People saw a small detachment of military men driving along the city and talking about how they did not believe that such a small detachment could kill 2 generals and a commander with so many people. The guard who was just sitting near the fire said that he wants to join this detachment. The second guard said that this is a very stupid idea because each of their missions is the same as committing suicide because they end up in the hottest spots. The guard enthusiastically watched these people and said that these are not just soldiers, these are people who are ready to give their lives for the kingdom. Ga Ram at that moment stopped his horse and drank water. He listened to the guards talk about the fact that his squad are people who are walking along the path of death. He wiped his mouth with his hand after drinking water and heard an old man calling him. This old man told the young master that his father wanted to meet him. There were gold coins on the table. The gentleman was sitting in his room alone and reading the scrolls that had recently been brought to him. Suddenly a service came into his room and informed him that Ga Ram had arrived. He stood opposite his father, and the guy was covered in blood at that moment. His clothes were torn and he looked very dirty. The father looked at this guy with a dissatisfied look. He lowered his head down and looked away. He said that Ga Ram did a very good job this time and carried out his order. He put the scroll on the table and said that usually generals promote soldiers for such feats, but not in this case. The father said that this time he decided to attribute all the feats that Ga Ram performed in this battle to his brother Maru. Ga Ram at that moment did not understand what was happening and how to react to it. Father continues to tell the guy that he is still too young to become a general. Therefore, he does not need such a rank now. He unclenched his sword tightly in his hand and thought that a couple of seconds separated him from death from these idiots. But he still controlled himself. Maru said that this was payback to his brother for the fact that when they were children, they took him under their wing and did not kick him out of the house. Maru said that only thanks to their family, this useless guy was able to achieve something in his life. The father said that he was already very old and had lost his form, so he would go home. He asked the brothers not to quarrel and to help each other. He got out of bed and slowly began to leave the room. At this time, the 2 sons froze in place and did not move. Ga Ram understood that one day he would become a general despite the meanness of these people. He was calmed by the thought that this moment would come a little later. But now everything should remain as it is. Night fell and the moon was incredibly big that night. Ga was sitting in her room. I leaned my head on my hand. She thought about what happened to her today and about the moment she walked with the young master. Ga returned to the moment when they were on the shore and looked at the sunset. Nahan watched the girl and couldn't understand what was going on in her head. She was very worried about something. Ga said that she is very grateful to this young gentleman for a lot of what he did for her, and she is sure that the gentleman is a very kind person. But she says all this to the fact that her heart already belongs to another guy. She said that it was better for them not to see each other again. And she thanked him again for everything he had done for her and asked for forgiveness for the fact that she had to leave. Ga understood that everything she told this gentleman was madness, and she most likely went crazy. If her mother finds out that she rejected the young master, it will be a big disaster. Suddenly she realized that what had already been done could not be returned, and she began to joyfully shout that there was no difference because it was all because of her young face and nothing more. A man's steps were heard at the training ground, someone decided to come here at night. Na-han couldn't sleep that night because he was rejected for the first time in his life, and he was in great pain because of it. He closed his eyes and wanted to remember her again. He saw before his eyes her beautiful tender lips that told him that they could not be together. He had felt the most pain many times in his entire life, but he had never felt such pain before. She looked at him and said that they could not be together. This phrase broke up in his head. He was very angry about the events that had taken place. Suddenly the guy decided to throw out all his anger and released a huge burst of energy from his body. His energy was very strong and he was able to cut stones only thanks to his inner strength. He felt his hair flying into the air and stones flying in different directions, but this did not bother him at all. All he could think about at that moment was the girl who broke his heart today. Suddenly he heard the voice of a man who was looking for the young master, and realized that it was him he was looking for. Na-han turned his head to look at this man. The man saw the boy's gaze and immediately realized that something was happening here. He thought for a few seconds and immediately understood what happened here and why the young master was so sad. He invited the young master to take this girl using his strength, and then she definitely wouldn't be able to refuse. He said that it was very easy to do. Na-han was shocked when he heard such a proposal. It seemed to him that this should not be done towards the girls he likes. The man said that this was absolutely normal, and he was sure that the young master would not hesitate in such matters. Na-han said that he could not do this because it was wrong and this action was contrary to his principles. He said that if the young master does nothing, then the second man who is caring for this girl will take her for himself. Na-han tried to imagine that some other man would love this girl instead of him. He imagined some vile person would touch Lady Jie with his dirty hands. He said that the young master has power, which means he can take whatever he wants, so he just has to take this girl and no one will go against the Wang Yim clan. He even said that this girl would be happy with his proposal. Na-han listened carefully to everything this man told him and understood that he actually had privileges that would help him achieve her. He was unsure of himself and his abilities and could not believe that he could actually bring her back. Suddenly he made a promise to himself that he would take her at any cost even if she hated him, and immediately asked her for forgiveness in his head and promised that he would atone for his guilt throughout his life with her. The man turned around the long fence. He didn't understand how the young gentleman would be involved in politics in the future if he had such a tender heart. He began to walk further along the fence and into the fog. At this time, Jie Ram and his horse were on the shore and watched the night go by. Jie Ram sat on the edge of the shore and dreamed about something. Na-han came to his father and asked for help so that he could get this girl. The father was very thoughtful and had never seen such behavior in his son before. He understood that his son's words did not sound like a request, but rather a statement, and the son would probably threaten his father if he did not agree. The guy was obsessed with this idea and he wanted to do everything to get this girl. The father asked his son who this girl was who could interest him so much. After all, he had never noticed that his son was interested in girls before. Na-han said that this girl is from the Galgo clan. Father began to scratch his beard and try to remember where he heard about this clan because the name was very familiar to him. Na-han said that this is a clan of warriors and Lady Jie and their subordinate. The father immediately frowned on his face when he heard that his son fell in love with some ordinary girl who doesn't even hold important positions. The father said that he does not like the choice of his son, and he does not want to accept into his family a girl from the warrior clan who is a subordinate because he does not even know who adopted this child. Suddenly the father heard the voice of a girl in this room who said that the old man did not listen to his son at all. She said that this boy went through a lot to help their clan and this is the first time he asked for something. The father still did not want to agree to his son's request because it was impossible for their clan. Na-han was happy when he saw his mother enter the room. He thought that he would now have at least some support. Mom said that the influence of the Galgo clan has been growing very rapidly lately, and besides, this is the first time she has seen their son be so lively and happy. The mother said that despite his desire, the boy would still not be able to make this girl his wife if she did not love him, and she would simply be his mistress in that case. He replied that they perfectly understand all the risks, and are still ready to try to get her. Na-han was confused in his feelings and didn't understand what he needed to do. He just wanted this girl to be with him, and love him the same way he loves her. Mother approached father with a hot kettle and wanted to pour tea into his cup. The father put his cup down, and waited for his wife to pour him some hot tea. The father said that he agreed with the mother's thoughts, but still wanted to ask his son something. Na-han began to get nervous because he did not understand exactly what question his father would ask him, and therefore was preparing for anything. The father asked his son a question about how beautiful this girl is, and the guy replied that she is incredibly beautiful. People in town were gossiping that someone was getting married from the Wangiam clan, and it was a great deal for the two clans. Gae heard all these conversations of people outside her windows who were talking about how the new bride is very beautiful and now this clan will have money. She emptied her head down and sat very sadly on the bed. Gae closed her eyes and hid in the darkness for a moment. But then she suddenly opened her eyes because she understood that she couldn't hide and she had to accept her fate as it is. An old man came to her palace on his horse and stopped near the house. The old man heard a woman's voice calling him by the name of Graham and he immediately responded to this call. He saw a girl in the window who was standing near the window and waving her hand to him. The old man immediately told this girl that little Miss had grown up and become very beautiful. Gae understood that all these people call her beautiful and admire her beauty. She doesn't see what's going on inside her at all. She blew kisses to this old man and said that grandfather was very flattering to her, as if he was saying that she was very beautiful. She said that she had a request that he could only entrust to him, and took out a letter wrapped with a red ribbon. He asked, "What is this?" She said that this is a letter that needs to be given to Gae Ram, and she can only entrust this letter to old man Graham. He said that little Miss need not worry about this, and he will make sure that Gae Ram reads this letter. Gae asked not to call her little Miss anymore. Gae Ram quickly ran on his horse and was in a hurry somewhere. He was informed that the scouts had given information that a large army was approaching. The informant said that from the appearance of this army, they think that this army is heading towards Young Castle. Gae Ram stopped at the edge of the cliff to examine the areas below. From this point he could see everything that was in the immediate vicinity, and understand where this army was moving. Gae Ram watched this army of opponents move in the northern direction. The soldier received a new order from his commander that he urgently needed to notify General Beck know about this. Gae Ram asked this soldier to tell the general that his men would attack this army from behind. Gae Ram went back again in his memories and remembered how he wandered through the forest. His friend then said that if only they had their own fort on the top of that mountain they could attack the enemy in the hall. But unfortunately they didn't have a fort in those mountains at that time and therefore they couldn't do anything about it. Gae Ram asked his friend what he meant because the guy didn't understand anything at all from this idea. The guy said that the top of this mountain is flat, and therefore it is easy to build a stable fort there. And since the enemy's path will be limited, the fort will turn into an impregnable fortress. He already understood then how smart this guy was and what brilliant ideas he could come up with in military affairs. Gae Ram ordered the soldiers to use encirclement tactics so that the soldiers of the enemy army would think that they were surrounded because it would be effective, and this would be an ideal place for his army to divert their attention. Arrows were flying in the air and heading towards the opponents. The arrows flew very quickly towards the enemies. The soldiers tried to lay siege to the castle and climb up the stairs, but they were fired at with arrows and died very quickly. The defenders stood on top of the wall and very quickly broke down the opponent's ladders and threw heavy stones and arrows onto them. At that moment, a rider on horseback was running through the green hills, hurrying somewhere. This rider was not alone and another such rider rode with him in company. It was the last two who brought a report on the condition of the castle, and they reported that the siege had already begun. Gae Ram listened to the report of an informant who said that the enemy supply line passes here and is guarded by about 2,000 people. Gae Ram ordered his soldiers to follow him 30 minutes after he left, and told the captain to avoid any direct attacks by moving his men in response to enemy movements. The captain listened to all the orders and said that he would carry them out exactly as Gae Ram ordered him to do. He took his horse across the water and ordered it to run forward. He very quickly began to run forward on his horse. Gae Ram moved quickly along with his horse. What to people from the outside might seem like it was a ghost or some kind of flash rush near them. A whole detachment of soldiers was driving along the mountain serpentine transporting provisions for the army. They rode in one long line, one after another, and their carts were filled with various bags of food and ammunition. Next to the carts were soldiers who accompanied the carriers. The accompanying soldier walked calmly along the mountain serpentine road, but suddenly he heard some strange whistle. He turned his head to the side and decided to see where this whistle was coming from, and when he saw it he was immediately scared. At that moment, an enemy arrow instantly flew to him and pierced his eye. The soldier who was next to him shouted very loudly that there was an ambush here and ordered all the other soldiers to prepare for an ambush. The crossbowmen immediately took out their weapons and began to aim towards the forest, and the soldiers with shields at that moment created a protective wall using their shields. The crossbowmen immediately began shooting towards the forest, but the problem was that they did not see a single enemy there. After they had fired all their arrows, they began to observe the movements of the enemies in this forest. They looked at this forest for several seconds and there was no one there. But suddenly they saw 2 enemy archers who jumped out from behind the trees and made a quick dash into the depths of the forest. The enemy soldiers immediately began to run after these archers into the depths of the forest. Ram was at that moment on the top of the rock, watching it all from above. He realized that the enemy soldiers had taken his bait, and now he had to move on to the next stage of his plan. The soldiers ran after the fleeing archers and wanted to catch up with them as soon as possible. The crossbowman loaded a string into his crossbow and fired. The enemy archers moved very quickly and not a single arrow could catch them. They were able to dodge these arrows and run away into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the soldiers went too far into the depths of the forest, and here the archers of the Huang army were already waiting for them. They waited until these stupid soldiers walked a little further, and then jumped out from behind the trees and started shooting at them in the back, delivering unexpected blows. The soldier understood that their affairs were very bad. They had fallen into a real trap and he did not know how to get out of here. Suddenly, a large log suspended on a rope appeared above his head, and sharp thorns protruded from this log. This log was a trap that these soldiers fell into. Thanks to this trap, they were not able to kill the soldiers at once. One of them saw that his friends had just been smeared on the ground by this log to some kind of cake, but he did not even imagine that in a few seconds an arrow would pierce his head. There was a guy standing on the hill, not holding a bow in his hand. The rest of the soldiers suddenly noticed him and paid attention to him. The guy began to run away from them, and before he ran away he shouted that these soldiers were very slow and would not be able to catch up with him. The soldiers were very angry because the archer had just insulted. Anger and hatred for their enemies clouded their minds and they decided to run after this archer, not realizing that this was a common provocation. As soon as they wanted to run after this guy, for some reason they immediately decided to stop. The soldier was the first to climb to the top of the hill, and realized that there was no point in running further. In front of him was a large contingent of the Huang army. There were about 100 archers standing there, and in front of them were infantrymen armed with shields. They didn't understand what to do because it was a real trap from which it was no longer possible to get out. Capellan archers said that the enemies were probably very tired when they were running after them through the forest with such heavy armor. He suggested that the enemy soldiers take some rest and reunite with the land. At that moment, black smoke could be seen from the mountain serpentine, reaching almost to the sky. The soldier was very happy when he looked at how the enemy's provisions were now burning. His face at that moment was all black from ash and soot, and his beard and mustache were slightly burned. This soldier threw fire and laughed with his friends because his beard could not withstand such fire. The soldier ran to Major Ram and reported that enemy soldiers were approaching from behind and wanted to attack suddenly. Ram heard the sound of the hooves of the enemy army, which was approaching them very quickly, and realized that he needed to make a quick decision in such a situation. Ram ordered his soldiers to go with him to the mountain, and then strike the enemy army from behind, and ordered the soldiers who act as bait to be ready to retreat when necessary. The soldier asked Ram not to worry about this because he knows this landscape like the back of his hand. The soldiers from the decoy squad shouted very loudly to the idiot from the Mon clan that they were here and provoked them to run after them. A man's hand clenched into a fist hit the table very hard. The gentleman was very angry and indignant due to the fact that all supply routes were cut off and now they would have no way to send new provisions here. The informant said that the enemies had their own fort on the mountain, which they knew nothing about, and thanks to this, the enemies were able to destroy all the routes along which provisions were sent here. The gentleman began to shout very loudly that the scouts were absolutely useless since they could not find out that the enemy army had their own fort on the rock and ordered to execute these scouts for their stupidity. He said that these cunning idiots just sat and calmly waited for their first supply line to pass by. The guy said they were sending an extra 20,000 troops, and they needed that supply line. But to do this, They will need to temporarily stop the advance of the army towards Yongsu Castle and stop at the places where they are now. The gentleman was very angry because of this news and threw his leg on the table. He needed to think carefully before making his decision. The gentleman said that it would be a long battle and Yang Castle gave them a lot of trouble, which they basically expected. If they couldn't get past them, then they would simply become a laughing stock for the rest of the clans. Huang army flag raised up. The general's assistant stood next to the general and Maru. He said that from the latest news it is known that Major Jie Ram's plan is working. General Beck said that anyway, most likely they would have time to catch their breath and prepare for the next battle. But now they could only wait for reinforcements that were supposed to arrive in the coming days. Maru was angry that his brother was again in the spotlight and left as a hero for all the soldiers. Jie Ram returned to his tent and threw his sword on the table. He began to unbuckle his belt and take it off himself. After that, he slowly began to take off his clothes in which he fights. When he took off all the protective clothing, he threw it on the table. Jie Ram suddenly noticed that there was some strange thing lying on the table that was not there before and immediately decided to pay attention there. He saw a letter that was lying on the table and was tied with a red ribbon. Jie Ram reached out with his hand to this letter in order to take it, and immediately realized that this letter was written to him from Jie. He began to read this letter and carefully report on each line in order to understand what she wanted to tell him with this letter. He slowly read each word and tried to freeze in this moment. He continued until he understood the whole essence of her words. But when she told him in this letter about what was happening in her life now, it was as if she felt a very strong internal pain. He couldn't believe that all this was actually happening to him now. Jie Ram lowered his head down and clutched this letter in his hand. But then he picked up this letter again and decided to read it again. Jie Ram could not stand and remain inactive in this situation, so he immediately made a dash towards the exit. He ran very fast and could not stop. He needed to act urgently. Jie Ram approached his horse and wanted to leave the military fort in the middle of the night. Then he began to climb on his horse in order to leave from here. One soldier saw him and asked the gentleman what he was doing. Jie Ram stopped for a moment and froze. He stopped moving and climbing on his horse. He didn't understand what this soldier wanted from him. These soldiers turned out to be the captain of the archer unit, and he asked Major Jie Ram if he needed a guard to accompany him. Jie Ram realized that the captain was loyal to his night departure, and therefore began to continue to climb onto his horse. He threw his leg over the horse's back and sat astride it. Jie Ram said that he is transferring all command of this fort to Commander Hai Wu. He told the commander that if things went very badly, then he needed to leave this place and join the main army. Hai Wu watched Mine drive off into the distance, leaving him with all the management of this place. He didn't know what happened in this guy's life. But one thing he knew for sure was that this man wouldn't just run away into the distance in the middle of the night. Jie Ram continued to run very quickly, and did not stop for a second. He wanted to get to Gai as quickly as possible and find out everything. Two men stood on top of a hill and watched the mountain that was opposite them. The guy was thoughtfully silent and looked at this mountain. He said that he understood the mood of this fort, and he realized that the structure itself was very primitive, and could be easily destroyed. The assistant said that this area looks very dangerous, and even despite the fact that the forte structure itself looks unreliable. The gentleman said that this battle will be very difficult. He began to examine the surrounding lands and realized that there must be something else here. But suddenly he saw a warrior riding his horse along the mountain. The gentleman immediately realized that this was some soldier from the Huang army who could be useful to them. He said that if they managed to catch this soldier, then they could get useful information about this place from him. He ordered his subject Ta Nak that the hunt begins now and asked to send people after this soldier. The horse ran so fast that its hooves and horseshoes gradually began to wear off into dust, but it still continued to run. Jie Ram did not stop for a second and rushed forward towards the meteor that flies in outer space. He looked ahead and waited for the moment when he would finally arrive at the place and be able to see her. But suddenly his horse fell into a trap and its legs tripped over the taut rope. The horse began to lose its balance and fall, and the guy at that moment realized that there was an ambush here. He saw that his horse could no longer stand on his feet and began to fall. He forgot that there could be enemy troops in this forest who had set their traps here, and therefore ended up in this unpleasant situation. Jie Ram fell and slid along the ground. He tried to hold on to some stones with his hands to stop sliding. He sat on the ground and tried to get up, but his body hurt very much. And the horse at that moment was lying on the ground and was afraid. His horse Anan was lying and could not get up. She hit herself very hard when she fell to the ground and now she needed treatment. Enemy soldiers approached Jie Ram and presented a sword to his neck, which they threatened him with. The soldiers said that this guy has nowhere to rush anymore because now he is coming with them. Jie Ram looked at this soldier and thought that he had found himself in a very stupid situation, and now he needed to somehow get out of this situation. The mistress wiped the leaves of the trees that grew at home and told her husband about her plan for how she wanted to marry off the maid. The husband was very surprised when his wife suggested marrying this girl to the Huanggem clan. She said that this is a good opportunity for them because this marriage is a good idea from a financial point of view. He said that nothing good would come from possessing such power in the future. And this marriage is a very risky idea. He said that this is a very dangerous marriage, especially if Jie Ram returns from the battlefield and finds out that they married Jie and without his permission, he will get angry and create real chaos here. She said that she didn't even want to hear this guy's name, and asked her husband to never think about him again. She accused her husband of the fact that when he took this child into his custody, he betrayed her father, and this boy should be grateful that they allowed him to stay in their clan. She said that since her father died she has been the leader of the clan, and she believes that this is the right choice. He understood that his wife's decision was a very stupid idea and she herself did not understand what she was doing, but he was unable to stop her. Jie Ram began to resist the soldiers who wanted to take him hostage. He was able to beat several soldiers with his bare hands who tried to grab him using martial arts. After he was able to single-handedly beat up the entire squad of opponents, he felt that his hand hurt very much because he also hit the armor. There were other soldiers on the mountain at that moment, and they started shouting that this guy was able to single-handedly beat up an entire squad and ordered to catch him. Jie Ram saw these people on the top of the mountain and realized that they would now hunt him. He thought that he didn't have time to deal with these soldiers. He needed to get to the village as quickly as possible. He made a quick dash and began to run towards the forest in order to hide from the eyes of these soldiers. Jie Ram was so shocked by the news from the letter that Jie sent him and that he forgot that there were soldiers from the Mon army in this vicinity. He only now began to notice that his decisions were sometimes too rash. But he still understood that he needed to hurry. Suddenly an enemy soldier jumped out of the bushes holding a sword in his hand and attacked the guy. This soldier shouted that he was finally able to find the fleeing enemy, and now he would catch him. Jie Ram saw that the enemy's sword was already very close to his neck now. If no action was taken, he might simply die. He was able to dodge this blow, and then grabbed the enemy soldier by the hand. He threw the enemy to the ground and hit his head against a stone with all his might. The soldier could not withstand such a blow, and immediately lost consciousness. He lowered his head down, and realized that he would have to resist these enemies all the way. The soldiers shouted that they had found this guy and called everyone here to catch him. Jie Ram took the sword from the ground and raised it. Now it was his weapon. He immediately made a dash forward, otherwise he would run away from these soldiers. He ran very fast because he needed to break away from them and calmly get to the village. But unfortunately these soldiers did not want to let him go, and they constantly ran next to him. He turned his head to another story but saw that on the other side one soldier was also running after him, and he realized that they wanted to surround him. The soldier stopped and took out a throwing spear to throw it at the fleeing enemy. He took good aim and threw the enemy, who did not suspect anything at that moment. Jie Ram continued to run forward and felt a strange sensation as if he was in danger right now. He turned his head to the side and noticed that a spear was flying towards him. He reacted very quickly to the spear flying towards him. After all, if he had not had such a good reaction, he would probably have died a long time ago. Jie Ram raised his sword and blocked the flying spear. At that moment, another enemy attacked him from the other side. At the very last moment he noticed the enemy's sword, which was already near his face. After the impact there was a very large splash of blood that scattered in different directions. Jie Ram dodged this blow, and was able to strike his opponent in return. The soldier felt very severe pain in his body and began coughing up blood. The blood of this soldier slowly dripped onto the guy's face. He pulled the sword out of this guy's body and looked at his corpse. Then he turned his head to the right side and saw that there was a whole detachment of enemy soldiers there. At that moment Jie Ram was only thinking about the fact that he had little time. The soldier shouted that the enemy is very fast and they need to be careful. Ram was armed with a blade thanks to which he could make very fast attacks and fight several opponents at once. Ram cut the throat of one of the soldiers who stood in his way with a small blade and immediately struck the second enemy with a sword that was in his left hand. The blow from the sword was so strong that the soldier had a dent in his shield, and he could not stand on his feet and began to fall. The soldier only now realized that the enemy they were hunting was a very strong warrior. Ram understood that he was now fighting with these soldiers for the right to survive and immediately cut this soldier's throat with his blade. Suddenly, another soldier jumped out from behind the trees, holding a sword in his hands and wanting to strike from behind. Ram heard that someone was behind him and immediately reacted. He turned around, blocked his opponent's blow, and immediately struck back and pierced the soldier's body with his sword. The soldier who was shooting spears flinched at that moment because he had never seen someone kill their opponents so brutally. Ram at that moment thrust a blade into the eye of one of the soldiers and the soldier began to scream very loudly in pain. He stood in the same position in which he threw the blade and watched as his enemy slowly fell to the ground and died. He stood on a hill and the corpses of his opponents lay around him. Ram tried to understand whether he was able to kill all the enemies or if there was anyone else left here. He thought that he needed to immediately leave here until the rest of the soldiers arrived. He began to take the first steps to leave this forest, but suddenly a huge warrior appeared behind him and wanted to stab him from behind using his fingers. The hands of this warrior began to approach Ram's head in order to inflict damage. He hit very hard and after he completed his attack an explosion occurred near him, and the earth began to fly in different directions. A huge cloud of dust began to fly into the air and nothing was visible in this place. He waited until the cloud of dust scattered in different directions, and he could finally see what happened to this guy. Suddenly he said that this boy is very lucky. When the cloud of dust disappeared, he saw that a large hole had appeared in the ground, but this guy was no longer here. Ram did not understand what happened here and where this powerful warrior came from. The warrior again began to accumulate energy in his hands in order to deliver the next attack. The warrior said that he does not want to kill this guy but he has no other choice and he cannot guarantee that after his attack this boy will be safe and sound. Ram filmed that this enemy looked very dangerous, but he still didn't scare him. Ram knew that he simply had no other way back and he must destroy his enemy in order to stay alive. He jumped up and struck with his sword, but the warrior was able to block this blow using his iron bracers. Ram was very surprised when he saw that this guy blocked the sword strike with his hand. Previously, he thought that only he could block a blow like that, but he was mistaken. The warrior said that he had not seen such interesting opponents for a long time and described Ram as a very aggressive warrior. At this moment, the warrior had already accumulated a sufficient amount of energy in his hand and struck. His fingers were hard as stone and they hit vital organs when they came into contact with Ram's body. He didn't expect the enemy's blow to be so strong and immediately began coughing up blood. Ram could not stand on his feet and began to fly backwards in the air. He was an experienced warrior and had gone through a huge amount of battle, so he was able to stay on his feet and land normally after he was thrown back. He asked his enemy how he managed to block the sword with his bare hands and not take damage. The warrior replied that he used ki energy. And I was surprised that Ram was so surprised by this technique. His hands slowly began to pulsate and make smooth movements. Most likely he again began to accumulate energy in his fingers. The warrior said that ordinary people call this technique the art of the sage, because only a select few can master it. He again decided to strike the same blow that he had done before. But this time Ram was already ready and knew how to dodge this attack. He swung his sword and tried to strike his enemy at the moment when they were as close to each other as possible. The warrior tried to jump back and was able to dodge this sword blow. He immediately blocked the next sword strike with his palm. His hands were so hard that they could be compared to stone, and therefore he did not feel pain when his palm came into contact with the blade of the sword. The warrior said that this Ram cannot do anything to him because his sword is useless against a person who trains his mind and his body. He took the sword from the guy's hands and immediately stabbed him in the chest with his right hand and tore his skin. He clenched his fingers into a fist, and now his hand turned into a very strong stone that could cause incredible damage. He was very angry with his opponent, and although he wanted to take out all his anger on him, The warrior struck very quickly at his enemy. His hands turned into strong stone, and then immediately stopped sharp as a blade. Ram had never seen anything like this before and didn't know how to resist this enemy. He felt a very strong pain that tore his body apart. He saw blood flying in different directions, and could only scream in pain. The warrior at that moment looked like an incredibly large demonic entity standing over the body of a wounded enemy. He said that Ram would never be able to cut his body with such a sword because it is a very weak sword. Ram didn't know what to answer to this guy, and all he did was sit on the ground and try not to lose consciousness from the pain. Suddenly chaos appeared in his head and asked Ram why he was now sitting on the ground like a weakling and inactive. He invited Ram to release him, and then he would definitely be able to deal with this warrior. Ram ordered the demon to shut up and never appear again. He took his blade with his hand, which was now lying on his lap, and realized that he needed to continue the battle. He got up from the ground and struck his enemy, and he even managed to cut his opponent's flesh and splash out the blood from his body. The warrior did not understand what had just happened and how this guy managed to cut his body. Ram clenched his teeth very hard to overcome the feeling of pain. He shouted at his enemy and ordered him to get out of the way while he was still alive. Ram made a dash forward after that. He jumped and decided to deliver the final blow to his enemy to kill him. The warrior began to get angry because this guy was very arrogant and did not want to give up. He caught Ram in the air with his hand and pierced his body with his fingers, after which blood began to flow out of Ram's body. He pulled his fingers out of his body, and the splash of blood became even stronger. Ram fell to the ground and hit his head very hard. He could no longer control his body after the damage he received. He was still conscious, despite the fact that he received incredibly heavy damage, but it was difficult for him to rise from the earth. The warrior saw that this guy had stuck part of his blade into his body. He had never seen a normal blade pierce his body before. Suddenly he looked at this guy who should now be lying on the ground and writhing in pain, but everything was completely different, and at that moment, he was shocked. Ram stood up from the ground and slowly began to walk forward. He ordered this warrior to step aside and not interfere with his walk along this forest. He looked at his enemy and said that he needed to move on and he didn't want to fight anymore, but the warrior didn't understand where this guy's strength came from. He took him by the head with his hand and said that he appreciated his opponent's persistence, but he was already tired of playing with him. The warrior pressed his palm on his head and Ram felt incredible pain because this guy's palm was very strong. Ram felt severe pain in his head and began to fall backwards. He remembered that Jae wrote in a letter that she was getting married. She wrote to him that she wanted Ram to live freely and stop worrying about her. He read in the letter that Jae and she wants to achieve her happiness in this way, but he saw in this letter only her sadness. He knew that he couldn't die because he wanted to see her again. Ram understood that he had to go to Gai. Suddenly he grabbed this warrior's hand with his hand. The warrior did not understand how this was even possible, and why this guy was still able to move. Ram was still able to stand on his feet, and even tried to resist this warrior. He experienced incredible pain throughout his entire body. Despite this, he was ready to continue the battle. Ram pulled his enemy's arm using all his remaining strength. Suddenly there was a large splash of blood. A few seconds later this warrior was already standing without one arm and bleeding. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to understand anything and felt severe pain. Ram stood opposite him and held his severed hand in his hands. Ram's demonic eye was activated again, and he accused his opponent of using his tribe's art of Kyanki for other purposes. He threw the severed hand on the ground and said that these people simply use this technique to lie, humiliate and take advantage of two from each other, but this power was given to them so that they would help each other and live in harmony. Ram said that they were taught the art of the sage so that they could reunite with nature, but all they do is kill and humiliate those who are weaker than them. The demon's eye began to glow even brighter than before, and he said that nothing changes in this world and people have never learned to use their power for its intended purpose. The warrior did not understand what was happening. He looked at his opponent and saw in him some kind of monster that could not be killed. At this time the city was quiet and peaceful and full of life. A feast was to take place in one of the rich houses that evening. An old man in yellow clothes with outstretched arms approached the owner of the house and apologized for being late. He explained that he was delayed because he needed to make a detour around the Mank invasion. The owner replied that they didn't come on time because the feast was starting right now. The old man smiled and said that after this marriage his friend would finally become a nobleman. And after that he began to laugh and asked him to never forget his old friends. He replied that he could not even dream about it, and that nobility for him was something that was impossible to achieve. They slowly began to walk into the house and discuss the details of their cooperation and the marriage that was to take place, followed by servants holding gifts in their hands. The warrior decided not to fight this monster anymore and made it to the side and began to run away as far as possible from this killer. He ran to the limit of his capabilities in order to leave this forest as quickly as possible and hide from the eyes of this monster. He screamed very loudly while running because he was in incredibly severe pain. But he understood that if he screamed so loudly this guy would definitely be able to find him. He did not understand who his opponent was and made the assumption that this guy was a shaman because he had an incredibly large amount of energy, and this is not normal for an ordinary person. He understood that his opponent was not just possessed by a demon, he himself was a demon. All he thought about at that moment was that he needed to run and not stop. But suddenly he saw that there was a cliff in front of him, and there was nowhere to run further. The guy stopped and tried to think what to do now. He looked down but didn't see anything that could help him. He stood on the edge of the cliff and tried to find at least some opportunity to get down, but there were no paths that could help him get down from the cliff. He turned his head back and saw danger approaching him. Ram was able to catch up with this warrior and drive him into a trap. Very strong black energies similar to smoke were released from the guy's body. The warrior understood that he was now in a hopeless situation, and he had no other choice but to fight. He put his hand forward and said that he would gather all his strength in one last blow, and try to protect himself. Ram was surprised that his enemy stopped running away and decided to fight again. He said that he liked to run after this warrior like a prey throughout the forest, and if he doesn't continue to run away then it's very boring. He lunged towards his opponent to strike. The warrior still has a lot of control over his left hand and has accumulated enough internal energy in it to make a strike. He hit the floor of the rock with his hand and the blow was so strong that the stones began to crack and break. The warrior decided that the best way to leave here would be to simply break the rocks so that they both would begin to fall down. The warrior saw that his opponent was about to run away and managed to grab him by the leg in time. Ram didn't understand why you idiot was trying to drag him along with you. The warrior said that this is the first time he has encountered such an enemy, and he is not yet completely sure that this guy is a man. But one thing he knew for sure is that they will both die here today in this place. They slowly flew down and large stones flew near them and crashed into them and struck them. There were a large number of stones that fell down, and they flew very quickly. After a few minutes, all the stones fell to the ground, but there were still small stones that did not have time to reach. From the rock that was once solid and large, ruins and stones remained. Suddenly the stones began to shake and tremble, which meant that someone was under them and was trying to escape. Suddenly, the stones began to scatter to the side and a bloody hand appeared from under the rubble, which was still able to move. Ram was able to get out from under the rubble and was still alive. His body was mangled and he had many wounds from which blood flowed. He threw the stones in different directions and made a big explosion to make room for himself. He slowly began to walk forward and black energy continued to be released from his body. Chaos said that this is the only body that can withstand his strong energy. He looked at his hands and his wounded body and said that he would not let this guy die so easily because he had plans for this body. He stood on the top of a cliff and watched what was happening far from him. The soldiers were quietly going about their business in a military camp that was not posted here. But suddenly they saw something very strange. The soldiers saw a guy who had just fallen off a cliff and was now standing right in front of them. They were discussing among themselves that this crazy guy had just tried to bring these big boulders down on them. They didn't understand who he was and why he appeared here. But the only thing they didn't know was that they needed to catch him to find out why he was here. Ram stood at the top of the scale, watched all these soldiers who were now aggressive and looked at him angrily. His clothes were stained with blood and his body had a large number of wounds and cuts. Chaos began to laugh and said that he had completely forgotten that there is only one type of creature on this earth. He said that these creatures are just an ordinary pack of animals with evil intentions and stupid desires. The soldiers didn't understand what this guy was talking about, but they didn't exactly understand that he had just called them stupid animals. Chaos began to awaken its anger, and warm it inside this guy's body, and thanks to this filled him with incredibly strong energy. He crouched down to make a jump and began to shout at these soldiers because he hated them because they appeared on this earth. They were shocked by this guy's behavior because he was completely crazy when he decided to attack a huge number of warriors alone. Ram was in the void and again floated in this beautiful world. He enjoyed the peace and quiet that surrounded him. Here he could be happy and smile unlike in real life. When he hit him, a giant yellow sphere appeared that attracted his body to itself like a magnet. He gradually began to immerse himself in this area. Ram felt a very pleasant sensation when he dived into this giant yellow ball. A guy with long white hair dressed in white clothes stood in the middle of a yellow field. He was all alone but was still able to smile and enjoy life. Suddenly he turned his head. This man held a small white rabbit in his hands and said that another new life had appeared here. He showed this rabbit to Chaos and asked him how beautiful it was. The soldiers began to run towards Ram in order to attack him. The soldiers shouted very loudly in order to intimidate his enemy before striking him. But his tactics did not work, and all he could achieve was that Ram cut off his head with one blow. The blood of slain enemies began to fly in the air. Ram took the ball from one of the opponents, otherwise chopped the bodies of enemies. He took the flag from a dead soldier in order to use it as his new weapon. Now he was armed with two types of weapons: a fast sword in his left hand, and in his right hand he held a flag with a sharp tip. Chaos felt a huge amount of anger, and this gave him a great surge of strength, and he was able to pierce 4 opponents with a spear at once. He was blowing steam out of his mouth because it was very cold outside. Chaos wanted to mock his enemies and show them his dominance, so he raised the dead soldiers to the top. The soldiers were frightened by this behavior of their enemy, and they did not understand where you came from. Chaos began to laugh and asked the soldiers why do they stand still and do nothing when they see their killed brothers? He raised his head up so that his enemies could see his demonic eyes and told his enemies to come to him because he was just beginning to get the hang of it. Chaos felt complete dominance over the body, and therefore, although he had as much fun as possible killing his opponents, and therefore he maimed and brutally killed to satiate his hunger. The soldiers tried to resist and keep their enemy at a distance, but nothing worked because the enemy was very fast and cut them with his swords. They did not have time to follow the movements of their opponent, and did not even understand at what moment they died. Chaos continued to brutally kill his enemies and cut their bodies, after which each time he saw a large splash of blood. He stood on the corpses of dead soldiers and held the head of one of the enemy and stuck his fingers into his eyes. The soldiers were shocked when they saw such cruelty. Many of them had gone through a lot of battle and they had never met such a cruel killer. Chaos felt that something was happening inside his head, and he did not understand how to resist this feeling. A white butterfly flew in the air and flapped its beautiful wings. She extended her hand forward and the butterfly began to fly to her hand to land. She asked Chaos, "Does he see the same thing that she sees?" The girl smiled and said that after they filled this empty land, everything immediately became different here. She released the butterfly to fly further and said goodbye to it. After that she said that thanks to Jean's energy, this earth was now carried by living beings. She turned her head, smiled and said that everything exists in this world only thanks to Chaos. Suddenly an invisible portal appeared in the air, as if someone was trying to get here from another world. A black head began to appear from the portal, and it was the head of Chaos who was trying to get into this world. He slowly began to pass through this portal and move his body into this space. Ram was very surprised when he saw Chaos here and could not understand what this demonic creature was doing here. The girl walked along with Chaos through the golden fields of this beautiful dimension. Chaos followed her and was silent, thinking that a difficult conversation was now ahead. They walked along a giant golden field and Chaos suddenly said that he assumed that this could all happen someday. He told his interlocutors that she could see right through him, just as he could look inside her and see everything that was happening in her thoughts. Chaos said that he feels the presence of another person here who is also watching a fragment from his memory that he hid. Ram understood that we were talking about him now. Chaos said that he is not happy with the presence of a stranger here who for some reason sees what he should not see. He ordered the boy to go away and never appear in his memories again. Garam saw that his body was slowly beginning to be absorbed by black energy tentacles. He was too weak to resist this black energy. The tentacles began to slowly consume his body and take him away from this world, but he wanted to stay here a little longer to see the continuation of this story. Ga Ram sat on a mountain of corpses and did not move. The warriors were afraid to come closer to this killer because they did not want to die. The soldiers began to communicate with each other about what was happening now, and why this guy was behaving so strangely. He stopped moving and froze in this position. He had been sitting for several minutes without making any movements. The soldiers did not understand what to do. The situation was very strange. One soldier from the crowd shouted that they should just kill this guy while they have the chance, but the rest of the soldiers were very intimidated and did not agree to do it. He said that he simply has no other choice and he must do it himself in order to finally put an end to this monster. He picked up a wooden spear and decided to strike in order to finally finish off this enemy. The spear was quickly approaching Ga Rama's body. The soldier was able to pierce the enemy's body with his spear and saw blood splash out of his body. The rest of the soldiers watched all this from the side and were happy that it worked. But suddenly the demon came to life and pulled out a spear from his stomach and held it tightly in his hand. The soldier understood that he was beginning to lose control of the situation, and he could not take his spear back because his enemy was stronger. Ga Ram pulled the spear from the soldier's hands and took it for himself. He raised this spear up and made a swing in order to throw it to his enemy. The soldier understood that he would not have time to evade and hide from this monster. He would have to pay for the fact that he had just awakened the devil again. Ga Ram threw a spear at the enemy, and the enemy flew back and pushed several soldiers with his body. He froze in this position and watched as the enemy flew into the distance and knocked down the rest of the enemies. Ga Ram rolled his eyes upward and felt that control over his body was returning to him, but he did not remember what had just happened. He looked at his bloody hand and didn't understand where he got such incredibly great strength. He tried to remember the last events that happened to him, and remembered that he began to fall down along with the one-armed warrior. Ga Ram only now began to understand that chaos once again saved his life and did not allow him to die. He clenched the sword in his hand, and slowly began to get up and leave from here. He remembered that his goal was to return to Gae as soon as possible. He looked around him and saw a very cruel picture of real life. The bodies of killed opponents were scattered around him. There were a huge number of them, and they were all lying on top of each other. Ga Ram wanted to know the answer to only one question: why the path to Gai is so long and dangerous. He didn't understand why he couldn't just calmly go to her and not kill anyone on his way. Ga Ram inserted their flag into the bodies of dead soldiers to show his dominance over them. He attacked the enemy warrior in order to clear the way for himself. Ga Ram made a quick dash towards him in order to attack him. He took a leap and then placed his foot on the enemy's armor. Ga Ram wanted to take advantage of the fact that his enemy had now lost his balance and could not stand on his feet, so he decided to stick a sword into his chest. He stuck his ball into his chest and slowly began to pierce his body, and the soldier screamed very loudly in pain at this moment. He felt that he would not be able to survive such a wound and suddenly began coughing up blood. The soldier understood that he needed to somehow stop his enemy and decided to grab the hilt of his sword with his hand. He was very surprised that this soldier was still resisting and holding on to his life so fiercely. The soldier said that now he understands that all the rumors that were said about this demon were true, and he has no doubt that this guy was able to kill their general. The soldier said that this guy could be a real monster, but their country is also infested with non-humans and Ga Ram will soon die from the sword of the Manhwa people. Ga Ram continued to slowly pierce the body of his enemy, and looked at how this soldier was suffering and writhing in pain. He said that he has no doubt that he will die from the sword of his enemy, but this will definitely not happen soon. Ga Ram began to quickly thrust his sword into his enemy, and said that now the only one who will die is this soldier. He would no longer be able to hold this sword with his hands and let go of it. Suddenly a large splash of blood appeared and this soldier died like all the other soldiers who tried to resist the demon of the battlefield. Ga Ram pulled the sword out of the enemy's body, and blood slowly began to flow down the blade of the sword and drip onto the ground. He stood over the body of a dead enemy, and watched as a detachment of enemy soldiers had just fallen by his hand. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. He could not believe that the path to Gai should be so difficult and involve such a large number of victims. He threw his sword on the ground and the sword made a very loud sound. Ga Ram slowly began to go into the distance and leave this battlefield behind him. He left only the bodies of dead soldiers. In the city at that moment it was deep night, and it was very quiet. But in this building everything was completely different. He slowly began to approach this building. Ram was covered in blood. His clothes were torn and cut. And on his body there were a large number of scars and wounds. He stopped in front of this building and saw that there was a fire in this yard and it was very noisy. He slowly began to approach the door, and heard people inside this yard laughing very loudly. Ram stopped near the central gate, and was preparing for the fact that he would now need to get there. He extended his hand forward to the wooden gate, and then began to knock on the doors with his fist. Ram didn't understand why no one opens the door for him, and doesn't respond to him knocking. He decided to knock even harder with his fist so that he would be heard. Ram heard the voices of two men who were on the other side of the doors. They were talking about the fact that most likely more guests had come. The security guard opened the creaky door and decided to see who had brought it to their house so late. When he saw the guy standing near the gate, he was shocked because he didn't expect such a person to come here. He thought that this bloodstained beggar had clearly made the wrong gate. He needed to be driven away because he didn't want you to have trouble in their home. Ram stood near the gate and was covered in blood and looked very bad. His head was bowed down, and he looked with tired eyes at the guard. The man said that he will now bring food to this beggar, and after that the guy will have to get away from here. Ram calmed down this guard by explaining to him that he lives here, and the guard made a mistake when he confused him with a beggar. There was a tense pause between them for a few seconds, and they just looked at each other. The guard closed his eyes and smiled. After that he made a stern expression on his face, and said that this guy probably just joked, or went crazy when he said that he lives here. He extended his hand forward and said that he has been working here for a very long time, and he cannot be fooled so easily. He knows that the eldest son of this clan is now in battle. He said that he didn't believe this beggar, and he should have dressed better if he wanted to deceive the guard. But no one would beat him today because everyone was busy preparing for tomorrow's event. Ram lowered his head and stood silently for several seconds, not answering this guard. Suddenly Ram began to laugh when he heard that all the people in this house are preparing for tomorrow's holiday, and he felt funny that he was not invited. The guard didn't understand what was happening to this strange guy, and why he suddenly started laughing. Has he gone crazy? Ram asked the guard if it seemed strange to him that the soldiers of the Mank army knew him by sight, but his own people from his clan did not know who he was. Ram looked at this guy and suddenly thanked him, but he did not immediately explain why exactly he decided to thank this guard. Ram said that thanks to the daring behavior of this guard, he was able to come to his senses and did not cry, and this guard was able to pull him out of his sad state. A few seconds later the gate of this building was broken. A strong explosion occurred and the wooden parts of this gate were scattered in different directions. People were sitting at the table and were shocked when they saw that the gate had just exploded. They began to communicate with each other about what had just happened, and none of them could give a clear answer to this question, and everyone could only communicate with guesses. The guard sat on the ground and covered his head with his hands. He was very scared when he saw the strength of this guy. Ram was slowly passing through the foggy smoke at that moment. He saw that a large number of men were now standing in front of him, who were outraged by the sudden appearance of this guy. Ram experienced a lot of deaths during the time he got here, and a small bunch of indignant men did not scare him. People from his clan behaved as disgustingly as possible. After all, they did not know the face of their master, and were surprised that this stranger came here without an invitation. Ram said that everything that happens here is the problem of his clan, and it has nothing to do with their people. The man did not agree with this stranger, and said that he would not forgive this guy for creating such a mess here. The guys from this clan immediately grabbed their weapons and said that something fun would finally start, and they would have to catch the criminal because up to that moment it was very boring here. Ram stood in the center of the courtyard and watched as these guys slowly surrounded him in order to attack him. The girl in the purple dress ran as fast as she could in order to prevent this conflict. Ram understood that these guys themselves chose the option of fighting. Although he offered them an alternative option, do not interfere and be calm, so he immediately began to strike his opponents. He was very angry because he had to go through a lot on the way here, but even when he returned home he had to fight. He single-handedly began to knock down soldiers and men from the enemy tribe, and they did not know how to resist this mad guy. The girl was finally able to run to my lord's room to tell him what was happening, but she needed to catch her breath for a few seconds before she could say anything. Ram continued to beat his enemies. He even had to attack people from his clan because they also tried to resist him. He was very angry with them because they did not recognize their own master, and began to behave so brazenly towards him. Ram at that moment felt like he could explode with anger because all he wanted was to just see Gae and rest after such a terrible journey. But what he got was not at all like what he originally wanted. She informed her lord that something terrible was happening on the street, and the lord must see it all with his own eyes. The old man looked carefully at the girl and was surprised because she was so restless. She couldn't even imagine what happened in the yard and why she was so worried. Ram stood in the center of the courtyard and watched the sun rise. Around him lay beaten guys who could not even get up after receiving damage. The lord, along with his guests and assistants, went out into the courtyard and saw a terrible picture. He didn't even know how to describe this mess in words. Ram stood silently in the center of the courtyard and watched how the morning was created thanks to the sun. Suddenly an old man came out of the crowd and began to carefully examine this guy. This old man was the only person among all those present here who was able to immediately recognize the young master Ram. The security guard who had been sitting near the broken gate all this time was only able to realize at that moment that the person he did not want to let through was actually a young gentleman. The lord was very angry about the whole situation that happened here, and he started shouting at his son and asking what happened here. Ram looked at his father and told him that he looked very frightened, as if he had seen a ghost in front of him, and the men slowly began to rise from the ground after being beaten by the young master. The guy could not stand on his feet without the help of a stick and staggered all the time. Most of these men had broken arms or legs, their heads were bandaged, they had bruises and scars on their faces. The master began to shout at his subordinates for being pathetic idiots who could not cope with a crowd of one person. The man asked the lord if he knew who this young gentleman was who beat all these people. The old man said that he had already seen this boy once and suggested that this was most likely the eldest adopted son named Ram. The gentleman immediately realized that this was the same child and was surprised that this boy grew up to be such a good warrior. He said that it must be a great shame for the Galgo clan that they adopted him. The elder said that this boy was not raised by this family, he was simply tamed as a pet. The old man said that he remembers when he saw this boy for the first time. The old man said that this boy resembled a wild animal more than a man, and he looked very bad. It was a real beast that fought on the battlefield like ordinary frightened animals fight. That day he was very surprised when he saw this boy and did not understand what he was doing here. The only thought that was in his head then was the thought of how the clan tamed such an animal. He said that now he sees that the leash that finds the relationship of this guy is like a rotten rope, and thanks to this guy the clan made a name for itself. He said that if you look closely, you can see that this is the most ordinary sand castle, and they live in a time when some clans appear and others die. Ram stood in the yard opposite his father, and understood that the old man would try to scold him for such a sudden invasion. The old man began to explain to the guy that he shouldn't do this to the guests who came to their feast. Ram answered his father that this is his home, and he can behave here as he wants. If these guests don't like something, then that's their problem. The father began to shout at the boy for leaving his military post and coming here. If he did not immediately return back, he would be caught and arrested for desertion. Ram answered his father that he should listen carefully to his words and said that no people would stand in the way of Ram. The old man said that he did not believe that his son was now going to take over the state and his people and suggested that the boy had gone completely crazy due to the constant murders. Ram said that he kills enemies not because he wants to do it, but because he is given such an order. He said that every day he goes into battle because his father sent him there, and he fights every day and wins the battle so that everyone knows the majesty of his family. Ram said that he could not fight and waste his time on these endless battles because he gets nothing in return, but he had one reason for which he lived all his life. Ram began to get angry and his eyes suddenly changed their color to white, and the guy said that his father wants to take away from him the last reason for which he lives in this world, and is his meaning in life. The father was not prepared for the fact that this boy would be so serious and so angry about this whole situation. The old man saw that now the boy had exactly the same eyes as on the day they first saw him. The old man started yelling at the guy and accusing him of communicating with his father without respect. Suddenly Jae appeared in the courtyard and asked Jae Ram what he was doing here, and why he decided to come here because he should be on the battlefield. She looked at him and thought only that he came here after he read the letter, and could not calmly cope with this news. The old man looked at the girl and realized that she was the only one who could convince him and calm him down. Jae Ram was very happy at first when he saw Jae here and wanted to go up to her and hug her. But suddenly he remembered that he came here to fulfill one goal and had to deal with this task first. Jae Ram fell to his knees and bowed to his father so that his father could see his intention and devotion. Jae Ram began to ask and beg his father for the last time to listen to him and fulfill his requests because he was a member of the clan despite the fact that he was someone else's son. The father looked at the boy carefully and became wary. He wanted to hear a specific request that he would now ask. Jae Ram asked his father to fulfill his request and cancel this wedding. The father thought for a while and after that he closed his eyes and said that he knew about what was happening between Georgia Ram and Jae. He said that they were from different families but in the clan they were like brother and sister. The father said that everything had already been decided and he could not do anything about it, and asked not to raise this topic again and to return back to the battlefield. At that moment, the guy seemed to have received the strongest blow in his life and understood that he could not block this blow because it was internal pain and helplessness. He touched his fingers to the ground and tried to feel the soil under his feet. Jae slowly began to approach him step by step and wanted to talk to him face to face. She stood opposite him and looked into his eyes for a long time in order to understand what he was thinking about now. Jae Ram in his entire life has never seen anything more beautiful than her magnificent eyes and this gentle look. She looked at her brother and understood that he was very worried about her and loved her madly since he decided to come here, despite all the difficulties that he had to endure. Jae said that it is too late to change anything and she is going to find her happiness in this marriage, and now Jae Ram must also free himself from her. He looked at her and couldn't believe that she was actually saying that now. Jae said that she was tired of worrying every time about whether Jae Ram would return home after long battles or not. She said they were too impatient. Jae said that they knew that this would happen someday, but no one was prepared for it to happen so quickly, and now they just need to come to terms with it. Jae Ram said that all his life he dreamed of buying a house for the two of them and living in it together when he became a general, and he constantly imagined how she could freely walk around in a silk robe with a bright yellow noriga. All the monks dream about throughout their lives is just for her to be next to him. I couldn't live a quiet life together. But now Jae Ram understood one very important thing, that all his life he had been chasing an absurd dream that would never come true. He said that after he gave up everything he had, he realized what was really important to him, and the most important thing he had in his life is now standing right in front of him. He apologized to her for realizing it so late, and not being able to realize it earlier, and was angry with himself for it. Jae Ram suggested that she run away right now and take her away from here so far that no one would find them. Jae was not ready for this and didn't know what to answer him, so she just started crying because her heart was torn in different directions at that moment. Tears ran down her soft rosy cheeks and she couldn't stop them. He hugged her as tightly as he could and tried to give her all his love that overwhelmed him at that moment, and said that he missed her very much. Morning came in the city and people gradually began to leave their homes and go about their business. A cup fell on the floor and broke, and the liquid that was in the cup scattered throughout the room. The maid reported to her master that she could not find Lady Jae anywhere. The maid reported that the lady took some things with her and disappeared, but no one saw her leave and does not know where she disappeared. After this, the maid reported that people from another clan had already arrived at the wedding. The father could not believe that Jae Ram and Jae were so close that they were ready to give up everything they had in order to be alone. He began to blame himself for the fact that because of his action yesterday, these two ran away and it was he who drove them away. People saw that on the main street there was now not a red box in which the young master was located. I did not understand that most likely there would be a wedding in this palace. In this box was Na Han who was being carried to the palace. He came out of this structure and saw that the weather was beautiful today. He even smiled when he felt this pleasant air. The young master slowly walked towards the palace to meet his future bride. When he got to the palace, he listened from the lord to the story of how his bride disappeared that night. Na Han sighed heavily after hearing this story and smiled. Suddenly he started laughing very loudly and couldn't stop laughing. He hit himself in the face with his palm and started laughing even harder because the situation was as absurd as possible. The Lord said that he is sure that only Ram is to blame for this whole situation, who forced her to run away with him, and now the whole clan is looking for them. Nahan ordered the Lord to stop making excuses, and now he wanted to have his say. Nahan said that this is an insult not only to him, but also to his clan, and he will tell his advisor to send people to search. The old man watched the young gentleman and was trembling with excitement because he didn't know how this gentleman would react now, and a big conflict could happen due to this situation. Nahan said that he should marry Jae, and because of this whole situation, from now on, her life and Ram's life now belongs only to him. He remembered this magnificent floating sky that cannot be replaced by anything. She walked forward along these hills and felt the cold wind that touched her face. She remembered this wonderful smell that I had known since childhood. The girl was holding a bag in her hands and looking at the big blue fence that was in front of her. Then she saw it for the first time. When she grew up, she also looked at this fence and realized that it protected her from the whole world. And now she understood that she could move forward, although she did it poorly. But she still remembered all these moments from her life. This place that it called home, she also remembered. She was still little, and in her memories there was a moment of how she was holding a little deer in her hands. This was the tundra in which she lived. Jae heard Ram's voice telling her that everything was ready. He changed his shoes and said that this was the second pair in several days that he had changed. She turned her head back and saw him. She understood that she had chosen a very risky path when she agreed to go with him. Ram said that she was very tired after this long journey and suggested that she also change her shoes, because it would be easier to walk, and said that they would find a way in the mountains. She looked at him and replied that she would do so. But for some reason there was no joy in her eyes, and there was only fear of what they would experience in the future. Ram looked at her and understood why she was so restless. He thought that he needed to talk to her about it. Ram asked her how her family would accept him and whether everything would be okay. He lowered his head and said that after all, he was from a family that had held her captive for a very long time, and they were unlikely to be happy when they found out who he was. Jae smiled and asked him not to worry about it because she would be there for him. Jae said that the least he could do now is suffer just like her. At this moment the guy began to tremble and worry. She said that he was mistaken if he thought that her family would accept him easily. At that moment he felt despondency and fear. She pushed him with her hand and started laughing. She saw that he was starting to get very worried about everything she said and explained to him that it was just a joke. Ram calmed down a little after realizing that she had just made a joke, but he still didn't find it funny because he was very worried. Jae started laughing because she saw his reaction, and he is always very funny when he feels awkward. Ram looked at her as if he was seeing her for the first time, and she was still just as beautiful. Jae walked forward with a straight back and a proud gait. She smiled and felt happy at that moment. Ram thought that he was right when he chose this difficult path, and now when he sees her smile he also feels happy. He took her hand and they slowly began to walk forward, disappearing into the sunset. At that moment he thought that they should have escaped earlier, but he was not ready for this then. A black torn flag fluttered in the wind against a dark orange sky. A girl in a white robe appeared on the battlefield. She walked past the corpse and tried to understand what happened here. This girl had white cloth tied in her eyes and very clear facial features. She slowly extended her hand forward over the body of the dead soldier. She held her hand over his body for a few seconds and slowly moved her fingers. Suddenly she began to suck energy from the corpse of a soldier who was lying on the ground, and this energy penetrated into her body. She felt herself absorbing his energy into herself, and this energy filling her. Suddenly everything around her began to gradually disappear, and she began to plunge into darkness. She saw a black color that spreads very quickly, and she began to dive into this darkness. The girl said that she still feels anger, thirst for murder, pain, sadness, all these chaotic emotions, and she understood how people feel on the battlefield. She saw a guy in the center of all this chaos who stood all alone among a bunch of dead soldiers. He was very lonely, and his hair was flying like a stream of wind. His face was sad and filled with sadness. She said that she felt the bottomless depth of dark emotions and immediately realized that this guy was eating the very demon of battle that everyone was talking about. She saw his face and the very strange emotion he was experiencing at that moment. The girl didn't understand what kind of emotion he just had on his face. He began to scare her with his strange behavior. She tried to recognize this emotion but did not know that it was actually despair or grief, and suddenly he turned his head towards her and saw her. She became very scared because the demon could see her, and she didn't know how to behave now. Suddenly the voice of Chaos woke up and said that he was very surprised that this girl could communicate with spirits. Chaos said that he knew the intentions of this girl, but he asked her to be careful because she would face the same fate as these soldiers. She saw black energy that quickly began to approach her and penetrate her head, but she could not resist this energy in any way. The girl got scared and lost control of her body. She slowly began to fall down and screamed loudly in fear. Suddenly a man grabbed her with his hand and did not allow the girl to fall to the ground and hit herself. He was able to hold her with his hand. "Guy, ask your mistresses if she is okay. Do they need any help?" But she replied that she was fine and there was no need to worry about it. She said that she had just seen something very strange. It was something that could plunge her into shock. She thought that she had never seen such a black soul in her life. The guy asked the lady if she could spot the guy they were looking for. She raised her head up and said that this is the same awakened guy they are looking for, and she was just able to see him. The lady said that he felt very heavy and angry, but first of all, no one in Huan knows about the nature of this man. The guy said that despite the fact that he has achieved success and established his name, few people pay attention to him. The guy said that they usually try to win him over to their side, but he thinks that this demon has gone too far for such offers, and it seems to him that now is the perfect time to get rid of him. This guy suddenly shouted that he had found him, and they approached the corpse of a soldier who was lying on the ground. There were stones and large boulders scattered around that fell from above and buried people. She lowered her head down and tried to understand what happened here. A man was lying in the rubble. He had things in his blood, he was missing one hand, he was covered with stones, and he died a terrible death. She was able to dive into his memories, and saw how he was still a very little boy and wanted to join the army so that his family would not die of hunger. When he became older, he was able to take the test, and so he was sent to study at the Shin Temple. He thought at that moment that he was not good enough in the sage art, so he would try to become a bodyguard with the help of his Kionki art. The lady didn't understand why Siwoo was trying to lie to her and didn't want to be honest with her. He has matured and said that he still has a long way to go, but just a little more, and he will be able to receive the title of bodyguard of the priestess, and the day will come when he will be next to her. She started crying and screamed loudly at him to wake up, but the guy was dead and he didn't move. She remembered this day when he came to her to say that he had been given the first task and he was going into battle. Although he would simply guard the general and asked her to take care of herself until he returned. She sat next to his body and trembled. She could not stop her hysterics because she saw him dead, although he should have been alive and nothing should have happened to him on this mission. He, along with the soldier who accompanied them, stood near the lady and waited for her to finish. She cried sitting next to his dead body and couldn't believe that it was all true and he would never wake up again. The sun was hiding behind the horizons. It was already dark outside, but they still waited for the lady to say goodbye to him. She realized that the best thing to do in this situation was to start getting angry at the person who killed him. She constantly repeated the name of this demon Jie Ram. Her anger was so strong that she could not control it, and her eyes began to glow blue. It was very dark in the forest at that time at night, but you could see beautiful stars hanging in the black sky. Jie Ram and his beloved Jie sat in an embrace on the ground near a rock and tried to sleep. Even in their dreams they held each other's hands so that they would never lose again, and would always stay close to each other. Jie Ram stood in the river of blood and held nothing in his hand and did not understand what was happening to him now. He turned his head in different directions and tried to see what was around him, but he saw only emptiness and blood and did not understand where he was. Suddenly he saw splashes of blood flying in different directions, and immediately reacted to them. He jumped back and immediately ducked to avoid taking damage. Jie Ram looked to the side and saw in the distance the silhouette of a man standing motionless and looking at him. Jie Ram did not see the man's face, but he saw the outline of his clothing. This guy had a wooden spear in his hands, which was his main weapon. His clothes were familiar to Jie Ram and he had seen these belts and these clothes before. In front of him stood his clown, who was dressed exactly like Ga Ram on the day the general abandoned them, and they had to fight on the battlefield without the support of the Central Army. Ga Ram couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it was some kind of bad dream, and he needed to wake up quickly. The clone began to laugh quietly, and said that he had not seen this guy here for a long time. Ga Ram looked at his copy in surprise and did not understand what was happening here, and why he was seeing him now. The clone continued to laugh and said that he came here to remind this guy who he really is. The clone asked Ga Ram what sensations does he experience at the moment when he cuts the bones and flesh of his opponents. The clone said that this is true bliss. Ga Ram lowered his head down and looked at his clone in fear. He did not understand what was happening here and why this clan was telling him about these terrible things. The clone said that it was easier for him to show what he was talking about in practice because it would be much easier that way. Suddenly, zombies began to appear near them, moving very slowly and making stupid sounds. He saw that these zombies were becoming more and more every second, and it was as if he was moving on a battlefield where there were only living dead. He saw that suddenly all these zombies began to quickly run forward and ran past him. He stood motionless and waited for these zombies to get as close to him as possible in order to begin the battle with him. Ga Ram saw his clone's eyes suddenly start to glow blue and smiled as if it was the best day of his life. He carefully watched all this and understood that this was a terrible picture that he would like not to see. The clone happily cut the bodies of these zombies using his sword, spear, deprived them of body parts and brutally killed them. He enjoyed every blow he dealt to his opponents. He struck with his sword from above and cut the enemy's body in half. The zombie broke into the straw mannequin and his body split into two parts. The heads of these zombies flew in different directions. The clone was capable of breaking an enemy's head and helmet into two halves with one blow of his sword. The spray of eyebrows flew in different directions and created a bloody river in which this entire battle took place. Ga Ram got scared and said that he didn't want to participate in this anymore, and wanted to forget all this horror as soon as possible and never return to it again. The clone said that the guy wants to take the easy way on the way back. No longer at that moment, they walked slowly along the bloody river, and you could hear splashes of blood after the steps. The clone made a rapid dash forward and then jumped up and wanted to attack Ga Rama. He was scared and didn't understand what to do now and how to resist this enemy because it was himself. A second later, splashes of blood were flying in the air, staining everything they touched. Ga Ram plunged his sword into his clone's body and prevented him from attacking him. The clone was not ready for the fact that he was about to be killed, and he began to cough up blood. The clone took off his protective hat and asked Ga Ram to take a closer look at his face. The clone persuaded the guy to look at himself from the outside and see who he really is. Ga Ram was scared because he was not ready to watch all this. The clone said that it was his destiny to revel in bloodlust with a smile on his face and kill his opponents, making them suffer before dying. Ga Ram couldn't believe that it was him. It seemed to him that he actually didn't look so terrible and bloodthirsty. Suddenly he opened his eyes and realized that his body was shaking from cold and fear, and he had just woken up in a cold sweat. He was very frightened by the terrible dreams that he had just had and didn't know what to do to stop these dreams from visiting his head. He jumped out of bed and started screaming very loudly, trying to calm down. His breathing was unstable and his heart was pounding out of his chest at this moment. He tried to somehow calm himself down, but he was having trouble. Ga Ram did not understand where he was now and where his sword, which was always next to him, had gone. He looked down and saw that he was not alone here. He saw that Jie was lying in front of him, and all this time she was sleeping calmly, covered with a blanket. He remembers that he managed to escape with her, and now they are left together. He watched her sleep and thought that he didn't want to wake her up. He looked at the sky and thought that this was the very freedom he had always strived for. He didn't understand what the beauty of this moment was now, but one thing he knew for sure was that he now feels happy. He thought that now his life looks like a sweet dream and he doesn't want to wake up. He was very scared to wake up after what was happening to him now. Ga Ram knew that he had given up everything to go on this journey, but he continued to experience the same dream and could not believe that he really became a killer. He looked at his hands and thought that with such bloody hands he did not deserve to see Jie next to him, and she deserved better. Suddenly he heard her voice calling him to her. She was very angry with him and her face was covered in tears because she couldn't find him for a long time. Jie screamed at him because he disappeared and didn't tell her anything and she couldn't find him, She wanted to know where he was all this time? He looked at her in fear because he didn't understand why she was yelling at him, and didn't want to offend her. She began to wipe away her tears and said that she was very scared because she thought that he had abandoned her. He extended his hand to her, and slowly began to touch her. Ram took her hand so that she would calm down, and feel him next to her, and understand that he would not leave her anywhere. Asked him to never go far from her again without warning her, and if he repeats this again, he will have big problems. Ram said that he will never leave her and doesn't understand why he should do this. He just came here to support him with fresh air. He won't do that again. She lowered her head down, and was finally able to calm down. She said that she forgives him this time. At that moment he realized that his fear had evaporated, and he agreed to throw his fear back and just be next to her all the time. Ram hugged his beloved and realized that he never wanted to let her go, and didn't want to see her cry. Ram and Gae walked together to the top of the mountain. They were very difficult to see because of the fog that was floating along this mountain. Gae walked up to the altar and placed a small stone on top of the pile of other stones. She began to pray and show her respect to the spirits of this altar. Ram watched her but still didn't understand why she was doing this. After all, this custom was foreign to him. When Gae finished praying with this spirit, they moved on. Find large piles of stones near wooden statues. Gae showed him the sights of this area and various beautiful places that she remembered from childhood. At that moment they were on the banks of the river that stretched along these fields of forests and mountains. Ram understood that this was an ideal place to catch fish and have a little snack because they had not eaten for quite some time. He made a wooden stick with a sharp tip to catch fish, and when he saw movement in the water he immediately threw this stick at the fish. He handled weapons very well and was able to pierce a fish that was swimming in the water with this spear the first time. Ram was happy because his life was now filled with positive emotions and he felt free. And at that moment stood in the water and was glad that the water was warm and she could splash in it. She suddenly started laughing and rejoicing because she really liked playing in the water. Ram also started laughing when he saw that Gae now feels as happy as him. She began to play in the water and splash water in different directions, and at that moment Ram looked at her and admired her beauty and the tenderness of her movements. When night fell they decided to stop and spend the night. They found the ruins of an abandoned house and decided to make a fire there and stay near these ruins for the night. Gae sat under the blanket and talked about how Ram gave up all his achievements and trophies in order to stay with her. She felt very awkward about the whole situation and asked if he regretted this choice. Ram turned his head towards her and smiled. He decided not to answer this question for her right away. At first he thought a little. Ram said that he regrets his choice every day, and when he imagines what he could have achieved, he immediately begins to feel sad. But then he immediately started laughing and said that it was all a joke. Gae understood that he was joking, but it was already too late because she managed to be offended by him. Ram looked thoughtfully at the fire and then said that once he was told a story that all people are created from energy, and this energy of nature flows like water. He remembered Chaos, who told him that people are very selfish creatures and because of human laws the natural order of nature was destroyed. Chaos told him that people should be destroyed because they are just a tool, just like a horse for people. People exploit the horse and put horseshoes on it, and put a stamp on them. People throw water over a horse's head and force it to be a tool for movement. Chaos said that horses are no different from people because they are placed in a row in exactly the same way before they begin to rush into battle, and people are exactly the same. He remembered the moments from the battle that he had to endure and understood that his role in this battle was exactly the same as that of his horse. He lowered his head down and thought about something. Ram said that if Ram had not been next to him all this time, and he was raised just like ordinary cattle along with animals, and no one treated him like a person. Gae looked at him and listened to his words in which he said that he did not regret that he left everything and went with her because his heart was now overflowing with happiness, and he had never experienced similar sensations before. He raised his head up and looked at the moon, after which the guy admitted that he did not regret anything and was glad that he made such a choice. Gae began to feel embarrassed. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. She decided to hide her face under the blanket to keep herself warm, and don't show Ram her weakness. Ram said that they are leaving on their journey tomorrow morning and they need to rest a little. When morning came, the weather was magnificent, and the clouds slowly floated across the sky dome. The horse suddenly stopped and began to scream very loudly and jerk in different directions. The cart wheel got stuck in a hole between the stones and could not go further because it was difficult to get out of this hole. The men tried to push the cart forward in order to pull it out of the hole, but they did not succeed because their strength was not enough to move the cart from its place. They understood that this method of pulling the cart out of the pit would not work, and they did not have enough power to pull the cart out, so they decided that they needed to pull everything out of the cart. One of the men began to scratch his head and then said that taking goods out of the cart could be dangerous because there were bandits in this area, and they could be robbed. The second man said that they did not have much time to talk, and therefore he invited his comrades to hurry and do it as quickly as possible. Ram and Gai at that moment passed by this cart and tried to understand what happened here. Ram looked at her and decided to communicate with her without words, using only his gaze. Gai looked at him and seemed to want to say something with her eyes and hoped that he would understand her. Ram understood what she wanted, but he still had a question: why do they need it? Gai strongly persuaded him with her gaze to help these people and not remain indifferent to their problem. Ram realized that he had no choice to refuse, and after that he closed his eyes and answered her that he would do what she asked, but asked not to look at him like that anymore. Ram went up to this cart and took it with both hands by the wooden sides. He slowly began to lift this cart up, and the men who stood nearby were shocked that this guy decided to single-handedly lift the cart that the three of them could not move. Ram lifted this cart up and slowly began to pull it forward so that the cart would pass this hole and would not fall into it again. The men were shocked when they saw the strength of this young guy. They could not believe that he alone was able to lift an entire cart with various heavy goods. Gai had heard various legends about Rama many times, but she had never seen his strength in practice, and she just realized that all these rumors and legends were true, and he is actually incredibly strong. The merchants began to laugh and thank this young gentleman for having just saved them and helped them get out of this pit. He began to smile very sweetly and kindly and asked where these travelers were going. Gai said that they were heading to the northern plateau. This was an area near a large mountain in which the settlement was located. The merchant was surprised when she heard where they were not going and suggested that they were refugees looking for a new life, and said that he was sure that such a young couple as they would be able to overcome any obstacles together. Ram and Gai looked at each other. For the first time in their entire lives, they heard someone call them a couple in love. They immediately turned away from each other, and their cheeks began to turn red. Gai modestly began to laugh and thanked the merchant for giving them such a compliment. The merchant said that he and all the people who are now traveling with him are also refugees, and in the conditions of this whole war, people like them are forced to pay high taxes, and his eldest son was drafted into the army and died in the war. He said that in connection with this they decided to leave this godforsaken place for the sake of their freedom, and go as far as possible from there. He asked these travelers what brought them here and what was their story. They didn't know what they could tell this traveler about their lives, and so they immediately averted their eyes to the side to think a little. Gai tried to somehow explain to this merchant, but she couldn't find the right words and therefore made strange sounds and awkward laughter. The merchant started laughing very loudly, and after that he apologized for sticking his nose where it shouldn't be and said that he knows that they have their own reasons for being refugees. He said that Maladezka like these two reminded him of his son who died in the war. Gai looked at this merchant and realized that it was better for them to remain silent now, otherwise he is who they are. Where did you come from? Because this merchant is taking the loss of his son very hard. Ram did not know what tribe these people were from and understood that most likely they could be from enemy tribes, and he knew that he could kill the son of this merchant. Therefore, it was better for them not to communicate about this. Now they were just passing people, that was enough for him. The cart slowly drove forward and refugees followed it, and talked to each other about the weather and delicious food. Suddenly a tall, strong man appeared on the road in front of them, and next to this man a large sword was sticking out in the ground. The refugee who walked ahead of everyone was the very first to see this bandit, and looked at him in surprise because I don't know what to do now. The bandit stood in the center of the road, blocking the path further, and waited for these travelers to come closer to him. They stopped the cart in fear and began to look at this bandit. They did not understand what was going to happen and how dangerous this criminal was. He smiled when he saw that these travelers came close enough to him. The robbers saw helpless refugees in front of him, and ordered his assistant to start hunting them. He smiled and said that there was no point in resisting because they wouldn't succeed anyway. Robbers suddenly jumped out of the bushes. There were several of them, and this gang was armed with swords. They laughed loudly and rejoiced because they felt that in front of them was now easy prey. The bandit shouted that he wanted to be the first to attack these people and make the first murder, so he asked the other robbers not to interfere with him. The merchant was very scared when he saw the bandits here. He didn't understand what to do and how to protect the people's cart because he didn't even have experience in battles. He waved his hand and ordered the children and the woman to hide in the chariot, and the rest to take weapons and fight. The bandit jumped and wanted to strike with his sword at the man who was now standing in front of him and trying to protect himself with a stick. The bandit was faster than his opponents, so he was able to hit his enemy and cut his body. The man felt very severe pain and began to scream loudly. He saw a splash of blood. It was his blood that was flowing out of his body. Ram took the women and children behind the cart and asked them to stay here and not leave until he returned to them. Was very worried at that moment and tried to stop him, because she didn't know what was going to happen. Ram looked at her with a calm look and asked her not to worry. He said that everything would be fine. He would deal with these bandits. He knew that he could fight best, and so now was his chance to prove himself. The bandit screams loudly, but the order to the rest of the robbers is that they must kill those who resist and take the women as a trophy. The robbers began to reach out to the women and try to take them hostage so that they would go with him. He grabbed the woman by her hair with his hand and began to pull her in different directions, after which he said that he needed to catch all the children in order to sell them later. The girl was still very small and did not understand what was happening. She started crying when she saw that this bad man had just offended her mother. The bandit began to laugh loudly and feel his dominance over this woman. He understood that now no one could do anything to him. But suddenly he saw before his eyes a black flash that was approaching him very quickly. Ram hit this bandit very hard in the face with his palm and broke several of his teeth and nose. The bandit immediately spat blood, and blood also flowed out of his nose. The bandit was very surprised when he saw that one of these weaklings had just decided to resist them. Suddenly he realized that the body of another bandit was flying towards him. The flying body moved so fast in the air that it was impossible to avoid it, and this body knocked down the robber who was just standing on his feet. The bandits saw that these two guys were now lying on the ground and were covered in blood. One of the bandits was currently missing his head. The refugees, bandits and women were shocked by what they had just seen. None of them could believe that the guy who had just fought back was so strong. The robber looked at this guy carefully, and now he understood that the situation was getting out of control and he did not know how to proceed further, and what to expect from this stranger. Ram slowly began to approach these robbers and gradually began to remove the bag from his back that was in his way, moving quickly. He began to warm up his hands before he would fight and thought that these were just ordinary bandits. But he had to beware of sudden attacks because he had never fought to protect. He understood that now it would be very dirty, and there would be a lot of blood here, and this could scare ordinary people. Therefore, he needed to be more careful. Ram understood that he had to clearly come up with a plan and fight carefully so as not to endanger He looked at his opponents and realized that being careful was unlikely to help in this situation, and decided that he would think about the consequences after he killed these bandits. He made a quick dash forward in order to attract the attention of these bandits and distract them from the usual refugees. The bandits started laughing at this psycho who decided to attack them alone, and said that they would now teach him good manners. Ram immediately struck his first blow to one of the bandits, and tore off his head with one blow. He wanted to show them what real fear and brutal fight was. The bandit couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that if they attacked this cart it would be easy prey. But now he saw how two of his bandits had their heads torn off with one blow. Ram brutally beat his enemies to show them that they were mistaken when they decided to attack their cart, and must pay for it with their lives. The bandit didn't understand what the hell was happening now, and why this battle had turned into a bloodbath. Bandit never before in his life had he seen a monster who killed his opponents so brutally, and he was very scared when he looked at this guy. He saw Ram mercilessly killing his enemies and thought that it might look like he was fighting everyone, but he was clearly following the leader of these bandits. The leader only now realized that this man is a real warrior, and it will be difficult for him to fight him. Ga Ram made a dash forward and tried to get closer to the bandit leader as quickly as possible in order to kill him. His eyes turned white again, which meant that he was now in the demon killer phase. The bandit pulled his sword out of the ground and said that he, too, was not made of glass and therefore could fight back this warrior. He raised his sword in the air and said that such warriors usually think that bandits don't know how to fight. He prepared for his blow and thought that he would use his opponent's pride to deal him a decisive blow. The bandit leader used his powerful sword to kill this guy. He shouted that he wanted to break him with his sword and never see this upstart on his territory again. He looked down and waited until the foggy smoke from the explosive blow cleared and the dead enemy could be seen. But unfortunately, when the smoke began to disappear, he saw something completely different from what he wanted to see. Ga Ram was standing right in front of him, and he saw the face of this guy, and the bandits immediately became scared because he had never met such strong opponents before. Ga Ram stood on the edge of the sword and moved very easily. It felt like he was light in the wind. He swung his leg to strike. After that, he stabbed his boots right into the bandit leader's jaws and broke his jaw with his heels. Ga Ram jumped on the head of this bandit and trampled his head into the ground. After his head touched the ground began to crack and fly in different directions. People who had been watching this battle from the side all this time were shocked by the performance that they had not just seen. They could not believe that someone could be such a cruel killer. Ga Ram stood near the body of the dead bandit leader and waited for the rest of the bandits to finally understand that there was no point in fighting. They were scared and started screaming that the monster had just killed their boss, and so they had better run away from here before he decided to kill everyone else. Ga watched all this battle, and at that moment she realized that the rumors and legends about Ga Ram were true, and he is actually a very cruel and experienced warrior. Ga Ram continued to stand silently near the corpse of the bandit, and tried to calm himself down after this fight. He turned his head sharply back, and at that moment his eyes finally calmed down and took on a normal shape. The men did not understand what had just happened and where this guy even came from. They saw his demonic eyes, but now this guy again looked like a normal, ordinary, good-natured boy. Ga looked at him and saw the path that Ga Ram had to go through throughout his life. She understood that he had been among the corpses of enemies for almost most of his life. And for him, this battle with robbers was an ordinary daily routine activity. Ga began to walk towards him with slow steps in order to see him up close. She looked at his face and realized that she had never thought about the fact that this sweet boy, who all his life seemed to her to be the kindest guy on the planet, had to live such a terrible way. Ga Ram said that he didn't want to show her such a dark part of himself, and always tried to hide it from her. He was very worried that he could scare her because he dealt so cruelly with his opponents. Ga replied that it was a terrible sight, but it didn't scare her too much, and she was fine. Ga Ram lowered his head down and tried to think about everything that had just happened. He realized that he had to show his true face to her, and show her the monster that lives inside him. Ga took out a white cloth from her bag to wipe the blood from him and began to pull her hand towards him. She wiped traces of blood from his face and didn't understand why he was so sad now. Night fell and the refugees decided to take a break in the forest to wait for the morning and get some rest after a hard day. They made a fire in the forest and cooked food from the food they had left in the cart. Mom poured soup into a plate to feed her daughter, and her daughter was already very hungry. She was happy when she saw the food. Ga observed the behavior of all these refugees and noticed one very strange thing. She thought that after today's fight all these people were avoiding Ga Ram, and she felt offended that they were all afraid of him. After all, he protected them from the bandits today. Ga looked at him and understood that he felt like a stranger whom everyone was afraid of and wanted to somehow support him, but did not know how to do it. Ga Ram also felt that these people were afraid of him and were avoiding him because they saw him as a monster after today's clash with the bandits. But he was already used to it, and therefore reacted calmly to their fear. Ga closed her eyes and tried to somehow calm down. Her heart was beating very quickly in her chest because she was worried about what Ga Ram was feeling now. Suddenly a merchant approached them and began to dialogue with them. The merchant held 2 bowls of soup in his hands and asked if this food would be enough for them. This is the only thing they could prepare today. The merchant gave a plate of soup and tried to explain to Ga Ram and that many refugees who are now here lost their families in the war, and that's why they don't like warriors. The words of this merchant caught the guy, and he shuddered when he heard that these people were afraid of warriors. Ram asked the merchant how he managed to find out that he is a warrior. The merchant said that it was very simple. After all, he saw everything with his own eyes and understood. This is because Ram fought. Ram asked the merchant if they would report that a refugee warrior appeared here and killed the bandits. The merchant replied that he would not do this because he owes his life to this guy, and the lives of the other people whom he saved today. He raised his head up and looked at the stars. The man at that moment began to remember pleasant memories and decided to tell a story. He said that his son also once went to war and unfortunately died on the battlefield, and Ram reminded him of the old days when everything was not as bad as now. He said that in those days everything seemed very difficult, and he worked for a man who was involved in government affairs and was constantly fiddling with documents. One day he saw the injustice that was in this world. He had to face it personally. He said that his son always had to suffer from hunger and loneliness because he did not have a mother. The boy entertained himself as best he could. He drew pictures on the ground using a stick, but suddenly he was distracted and he saw something strange. The village regularly held a feast. It was the best day for children because mothers always secretly brought sweets and food for their children so that they could have a snack. The merchant said that his son came to him every time he saw that other children were being fed by their mothers, and he asked when his mother would feed him too. He looked at the boy, and every time he saw him cry and did not know what he was answering, he assumed that the boy was hungry at that moment, or was missing his mother. The merchant admitted that at that moment in his life it was very difficult for him to cope completely on his own, and he did not know how to support his son, and instead simply scolded him. He said that at that time it seemed to him that yelling at his son was the best way to calm him down and teach him, and he was even proud of it. He lowered his head and sighed heavily and said that at that time he was a real fool and did not give his son even a piece of bread, and now he is very sorry because of this. He put his hand on his chest and said that this memory still weighs on his heart and does not let him go. He looked at this couple in love and said that he was incredibly jealous of them, and he felt so pathetic compared to them. Ram and Gae listened attentively to the story of this merchant, and if they were worried about him, he was very sincere when he told it all. The man stood up and told them that their action may seem wrong to many and that they ran away and many would condemn them, but they did what they wanted to do and did it without hesitation, and he hopes that they value what is important to them and asked them to stay together. He asked them never in their lives to regret their choice and their actions, and once again told Ram that he very much reminded him of his son, and smiled after that. He stood up and slowly began to leave so as not to bother these people anymore because he understood that they needed to be left alone. Gae watched this merchant leave and began to think about these events that happened today, scrolling through her head. She pursed her lips and once again remembered him as he was today. She understood that in war there is nothing terrible in the fact that people die every day, and Ram has always been in the center of this. If he dies, she will also lead her whole life with regret. She lowered her head down and realized that just the thought of it made her tremble, and she became scared. Gae was very frightened by the thoughts that appeared in her head, and she immediately took his hand in order to feel him next to her. Ram didn't understand why she was doing what was going on in her head right now, but he knew for sure that you wanted to give her a feeling of security and love. She looked at him and felt calm. She was incredibly happy that she could touch him and that he was alive now. Gae put her head on his shoulder and said that everything was fine. But in her head she thanked him for coming back and staying with her, and not leaving her. The next day in the evening the sky was monumentally beautiful, as if it had been painted by the best artists from all over the world. A man stood on the top of a hill and watched large flocks of birds flying across the sky and flying into the distance. Suddenly, people appeared on the hill riding horses. They were in a hurry to get to this man as quickly as possible. The guy asked this man who was now standing on the hill if he could find out anything while he was here. He stood with his back turned to them and did not move, as if he wanted to enjoy this process a little more. The man looked at the flock of birds that were now flying quickly across the sky and said that he recognized the name Ram Galgo. He said that this guy's age is 28 years old and he is an illegitimate son and has been fighting since he was 11 years old. This guy tried to become a nobleman for 17 years, but he couldn't make it. The guy said that this is not at all what he wanted to hear, and he just wants to know the reason for his temper. The man lowered his bald head and wondered whether it was worth telling these people about what else he managed to find out. He said that recently there was supposed to be a wedding ceremony between the Galgo clan and the Huan Gem, but the day before, Jie Ram escaped from the battlefield and kidnapped the bride. The guy was shocked when he heard such news. He couldn't even imagine the situation that is now happening to the person they are looking for. The man said that he managed to find out from this guy's family. They tell the story exactly like this. He said in a sad voice that obviously these two were in love with each other and the girl was from a family of nomads and she was accepted into the Galgo clan as a hostage, and the Huan people are also pursuing these two who escaped and therefore you need to follow them to the north. Baldy said that these two are most likely heading north to where the Huan and Mon people have no power or influence. The guy said that if these two are moving north, they are not exactly heading towards the plateau. This is the place where all the nomads live. He said that on the way of this couple in love there will be one place that they will have to go to this place. It is very difficult to pass, so I cannot wait for them there. The guy didn't know how to respond to this information and just started getting angry. He took his horses across the water or swung them in different directions. He said that it was all because of one girl and it was a shame for all the soldiers he killed because they were just fighting for their country. He was very angry with Jie Ram and wanted to see him as quickly as possible in order to avenge all the warriors who died at the hands of this monster. He unfolded his lies and slowly began to move to the side in order to calm down. At that moment she was thinking that no matter what his reasons were for leaving behind such a large number of victims, she would still make him pay for what he did. She wanted Jie Ram to experience all the pain that Siwa came to feel. They continued to stand on the mountain in complete silence and watch the evening end and the sky construct the night. It was very cold in this area and everything that was here seemed gray and colorless. Jie Ram and Jie I were two bright spots in love on this gray canvas of nature. The guy approached the place where the burner had recently been erased and decided to carefully examine it. He was dressed like a professional hunter. A quiver of arrows hung behind his back, and he sat down on one knee to carefully examine this place. He informed his team that the people they were looking for most likely passed here 2 days ago. He said that his friend was right because they chose too difficult a path instead of seeking refuge. He asked the guy, do none of them know what the person they are looking for looks like? He replied that they were following him on his trail because this guy could still be useful to them. The girl who was with them did not interfere in their dialogue and simply listened carefully to what they were saying. He said that the people they are looking for have gone too far and the Mon people will try to finish him off on the spot as soon as they find him, and he must beware of other clans just like the Mon people. He came forward and said that this guy has only one choice to go to a land that no people have conquered yet, and this land is called the Plateau in the north. He said that before this guy gets there they have to catch him, and called Lady Jie. He thought that this was all very funny and they were looking for a man who once dedicated his life to their people, but now they must kill this man. Through the window curtains the moon was visible through the gap in the curtains. There were plates, cups, and food scattered on the table, along with drinks. There were empty bottles of alcohol on the floor that had long since been drunk. He was holding another bottle of alcohol in his hand and was about to drink it. Nahan lowered his head down and thought about everything that happened to him. He could not survive the escape of his beloved. Every day since she disappeared, he drinks shamelessly and cannot stop, and only in alcohol does he find salvation and hatred for Jie Ram. He raised his bottle of alcohol up to drink. Nahan started pouring alcohol into himself and was already too drunk, so the alcohol flowed past his mouth and flowed down his lips. He felt relief every time he took a sip of alcohol. But unfortunately this relief ended very quickly and he again experienced internal pain and melancholy. He threw a bottle of alcohol at the wall because he didn't want to drink anymore. The bottle broke when it collided with the wall. Its fragments scattered in different directions and the alcohol that was inside the bottle began to flow onto the floor. Nahan only thought that no matter how much he drinks and no matter how drunk he gets, it still does not relieve him of the torment that he has to live every day. He didn't understand why so many different emotions were boiling inside his heart, and why he was experiencing this. After all, he had never felt anything like this before. He tried to understand what happened to him, and the emotions he experienced were similar to anger and jealousy. He suggested that the emotion he was experiencing now could be resentment at the betrayal he had to endure. Suddenly he thought that this feeling was very similar to feelings of inferiority, and his inferiority was due to the fact that Gae was not next to him. Suddenly he smiled because it was us who absolutely made him smile. Na-han raised his head up and started laughing very loudly. He couldn't stop his family. He laughed louder every second and realized that he now felt worse than a pathetic nonentity from a small clan. For the first time in his entire life, he felt insignificant, and this feeling came to him several times a day. He felt angry and resentful towards her, but he still understood that I incredibly missed Lady Gae. He leaned his back against the wall and began to look into the distance, trying to remember the positive moments associated with it. He saw her long beautiful hair that always blew in the wind and smelled great. He remembers her tender lips and hands that were so pleasant to touch and touch. Her awkward makeup immediately stuck in his mind, and it was a very cute trait of her character. This awkward makeup complemented her image. Na-han suddenly began to realize that all his memories of her were becoming more and more clear, and he was replaying them in his head several times every day. He didn't understand why all this was happening to him right now, and why he fell in love with her so much. The only thing he couldn't remember was just what her smile looked like. For some reason this moment was blocked in his memory. He slowly began to rise from the floor, but his body and hands were shaking because he was very drunk. Khan said that he wanted to see her again at least once to calm his heart. He got up from the floor and slowly, otherwise he realized that his body was staggering in different directions. He said that he would do everything possible to get her back and see her again. Clumsy makeup and beautiful hair. He began to walk along the corridor, and all the time he thought only about her. Khan was ready to make any sacrifice and even become a nonentity or a prus just to get her back. The sky that day was very cold and gloomy. The horse was running very fast and suddenly it was ordered to stop, after which it gradually began to reduce its speed and raise dust from the ground with its hooves. He said that they had finally arrived at the place and now I could stop here. He watched this place and tried to look around carefully. They watched what was happening here and also wanted to understand what was here before their arrival. The guy said that first of all they need to meet with General Ogi and tell him everything. The hunter touched the tree trunk with his hand and tried to find traces. Suddenly he said that they had arrived at the place, and everything they needed was here. They looked ahead and tried to understand what happened here before they came here. They needed to adopt a plan for further action in order to move forward and speed up the search process. She suggested that they split up because they would never be able to find them faster. The cart along with the refugees arrived at the place near the tree, and then stopped. The merchant smiled and said that they had finally arrived where they needed to go. He raised his hand up and pointed his finger at the place that was right in front of them. He told them that this is the central city in these lands called Gilgaon, and they needed to get here. He looked at this city and thought that as soon as they go through this place, they will finally become free and will be able to manage their own lives. Gae was very happy when she saw with her own eyes this is a big city. She couldn't believe that they finally managed to get here. Gae turned her head to look at him and share her joy through eye contact. Gae Ram said that it has finally happened and their long journey is coming to an end. The merchant said that at this point it was time for them to leave and said goodbye, after which the guys slowly began to move away from the cart. Gae Ram extended his hand to her and offered to walk together side by side so that the two of them could see this city in which they would begin a new life. They were driving along. They wanted to be the first to get there in order to take revenge. The hunters understood that now the best way for them was to split up in order to be the first to find Gae Ram and Gai. But the lovers Gae Ram and Gae did not suspect anything at that moment, and simply tried to enjoy the moment of the beginning of a new life. At first this place was a wasteland, and the youth city was built after the victims of the destroyed nations gathered together. Among them were rich people who longed for reconstruction. Among these people there were those who spent money as if they were going to die right today, and traders, nomads and all kinds of people came here. At the moment, this city is nicknamed a place of pleasure and luxury because people usually come here to relax and have a good time. The merchant said that he often thinks about moving to live in this city because he really likes it here. He thanked Gae Ram and Gai for helping him and the refugees who were with him, and thanks to them and could not get to the city safely. Gae Ram said that he should thank the merchant for helping them with lodging and food. He smiled and said that he wished good luck to these two young people in their future lives. They were about to leave. Suddenly a little girl appeared who wanted to give them something goodbye. She didn't say anything and just handed them a package containing something. Gae Ram didn't expect that it was a girl that you would want to give them as a parting gift, and he became embarrassed. His cheeks began to turn red from the awkwardness of this moment. He extended his hand forward and wanted to take away the gift that she gave him from the girl. He saw this small bag in his hand and became curious about what was inside this bag. Ga Ram opened this cloth and saw that there were rice cakes inside. This is one of the traditional dishes of East Asia, but in Japan they are called mochi. Ga Ram asked the girl does she really want to give these delicious cakes to him. She decided not to answer because she started to get embarrassed, and immediately ran away. The girl returned to her mother, and then once again turned to the companions who saved them and waved goodbye to them. Ga Ram and Ga were very touched by such an act from this girl. They could not believe that such a sweet girl met them on the way. The north is very large and therefore they must get enough food to feed themselves. Ga Ram carried in his hands a bag with various products in a large blue bag. He followed her and carried these groceries. And at that moment Ga was thinking about what else they needed to buy before setting off on their journey. Ga Ram asked her why they need so many different things. Ga heard his question, turned her head and answered that they would need to leave enough money to buy a horse later. Suddenly, Ga saw a cute bracelet on the jewelry counter and immediately began to look at it. Ga Ram hoped that she would not want to buy this bracelet and would just settle for looking at it. A beggar sat on a dirty rag near the wall and held in his hands a bowl into which he was supposed to throw money. The beggar said the same words that he was a poor man and asked someone to throw him at least one coin. He constantly repeated these words like a mantra. A beggar has a very painful facial expression so that passers-by think that he is physically or mentally ill and cannot help himself. But suddenly he opened one of his eyes to see who was passing by him now. At that moment, Ga Ram and Ga were walking next to him, and they had large shopping bags in their hands, which meant that these people definitely had money with them. When he saw these people passing by, his eyes lit up and he felt that he could now hit the jackpot. But suddenly the beggar drew attention to this guy's face, and he realized that he had seen him before. He couldn't believe his eyes because it was exactly the guy he once knew. His pupils suddenly shrank and he began to remember terrible images from his past. He remembered the mountain of corpses of killed soldiers and a blue flag was stuck into this mountain. The beggar was one of these soldiers then. He remembered well the faces of the people who killed all these soldiers. They didn't see him then because he was hiding inside a pile of corpses and was hard to spot. That day, he watched for a long time this warrior who slaughtered a large number of people alone. He was very scared because he had never seen anything like this before, and this man seemed to him like a monster, or a devil in the flesh. Ga Ram was then sitting astride his horse. His clothes were all stained with blood and his hair was in disarray, and he himself was sitting with his head bowed. He raised his head. Otherwise, looking at the mountain with corpses, it seemed to him that some kind of movement was happening there. Ga Ram looked at this mountain of corpses and seemed to be able to see this guy inside this pile of dead meat. At that moment he thought that he had been found and was ready to say goodbye to his life because he could be killed at any moment. But now this bloody monster looked like a very sweet and kind boy who didn't look like a killer at all. Ga asked him why he was standing still and said that they need to go because they can't waste a lot of time. Ga Ram apologized for taking so long and quickened his pace to keep up with her. The beggar was sure that this was the same man whom he saw on the battlefield, but he did not understand why this demon was here now. He slowly began to run his fingers along the stone wall and his hand was shaking at that moment. He said that he urgently needed to run away from here. But then the beggar remembered that troops cannot enter this city, no matter what animation or clan. At that moment he began to come up with a plan that could play into his hands and take revenge on this demon. He felt a large range of emotions inside himself. It was anger, hatred, thirst for revenge and fear. The beggar in your place began to walk forward with slow steps. He wanted to come up with a plan that would help him get rid of this demon. The clouds in the sky gradually thickened and turned black. The weather became worse and worse. The beggar began to run very quickly, despite the fact that his shoes were absolutely not designed for running and could break at any moment. In front of him were white curtains that served as a door. He pushed aside these curtains with his hand and entered the room. His breathing was ragged and he ran away very quickly to get here. There were men sitting in the room. Most of them had terrible scars on their faces, and they all looked dangerous. Some of them always had weapons nearby. The leader looked at the beggar who had just ran into their room and asked what happened, and why he came back and did not finish his work day. The rest of the men who were in this room looked contemptuously at this beggar because he distracted them from the usual activities that they were doing here. He shouted very loudly that he had good news. One of the men who were in this room listened to the news of this beggar, and said that a guy appeared in this city who was part of the armed forces of the Huang country, and now he is here. He said that if they didn't bring this guy's head to the people of Man, then most likely they would get a good reward, but he wanted to know exactly how much money was being paid for this guy's head. The beggar said that for the head of this demon they are ready to give a whole 1,000 guineas of gold. The bandit smiled and his eyes lit up when he heard such a big number. One by one they began to realize the value of this guy, and such a large amount sparked excitement in them. The two guys who were sitting furthest away in the very corner of the room also had a desire to hunt this warrior. One of the bandits said that then they couldn't refuse such an opportunity, and now they were just wasting their time sitting here. Suddenly another person intervened in the dialogue and asked him to take his time and listen to him. It was the soldiers behind him. There was another small gang of the same soldiers like him. All of them were disfigured by scars on their faces. The bandit asked what this guy wants and suggested that he wants to protect this warrior only because this warrior is also from the Huang clan. The soldier said that he was not going to protect this monster, but only wanted to join the hunt for him. The bandit said that it was impossible to do this because they were the first to find information about this guy, and he did not want to let the soldiers do it. The soldiers showed a portrait of this guy and his girlfriend, and said that a large number of soldiers died at the hands of this monster. The soldier said that the bandits could not cope with this monster alone. He promised that he would allow them to take this guy's head. He said that you want to kill him because it is a matter of honor, and he does not need money, but together it will be much easier for them to do it. The bandit lowered his head down and stood thoughtfully for a few seconds to think about his decision. He smiled and said that this plan sounds good, and it's a good idea to team up, so he doesn't mind working together. He went outside and said that from this moment the coverage begins and they now need to find this Ram. Black clouds were gathering over the city. People led their usual way of life, walked around the market, and communicated with each other. Gae approached various merchants and talked to them. Ram felt that his bag was getting bigger and heavier with each purchase. Gae continued shopping, happy that I couldn't finally relax. She laughed and enjoyed life because now she felt free. Gae bought a delicious food on a stick from one of the merchants. She turned to Ram and invited him to try this food. Ram could only hold this food on a stick with his teeth because his hands were busy. Gae laughed because it all looked very funny. But suddenly a man appeared from around the corner who had been carefully watching them all this time. The bandits tried not to give themselves away ahead of time, and therefore hid in the alleys. On the way to one of the buildings in this city there was a white flag on which it was written that this place was a hotel. Gae pointed her finger at this place and offered to spend the night here, and tomorrow morning she will go further on her journey. At the entrance they were met by a nice girl who at that moment was preparing food for visitors, and she welcomed the new guests to their establishment. They found a table where they wanted to sit down and relax. Ram immediately threw the shopping bag on the table and felt relieved. He said that Gae can order food first, and now he needs to go away for a while. She started laughing and said that in that case she would order whatever she wanted. Ram was not against her ordering food that she would like. The most important thing was that she was smiling now. The bandits were near the building and discussed a plan for further action. After they discussed everything, one of the bandits again began to peek around the corner and try to find with his eyes the person who was not being followed. The brute just stood there and waited for the command to attack until he understood that he didn't need to do anything or take any action. But suddenly Ram appeared behind him and looked angrily at these bandits. The guy noticed that these idiots were watching him. Ram pushed the bandit into the wall, and he immediately fell to the ground, unable to stand on his feet. Ram asked this bandit why did he pursue them for a long time and asked what he wanted. The bandit is very angry because this guy just pushed him and said that no one dares to touch him without his permission. The bandit threatens the guy that he is an influential person in this city. If his people find out about this they will come here and punish this guy. Ram began to get angry because the bandit was not answering his questions and clutched a wooden stick in his hand. He hit the bandit in the face with this wooden stick with all his strength, and during the blow the stick broke because the blow was very strong. The bandit began to scream very loudly in pain and a bloody mark appeared on his head. His skull had just been damaged by a blow from a stick. He extended his hand forward and asked this guy to stop. He promised that he would tell everything, but only asked him not to hit him anymore. He said that he and his men are bounty hunters and there is a reward for anyone who returns Ga Ram's head to the people of Mana. Ga Ram lowered his head down and realized that now problems were beginning on his way that he had guessed, but did not think that this moment would come so quickly. He asked the bandit how long will it take his people to get here and how many of these people are hunting for him. He immediately asked another question and was interested in whether there was any country road along which he could get away from these bandits. The bandit held his head with his hand and tried to stop the bleeding. He did not know how to behave correctly in this situation. He could not believe. He could not help the person he was supposed to hunt. Ga Ram began to get angry and his eyes changed color. He ordered this bandit to speak faster because in a bad case he would get angry and kill this hunter. Ga sat calmly at the table, waited for the delicious food she ordered to be prepared. She wanted to please her lover with delicious food and surprise him. Suddenly Ga Ram came into the room and he was very worried at that moment because of everything that just happened. He said that unfortunately we urgently need to leave here and preferably as quickly as possible. Ga looked at him and didn't understand what happened. She said that they should bring food soon and she wanted to make a surprise. He said that there was no time to explain, but they urgently needed to leave here and said that they wouldn't eat next time. She looked at him with her gaze and tried to understand what was happening. Ga knew that he simply wouldn't have suggested that I leave if there wasn't a good reason for this, and so, she agreed. The owner of the establishment did not understand why her guests were leaving. She tried to stop them and said that the food was already ready, but they silently continued to leave. A headhunter peeked around the corner and informed the rest of the bandits that their target was leaving. They immediately guessed that this guy was somehow able to notice them and most likely one of the bounty hunters was careless and gave away his location. The hunter said that they must make their move right now because then it will be too late and they will not be able to catch up with them. Ga Ram began to run very quickly forward and held her hand. He was very worried that something could happen to them and these hunters could attack them at any moment. He felt that they were somewhere nearby and were watching him, so he understood that they needed to be very vigilant and careful. Ga didn't know what was happening now, but she understood that they clearly had big problems because otherwise they wouldn't have needed to run away so quickly. The bounty hunters were already standing in the middle of the street, and one of them saw the guys running and shouted that he needed to catch up with them immediately before they managed to escape. Ga Ram saw these hunters and realized that they were already too fast, but he still did not know what to do correctly. He continued to run because he didn't want to create a bloody mess in the city center, because in that case he would immediately be remembered in this city as a murderer. He held her hand and wanted to hide somewhere with her. Suddenly he saw a small alley and decided to run there. The bandits saw which alley these guys decided to hide in and immediately ran after him. They shouted that they should not let them out of sight and that the exits from the alley should be blocked. Ga tried to find out from him who all these people are who are now chasing them and want to kill them. She looked at him and saw that he was behaving very calmly, despite the fact that a whole crowd of armed people was chasing them. Ga Ram asked her not to worry about everything that was happening here. He promised that nothing would happen to her, and to him too, and everything would be fine. Ga Ram took her hand and made it clear that he was next to her, and she had nothing to worry about. He looked at her again with a confident look, and repeated that everything was fine, and she should just trust him. She looked into his eyes and was surprised at how calm he felt in such terrible situations. Ga began to feel embarrassed. Her cheeks began to turn red. She felt at that moment like a little girl whom you could always protect, and she said that she would not worry and trust him completely. One of the headhunters suddenly ran out from around the corner of the house and saw that these two were right there. He immediately shouted to the steel hunters that he had found them. Ga Ram held in his hand a bag with purchases and products that were not bought at the market today. He decided to use this bag and throw it at the bounty hunter. This, of course, was not the best idea because he felt sorry for all these purchases, but there was no other choice now. A large bag of groceries flew into this bandit's face at a very fast speed and he didn't even have time to react to it. The bag was very heavy and when it hit the bandit, it flattened him against the wall, and cracks appeared in the wall. He fell to the ground and immediately lost consciousness after taking damage. The bandit who was standing next to him at that moment was shocked by such an attack. He did not understand what was in this bag and assumed that there were stones there. Ram and Gae continued to run away through small alleys and try to hide these headhunters. Suddenly, another robber appeared from around the corner. He had a heavy, large hammer in his hands and he wanted to strike with his hammer. Ram did not immediately see this hammer, but literally a split second was enough for him to notice the approach of this weapon. At the very last moment, Ram managed to stop this hammer with his hand. He blocked the movement of this hammer and saved himself and Gai's life. The hunter did not understand what was happening and the strength of this guy impressed him. He had never seen anyone stop a huge hammer with his bare hands. Ram was gradually starting to get angry and his eyes stopped white, which meant that he was starting to turn into a bloody demon. He redirected the movement of this hammer in such a way that the hunter became a hostage to his own weapon and was slammed into the wall. She was holding a green apple in her hand and was about to eat it. She brought the apple to her mouth and took her first bite. The girl tried to understand whether she liked the taste of this apple, or whether it was too sour for her. Suddenly a man appeared on the street who shouted very loudly that they needed to hurry up. Because if they didn't have time to kill this guy, then their share of the reward would be lost. The hunters ran with their heads very quickly in order to make it in time. They shouted that they were running in the wrong direction and they needed to change their route. She carefully watched these armed men and realized that they were not chasing any specific person and immediately showed interest in their pursuit. Evening came and the moon was barely visible, gray clouds. The first snowflake fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Following this snowflake from the sky, the snow gradually began to fall. The bounty hunter fell to the ground and began to scream very loudly in pain, blood flowing from his body. Another bandit was sitting near the wall in the alley. Blood was dripping from his mouth and he was unconscious. A guy was lying on the ground in an alley and holding his injured leg with his hands. The guy just received a very strong blow to the face with a fist and his head flew up. Blood flowed out of his mouth and splashed in different directions. Ram continued to fight off these enemies and did not understand when they would finally end. Gae looked at him and didn't understand how she should feel about his talent to fight, because on the one hand it delighted her, but on the other hand she was very scared that someone was always hunting him. Suddenly another bandit appeared behind her and tried to sneak up on her unnoticed. Ram heard a scream from behind him and immediately turned his head to see what happened there. When he saw a bandit who was approaching his girlfriend, he lost self-control and was filled with anger because he couldn't let this bandit even touch her. The bandit grabbed the girl by the bag, otherwise she would pull her towards him. She did not understand what she needed to do in order for him to unhook from her. Ram made a swift dash towards him in order to protect Gae. He clenched his teeth tightly and tried to get closer to this bandit as quickly as possible in order to throw him back. He grabbed the bag that the bandit was trying to steal and looked into his eyes with his demonic gaze. Ram was furious that this idiot dared to touch his beloved, and he usually did not forgive anyone for such actions. The bandit understood that his affairs were now very bad and he greatly angered this guy with his sudden attack. Ram understood that now this pathetic thief would have to pay severely for his actions. He punched him in the face with all his might, and the bandit's nose immediately began to bleed. He kept his fists ready to strike again but suddenly decided to stop. He turned his head to the side and realized that now it was more important to find out from Gae and if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, but her voice at that moment was shaking greatly due to the fact that she was scared. He saw that her hands were also shaking with fear and it was the bandit who had just suddenly appeared very much. Ram understood that he needed to somehow calm her down because she was now going through a lot of stress. He extended his hand to her and slowly wanted to touch her face. Ram asked her to wait here for a few seconds. He said that he would be back very quickly but he needed to leave now. Snow began to fall rapidly from the sky and more the weather was restored. The weather changed dramatically, and something very strange was happening in the city. The girl pushed off the edge of the roof with her foot and made a rapid leap forward. She jumped between houses and tried to find the person we wanted. Bounty hunters. She wanted to understand where he was now and what was going on in this city. Suddenly she saw something very interesting and decided to stop here to take a better look around. She walked slowly along the roof and tried to be very quiet and unnoticeable. When she reached the edge of the roof, she sat down so that she could better see what was happening below. She saw that beaten bandits were lying on the street, and almost all of them were now unconscious. She thought that it all looked very interesting and realized that there was clearly a fight going on here with some experienced warrior, because it was unlikely that an ordinary person could beat up so many people. Delicious hot tea was poured from a teapot into a cup. The gentleman said that Na-han has recently started drinking alcohol in his room after what happened, and the gentleman is worried that the boy drinks a lot. The servant immediately understood what the master meant and what he wanted from the servant, so he bowed and said that Na-han actually drinks a lot of alcohol now. He said that it will soon pass and it's like a fever that anyone can catch when they fall in love and have their heart broken. The master said that his servant was most likely even more surprised than he was, and it was hard to believe that this girl rejected the Wangiam clan. He drank tea from his cup and said that there was no need to talk about the fact that Lady Jie was kidnapped by Jie Ram. The master understood that their clan said such information because they were afraid that they would be destroyed, and in fact he was sure that Lady Jie simply ran away. He put the cup on the table and said that they must catch the guy who had the courage to take the clan's property. The gentleman could not tolerate such humiliation and said that they should tell everyone what power their clan has. He said that, unlike other children, his son is receiving a priest's education. Therefore, he spent all his time alone and he is an adult man. But he is like a small child who does not know how this world works, and therefore he placed a servant next to his son. The master accused the servant of not coping with the young master, and not being able to give him sound advice in time. The gentleman wanted to know the name of his 9th son. He said that he had heard a lot about him. They told him that this guy was very talented. The servant stood up and looked at the master in surprise. He was very frightened by the behavior of his master, and did not know what to answer. The gentleman said that he needs to meet with the 9th son. After all, if Na-han cannot pull himself together, then he will need to be replaced. The gentleman said that he did not want to take such measures, but there was no other choice. They would need to change the head priest. He said he couldn't let his son's behavior bring disgrace to the clan. The servant was shocked when he heard the master's words and did not understand what was going on in the life of the clan now. The master said that the servant had helped him and his family for a very long time and helped him through many difficulties. But even so, sadness would not be the only thing his clan would feel. The servant noticed that things were only getting worse and began to beg my lord not to make such sudden decisions. The gentleman said that there is very little time for services and he must solve everything as quickly as possible because his future depends on how Na-han behaves. The servant fell to his knees and began to thank the master for his kind heart, and said that he would return the guy to normal, and do everything possible so that this would not happen again. The master said that he was already tired of bad news today, so he ordered the servant to leave his room immediately. The servant went to the exit and left the room. He closed the door behind him. He went outside and stood silently for several minutes, and tried to comprehend the whole catastrophe that was now happening in his life. He knew that the only way to appease the young master was to bring back that damn girl who broke his heart. It's been a full 10 days since she disappeared, but there has been absolutely no information about where she is now. He took a deep breath and then exhaled the air from his lungs and said that he needed to calm down in order to come up with a solution to this problem. He said that he informed all the clans and gave information to the bounty hunters and also sent the best conifers in the country so that they find this girl. Now he just needs to wait. Jie Ram continued to fight off opponents who constantly attacked them from different angles. The bounty hunters scattered in different directions and they were unable to repel this great warrior. All I could not do was attack in small places and distract his attention. He took her hand again and began to run forward in order to finally escape from this chase. They were already very tired after constant marriages and escapes, but they still continued to move forward because they knew that they couldn't stop. Jie Ram said that they had almost arrived and they only had a little time left. Jie looked at him and trusted his every word. She had already stopped understanding what was happening here and simply followed him. When they finally came out of the alley into the big street in order to leave the city, they saw a very scary picture in front of them. Near the central gate of the city there were a lot of headhunters who set up an ambush here and were just waiting for their victims to finally appear. The man behind the head smiled and then began to laugh very loudly. He showed his confidence and strength to these two runaway lovers and said that he had arranged a surprise for them here and hoped that they would like this surprise. Jie was very scared when she saw such a large number of hunters and did not understand how Jie Ram would fight against them all alone. Ga Ram understood that the situation was only getting worse, and now he would have to properly flex his fists and show these guys that they better not mess with him. Ga Ram stood surrounded by a large number of headhunters who wanted to kill him, and one hunter said that now in front of him stands the same head that costs 1,000 gold guineas. Another hunter was very surprised that this guy who now needs to be killed turned out to be younger than he thought, and said that he did not want to let his guard down because he heard that hundreds of warriors died at the hands of this warrior. The third bandit also intervened in the dialogue and said that now there is only one enemy and there are many of them, so he has no chance. Ga Ram began to get angry because these opponents were only becoming more numerous, but still did not lose hope and was not afraid that they would not defeat him. The only thing he was worried about at that moment was that he might not be able to protect Ga in time, and because there are a lot of opponents, and they will attack from all sides. One hunter got tired of waiting along with everyone else and shouted that their enemy was now like a rat in a mousetrap and he needed to be attacked immediately. He immediately struck with his spear and couldn't hit the guy's body, he missed. Ga Ram saw that this spear was very close to his face, but still he was able to dodge. A sharp axe was already flying at him from above, which wanted to split his head in two halves. Ga Ram again made a deft leap to the side and evaded this axe herself and also did not receive damage. An iron tip of a mace flew at him from above, which could make a bloody cake out of him with one blow. But the guy had very good reflexes and he was able to sense the approaching danger and dodged in time. When he saw how this mace broke the asphalt, he realized that he was very lucky that he did not receive this damage. At that moment the bandit was standing on the roof of the house and holding in his hand an iron chain at the end of which there was a mace, and he did not understand how this guy was able to dodge the blow. Ga Ram slowly walked back and she walked back with him. Suddenly they stopped, and he decided to turn his head back in order to understand why they could not go further back. He saw that behind them there was a wall of a house and it was no longer possible to retreat back and it was necessary to take other measures in order to survive. He raised his gaze forward and looked at his enemies, after which he closed his eyes and realized that there was only one way out of this situation. He opened his eyes again and looked at his enemies once more, but now he had a strong gaze. The bounty hunter who was dressed in blue clothes thought that no matter how strong this guy is, it will be easy to kill him because he is alone. He held an axe in front of his face and smiled because he imagined how this guy would scream in pain when he was killed. Ga Ram at that moment began to slowly approach his enemies, and no one understood what this guy was going to do now. The bounty hunter did not understand where their enemy had disappeared because he had just been in front of his eyes and now it was as if he had fallen through the ground. This hunter suddenly received a very strong punch to the face and began to fly backwards. An iron mace appeared in the air again and flew towards him. Ga Ram was able to dodge this mace in time, but this time his movements were no longer sharp. He moved very calmly and judiciously. A bounty hunter who just thought his opponent would be easy prey decided to strike with his axe. Ga Ram was not currently armed with any weapons and so he decided to use an iron mace that was on a chain. He redirected the movement vector of this mace, and now it hit this hunter right in the head, and crushed his head. The hunter fell to the ground and now instead of his face there was a bloody cake, and it is unlikely that he will ever be able to get back to his feet. The owner of the iron mace couldn't believe his eyes because his opponent had just lined up. So it was he who killed that hunter. Ga Ram wrapped an iron chain around his hand and after that he began to pull his hand back. His plan didn't work the first time and so he had to pull his hand back again, but this time much stronger. The hunter very quickly began to fly down and fall from the roof, and because he felt the tension in his head, the rest of the hunters at that moment simply stood and watched. When the owner of the iron mace began to fly down, the first thing he saw before his eyes was the knee of Ga Rama, which was very quickly approaching his face. He didn't know how this guy managed to dodge all the blows so deftly and launch counterattacks, but one thing he knew for sure was that he would be in a lot of pain now. Ga Ram hit his opponent's jaw with his knee and saw blood flowing out of his mouth. Ga Ram heard the footsteps of a bandit running behind him who, unnoticed, went around him and approached Gai. At this moment the bandit thought that he was able to deceive everyone, and while this guy was fighting he would carry out his cunning plan. He started smiling because he understood that he was now going after a girl who could help him defeat this guy. But suddenly a very large heavy object appeared on his face and was approaching him. A few seconds later his head was slammed into the wall, and the iron mace helped Ga Ram do it. By this time, the rest of the headhunters had already begun to get angry that no one could defeat this guy and therefore decided to attack the three of them at once. Ga Ram saw that his opponents were approaching him very quickly, but he thought that if they wanted to attack Trump, it would be even faster to kill them. He grabbed the spear of one of the hunters approaching him and used the enemy's weapon against him. He pushed his enemy back and took the spear from his hands. Now the guy owned a weapon that helped him fight in the war. Ga Ram took a fighting position and prepared to meet the next opponents. His eyes at this moment also began to take on a white demonic form. The hunters were perplexed by what they had just seen and did not understand where this guy learned all these techniques. He thought that he had seen many generals in the stands who were obsessed with war, but he had never seen a person like this guy. After all, this boy is worth more than 1,001 in gold. Ga Ram stood in the center and held a spear in his hands. He waited for the next opponents to attack him. At that moment he resembled an impregnable fortress that could not be captured or broken. The bandit thought that if this guy cannot be easily killed or captured, then he needs to do it his way. Ga Ram continued to stand and wait for the next attack from the sky. At that moment snow was falling and it was getting very cold outside. Suddenly someone held up two posters with the faces of Ga Rama and Gae. The girl realized that the boy she was looking for was right here, and she was the first to find him. He thought that now she needs to tell the rest of her team members that she followed him and is now watching him. She took out a stick from the inside pocket of her clothes that looked like a firework. She used this signal fire and released it into the sky so that the rest of the team would also see her location. The signal fire flew high into the sky and made an explosion. The guy at this moment was in the main market in the city and heard some strange sound. He raised his head up and saw that signal fires began to burn in the sky and realized that this was a sign. Another guy from the same team at that moment was eating noodles in one eatery which was located on the other side of the city. He also heard a strange sound and realized that he had heard such sounds before. He wondered what it was. He raised his head up and saw a signal fire that exploded in the air. Splashes of blood appeared more and more often. Ga Ram destroyed his opponents and wanted with a long spear. The bounty hunter couldn't believe that this guy was such a brutal killer, and no one could defeat him. He ordered his team of hunters to move back so that they would not suffer at the hands of this cruel monster. Ga Ram said that if these headhunters retreat now, then he will not attack them anymore, but if they are going to continue, he promised that he would kill them all. He doesn't care how many there are. At that moment the hunter looked carefully at the boy and thought that he needed to act somehow differently in order to defeat him. He smiled and said that it was funny for him to listen to this guy's threats because he was alone, but it still sounded pretty scary. He said that they had lost too many hunters to give up, and he realized that this enemy was actually a strong man, but at the moment he was alone, and they would attack until he got tired. Ga Ram listened to the words of this hunter, and the hunter said that sooner or later the guy will not stand it and fall, and after the hunter kills him he is going to have fun with his girlfriend. The hunter said that when he has fun with her it will not be fun for her. The guy can think as much as he wants about what they will do to her, but it will be beyond his imagination. The hunter said that Gae will beg them to kill her, but they will not think about it, and so that he does not worry, they will keep her alive for a very long time so that she suffers. Gae listened to all this horror and gradually became scary because these people are so cruel. She saw some ropes appearing around her body. These ropes tied her body, and she suddenly began to fly upward and scream very loudly. Ga Ram saw that these barbarians had just grabbed his beloved and hung her in the air. He very quickly began to turn his head back. He shouted her name very loudly so that she could hear his voice and understand that he was nearby, and somehow tried to deal with this problem. The bandit said that today there was no great luck, and he saw how his girlfriend was taken away right in front of his eyes. So he's probably mad. The bandit started laughing and making fun of Ga Rama. He said that his face now looked as if he had shit his pants. The rest of the bandits also supported this idea and began to make fun of the guy in order to lower his self-confidence. They said that they would have a lot of fun with her tonight, and they would make sure that she suffered today. At that moment he lost all control over himself for several seconds and simply froze. His eyes began to glow and anger from all these events overwhelmed his mind and body. Ga Ram looked at his opponents and realized that he needed to act very quickly. He swung his spear to throw it at the enemy. He began to pick up speed in order to make a good throw. The spear flew very quickly into the body of the enemy, who at that moment was on the roof. The hunter slowly continued to lift the girl up and did not suspect anything at that moment. He saw a spear flying at him and realized that his affairs were now very bad. The spear hit the roof of the house and broke a small part of the roof, and the hunter began to scream in fear. His foot starts to slide off the roof of the house. He didn't expect this guy to think of throwing a spear at him. Now the guy slowly began to slide off the roof and realized that it was becoming difficult for him to hold the girl on the rope with his hands. He was able to find balance, and said that he just almost dropped this girl. The hunter thought that he needed to be more careful and next time watch what this warrior was doing below. He looked down and saw something very strange. Ram made a very high jump and was now flying in the air. He was almost able to touch Gae with his hand. The hunter said that he could not allow this to happen and therefore swung his spear to shoot down this flying guy. The spear flew past him, but it was able to catch his cheek and leave a wound on his cheek. Ram understood that his plan unfortunately did not work, and now he is slowly starting to fly down. He fell and again moved away from his beloved and could not save her at that moment. Gae was very scared because she understood that these hunters would steal her, and the worst thing was that Ram was now falling down and could get hurt. The bandit said that this guy scared him very much, and he didn't understand how this warrior managed to jump so high. He stuck his fingers into the stone wall, and was able to break through it. He was still flying down, but thanks to the fact that he was able to grab the wall, it became easier for him to stop his flight down. Ram at that moment did not feel sorry for himself, and no longer felt pain because for him the most important thing was to save Gae. His eyes were not visible because locks of his hair fell on them, but from his facial expression it was clear that he was very angry. Suddenly his eyes began to glow with white light again and activated his internal energy which strengthened him. He started trying to climb up this wall. When he removed his hands, small stones began to fall on the walls and at that moment the wall cracked and broke. He pushed his fingers off the surface of the wall and made a rapid jerk upward. The hunter offered to capture this guy using a large metal mesh that he prepared especially for dangerous enemies. The hunter shouted that their thief was very desperate but still would not catch him, and would not allow him to defeat them. Ram saw the metal mesh flying straight at him, and he was obviously not prepared for such a turn of events. He got inside this net, was driven into a fly's web and did not know how to get out of this trap. The hunter shouted that this guy needs to be killed as soon as he falls to the ground, because if he gets out of the net, he will be difficult to deal with. Suddenly, from the crowd, a taller man appeared and he was holding a giant mace in his hand and pushing away all the other hunters in his path. This big man wanted to personally deal with the boy who caused so many problems for all these hunters. Ram fell to the ground and hit himself very hard when he touched the ground. He was inside the net, and did not understand how he could quickly get out of it. Suddenly the guy noticed a giant man in front of him who swung his heavy weapon and wanted to kill him. The giant struck with his mace directly at the body of this guy, and this time he hit him from under. Ram's legs were pulled out, and the earth around them scattered in different directions. He stood opposite the body of the crippled guy, and watched what happened to him, but saw nothing because before his eyes there was only fog and smoke. He stood calmly and waited for the smoke to clear and he could see the mutilated bodies of this guy. He hit his hands with his mace and wanted to strike again. He swung his mace and it quickly began to fly towards this guy. The hunter hit the ground with his mace, and the ground immediately began to break under the weight of such a heavy weapon. The goon lifted this guy into the air and threw him into the wall, and when Ram crashed into this wall he broke it with his body. The hunters were nearby all this time and just watched as this thunderous man beat the guy with whom they could not cope for several hours. The brute ordered the rest of the hunters who were now standing and inactive to take care of the rest of the problems. Gae couldn't believe her eyes. She just saw how her lover was killed and still didn't want to believe it. Gae screamed that this couldn't be and it just seemed like it. She begged Ram to wake up. At that moment she was punched in the back of the head, and she felt a sharp, severe pain. Gae immediately lost consciousness and passed out. The hunter said that he was tired of her, and ordered her to stop making a show and sit quietly. One hunter said that the guy I just killed had monstrous strength, and he had never seen anything like it before. The thug said that this hunter who stood next to him was trash, and the people who serve him are also trash. He said that all the provocations that he saw from people of this garbage were disgusting, and it was pathetic to watch. The hunter said that their lives were at stake and no one should care how they did it. Everything ended faster thanks to the thug, and this is a good ending. Hey, they started to slowly walk into the hole in the wall to cut off this guy's head and started discussing among themselves how they would spend the money they were paid. The hunter said to take the girl before his people noticed because a lot of psychos would try to take her for themselves. There was some kind of very strong explosion inside the building and air began to fly out very quickly. The hunter put a bag on the girl's body and tied it so that she could not run away from them and could not see anything around her. The bandits understood what kind of explosion had just occurred inside the building and they immediately became wary because it was very strange. Some strange sounds were heard from the black hole of this building. Suddenly, a silhouette of a guy appeared inside and slowly approached them. Ram stood on his feet inside this building. Some strong energy was released from his body, and his eyes glowed in the dark. He was still alive. Despite the fact that he had received very heavy damage and should have died, he looked absolutely normal and alive. The bandits did not understand how this was even possible, and how this guy could survive after being hit by an iron mace. The thug said that he was absolutely sure that he was able to finish this guy off once and for all when he hit him with his head twice. The leader of the headhunters was also shocked that this boy was still able to move. Ram lowered his head down and was very aware that nothing had changed in his life during all this time. He remembered himself on the battlefield and realized that he had never been able to achieve anything in his entire life, and was still in the same place where he was and the war had not yet ended. He was very happy because he forgot about reality, and did not understand why he felt so relieved. At that moment he realized that most of all he was now angry with himself. Ram called himself a real idiot who forgot who was born and for what. He decided to talk a little with these bandits to explain to them that they had messed with the wrong person. He said that he was tired of talking to them and asking them to stop. Now instead he will just kill them all and take his Ram said that now is the time to show them who he really is and awaken the beast within himself. He started going back to being a demon again. Ram said that these guys made him very angry and now all they have to do is just die. The bounty hunter had a very bad feeling because he saw that this enemy became a completely different person after leaving the building. The hunter slowly began to draw his sword. At that moment he thought that they had decided to fight against someone who better not to mess with. Ram took this hunter's hand with his hand and blocked his movement. The hunter did not understand what was happening and why the enemy had just taken his hand instead of immediately starting an attack. Ram behaved very calmly and reservedly. People around did not understand what was happening to this guy now, and why he was not behaving aggressively. But suddenly Ram grabbed this hunter by the hand and began to break his hand and his fingers. The hunter felt very strong pain in his hand and began to scream. He absolutely did not expect such a turn of events, and it was unbearably difficult for him to endure the pain in his hand. Ram broke the hand of this hunter so that he could not have access to his weapon, and so the guy pulled the sword out of its sheath. He made a wide swing of his sword and cut the enemy's body. Drops of blood scattered around and the rest of the headhunters were very scared and did not understand what to do. The thug, who had a large iron mace in his hand, decided to strike again. He thought that if he was able to defeat this opponent once, he could do it again. Ram turned his head back and saw that a large mace was approaching him very quickly, but he calmly reacted to this situation. Ram was not afraid to face this weapon and therefore swung his fist. He punched his fist straight into the iron ball which was the tip of this thing, and this blow was completely unexpected for all the headhunters who were there. The thug thought that this guy was completely crazy because what he had just done was absurd and not a single living person could have remained unharmed after hitting the iron mace with his fist. Ram made a strong blow with his fist so the iron material and the iron ball began to crack. The cracks that appeared on the iron ball became larger, and the ball gradually began to break. The thug couldn't believe his eyes, seeing what this crazy warrior had just done was against all laws of nature. Ram decided not to stop and tore the body of this thug into several parts. He threw his arms and legs in different directions and poured blood on his opponents so that they would understand that their enemy was beyond their strength. Ram was able to kill 10 opponents at once with one blow, and their dead bodies lay on the ground near him and bloody rain along with snow slowly poured from the sky. The bounty hunters who were on the roof at that moment carefully watched the battle taking place below, and they were extremely scared. After all, they had this guy's lover in their hands. He understood that this guy was now extremely aggressive and angry with them, and, apparently, they didn't have long to live. Ram stood below and looked at the bloody bodies that surrounded him. He was very calm, but despite this, the fire of rage burned inside him. He slowly began to turn his head towards the hunter who was now at the top of the roof in order to tell him something very important. Ram slowly moved his lips and said that he knows that the hunter who is now on the roof hears him. He said that now he is following him and do everything to make this guy suffer before he dies. The hunter came down from the roof and tried to run away from here as quickly as possible, holding this girl on his shoulders. He ran very quickly and hoped that he would still be able to escape. But as soon as he felt that he had run far enough, and this guy was unlikely to be able to catch up with him, he immediately heard some strange sound behind him, and turned his head back. He saw an explosion that occurred around the corner of the house, and from there the killed opponents began to fly out and fall to the ground. He understood that this monster had caught up with him, and now he definitely wouldn't be able to get out of here alive. After all, he now has the most valuable loot in his hands. Ram ran around the corner, and with glowing eyes began to look at the hunter who stole his girlfriend. The hunter didn't understand where you even came from. This monster, he looked at the glowing eyes of this guy and didn't believe that such people even existed. The hunters continued to chase Ram and argued that they should not lose sight of him and leave him alone. They believed that this guy would soon get tired and I would not be able to defeat him. Ram understood that these pathetic hunters had no idea who they were fighting now and was ready to kill them all at any opportunity. But one thing he knew for sure was that he needed to take back and would not allow this hunter to run away with her. But on his way he constantly met these weak hunters who prevented him from quickly achieving his goal. When he saw the hunter and running away into the distance, he realized that he didn't have much time, and he needed to deal with these idiots as quickly as possible. Ram slowly began to walk forward in order to destroy all opponents who were preventing him from catching up with the kidnapper. But suddenly a man approached him from the fog. This man was clearly not afraid of Rama. The man made a very quick dash forward and struck with his sword. Ram understood that this opponent was very fast because he was able to cut him on the stomach with his sword. He was very surprised when he saw that this opponent was not as weak as all the others. Blood slowly began to flow out of his wound and splash in different directions. This old man who had just attacked him laughed because he felt that he could defeat this enemy because he had just been able to inflict a wound on him. He jumped and swung his sword to kill this guy. Ram noticed the approach of the enemy and was able to react very quickly to his attack. He rotated his sword in his hand to change its position, and now he held the sword in the same way as holding a blade. With this technique of holding the ball, he could fend off blows much faster and deliver clearer blows to the enemy that would be difficult for him to block. The old man was still able to block the blow, and when their balls touched each other, sparks began to fly. They were both very serious and their swords were slipping, but neither of them was going to give up. He made a very quick strike with his sword and cut the bag that was on Ram's belt. Things and products that Ram and had been buying at the market all day in order to go on a further journey began to fall out of the bag. This blow was an insult to him because the things that were in the bag were very important to The old man said that unfortunately he could not kill the enemy with this blow. His blow was very close. Ram noticed that this old man is a very experienced warrior, and his sword technique is exactly the same as that of his people, and he has the feeling that he is back on the battlefield. Ram said that he feels that this old man is one of them and he is an unusual bounty hunter. The old man said that lately he had been hunting a lot for boring prey, and it did not bring him any interest. He stepped on his gray eyebrows and said that I love this moment when he is on the verge between life and death, and this moment, when death is right before his eyes, he loves to feel the taste that no person can forget. The old man said that now he will let Ram feel this taste of death, and hope that the guy can properly accept it and enjoy it. The old man at that moment began to remember moments from his past life. In those days, he was an ordinary person living in a village who worked in the fields from morning to night and took care of the land. But one day he saw people dressed in military uniforms come to his house. He knew that they were heading specifically to his house, and most likely they were looking for him specifically because in the village of Tak where there were no other young men. For him, military life had become a commonplace thing, and this was not the first time he had seen men go to the battlefield and be taken from their homes without asking them whether they wanted it or not. They were imposed the same idea that it doesn't matter what you have in your hands, Whether it's a sword or a spear, the most important thing is to protect the earth. You need to fight for your life every day to return to your family and loved ones. After all, if you are killed on the battlefield, you will never see them again. But in order to achieve their goal, it was necessary to kill hundreds of people every day and look at the blood and dead bodies. He didn't want to be a killer, but the rules of war were that you had to kill every day in order to survive on the battlefield. Now to go home after what you experienced on the battlefield, and after a difficult war, to accept the fact that you will never return to this terrible place was very difficult. Many went to this area to find answers to questions there, and finally live a quiet life away from the war. But many after the war returned to their home, but all they saw were empty villages where all that survived were traces of past years. He saw ruined, broken houses and empty territories where people used to live when he was at war. He thought that he would return to the same place from where he left, but everything turned out to be completely different. At that moment he understood that the only place where he could return and be needed was war. He understood that the only place that welcomes him, and is always happy to see him, is the battlefield. He forgot who he was, because in this place he turned into a war-obsessed killer who wanted to kill even if he was not in battle. The thirst for victory and the thirst for battle style is like a drug for him, and he could not live a quiet life. He always wanted to be in battle. Ga Ram killed this old man immediately after listening to his story and said that this was a very ordinary story, and there was nothing special in his words. The old man began to cough up blood while lying on the cold ground and said that the moment had finally come when he died in battle and could rest in peace. He closed his eyes, and at that moment he finally died, but his death was as he imagined it. He died in battle at the hands of a strong opponent. Ga Ram said that he is no different from all the people who have been in the war. He is the same killer as all of them, but he has something that makes him different from all of them. Ga Ram knew that all his life Ga was next to him, shining her smile on him and giving him hope for a better life in the future. Thanks to her, he was still alive. Ga Ram began to scream very loudly because he remembered that Ga is now in the hands of the headhunter, and he needs to save her as quickly as possible. He cut up the bodies of opponents who stood in his way. He mercilessly killed them and tried to clear his way. There were more and more enemies on his way, and reinforcements were added to the bounty hunters every few minutes. The hunters saw that their enemy stopped for a moment, and they did not understand why he was not attacking them now. Ga Ram began to get angry because they were preventing him from passing and wanted to somehow explain to them that he would not kill them if they did not interfere with him. He ordered these hunters to immediately step aside and not interfere with him, in which case he would spare them. A man was running very quickly along the roofs of houses, jumping from one roof to another. This man ran very quickly and was in a hurry to get to his destination as quickly as possible. Suddenly she heard some person call her name Bina. She turned her head to the side to look at the guy who had just called her. Bina saw that on earth near the building on which she stood was her brother. The brother said that he saw her flare when he was in the city, and asked if she was able to find the person they were hunting for. Bina shouted that the girl they needed to deliver to the master had just been kidnapped by headhunters. He looked at her, and thought that they needed to find this girl immediately. Bina said that her brother needs to follow her because she saw where they ran away. The gentleman stood on the edge of the roof and observed the situation that is now happening in the city. At that moment snow continued to fall from the sky. He thought that the hunt for this guy was very difficult, and a lot of time had passed, but they still hadn't caught that guy. He only now understood why they give a whole 1,000 gold coins for the head of this warrior. And suddenly they saw that one of the headhunters appeared on the roof. He was very tired and was holding some kind of bag on his shoulder. The hunter told the boss that he was able to get out of this chaos and get to this place. The gentleman smiled when he saw that this guy had a girl on his shoulder that needed to be stolen. He praised this hunter for his good work. The bounty hunter said that they don't have time to talk. They need to get out of here immediately because this monster will come here soon, and they won't be able to deal with him. The city streets were filled with the corpses of headhunters, and their blood flowed down the ground, creating bloody puddles throughout the city. Ga Ram saw that the opponents still intend to continue the battle, and there are only more of them. He raised his head up and began to look at the roofs of the houses that were next to him. Ga Ram remembered that the bounty hunter who stole his girlfriend ran away in the direction of a tall building on the outskirts of the city. He turned his head and began to look around in order to assess the situation that was now happening around him and understand what he needed to do next. He said that he would soon be there and asked Jae to wait a little while he made his way to her. He took a step forward and stepped his black boots into a pool of blood. Jae Ram was completely stained with blood. One eye glowed black and the other eye glowed white, and this meant that he had half let himself into demons in order to defeat all these enemies. The gentleman said that he would not go anywhere because this building is their refuge, and this is a fortress that no one can easily overcome. The bounty hunter tried to explain to this gentleman that the man with whom they are fighting is an unusual warrior, and he kills everyone who gets in his way, and he was even able to kill a giant. The gentleman was very surprised when he heard that it was yours alone who was capable of killing such a large number of hunters and giants. The hunter said that he had never met such opponents before. This is not a person, but a real monster, and they better leave here. The gentleman at that moment was in a difficult situation because he did not see what their enemy was capable of. But from what he heard, this enemy was actually incredibly strong. The gentleman understood that if they gave this girl away and received money for her, he would never hunt for people again and would be able to start all over again. He knew that the money he would receive for this girl would be enough for him not to worry about anything for the rest of his days. He was very sorry for all the people who died in battle today. This was the best option for him, and he decided that he would immediately leave here. Suddenly a girl appeared on the roof and said that she had finally found the lair of these bandits. Bina ordered to immediately give her this girl while she is still kind, but if they don't do this, they will have to regret their decision. The guard said that he does not advise this girl to approach them, and if he were her, he would advise her to take reinforcements with her because it would be very dangerous for one girl to come here. Bina looked contemptuously at this warrior and let him know that she was not afraid of him and all the bandits present here. The warrior said that she looked very nice, and he thought he could get enough money if he sold her at the slave market, but he should teach her a lesson before doing so. Bina said that this is exactly the reaction she expected from the stupid guard, so she's not surprised that he says that. She slowly raised her hand up to strike him. Bina made a quick blow with her hand and the warrior didn't even have time to notice anything. After this warrior received a blow, he immediately began to fly backwards with blood flowing out of his mouth and broken teeth flying out. The shadows of two people were visible on the wall. They were armed, but nevertheless they tried to move forward very quickly. The first man said that it seems to him that it is very strange that they abandon all their brothers and run away to their cowards. The second man turned his head at him and looked at this guy with a dissatisfied look. He said that they are not running away and this is a completely different situation. The second man said that when it comes to monsters like this guy, the wisest decision is to avoid, and he is clearly not the kind of warrior that they can overcome with numbers. Jae Ram continued to beat opponents who tried to prevent him from going further. The group commander, the headhunter, ordered no one to retreat and continued to fight. Anyone who retreats will be pathetic rats. Many of the carpenters behind the heads were very scared and tired because they had been fighting all day, and they never managed to even get close or do any damage to this monster. Jae Ram continued to walk forward slowly, and the headhunters saw in him an impenetrable machine that stops at nothing on the way to its goal. Jae Ram constantly saw his opponents in front of him, and every time he told them that if they step aside, he will not kill them. Bina said that if these people are actually capable of sending a sweet, innocent girl to the slave market, then she clearly doesn't like them. The gentleman understood where this girl came from here, but he only knew that because of this girl they would now have problems, and they would not be able to safely escape from here. The bounty hunter didn't know what to do correctly in this situation because they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, but now they still needed to deal with this girl. The warrior was very surprised when he saw that this fragile little girl was able to knock out a huge guard with one blow. Bina said that she can't stand people like them and she hates them because they sell children and girls into slavery, and she called them crap who don't deserve the right to life. The guards put their weapons forward and prepared to defend their master from this girl. Suddenly her brother appeared on the roof. He was very quiet and inconspicuous, so the guards did not pay attention to him. The gentleman understood that this was an unusual girl because she was able to knock out a large man with her small fist. This means that she knows how to use Taoist magic. The gentleman understood that the best way to survive in this situation was to simply ignore this girl and retreat, while the guards restrained her. My brother at that moment was already standing behind these bandits, and said that if I wasn't going to escape, then they wouldn't succeed. He said that these bandits were so interested in a girl whom they had not seen for the first time that they did not even notice that their opponent was standing next to him, and he called them pathetic. The gentleman turned his head towards this guy and was shocked when he saw that they had another enemy on the roof who could interfere with them. The brother made a rapid leap forward and moved very quickly in space. He was able to move from one edge of the roof to the other edge of the roof in 1 second and stopped on the edge using one leg. The bounty hunters didn't even have time to understand what just happened. After all, this guy was moving incredibly fast. "Brother, I will return my sword back to its scabbard in order to hide it." With a quick movement of his hand, he put the sword back into its sheath, and at that moment a click sounded. After he hit his sword, the bodies of the opponents who were behind him began to fall apart. He cut them into 2 parts with one blow. On the roof lay the dead bodies of guards and bounty hunters who could not do anything to resist him. He asked Bean what was happening now with the girl who was kidnapped by these hunters and how was she feeling. Bean went to the place where Gai was located in order to examine her and understand what condition she was in now. Bina took this girl's hand with 2 fingers, measured her pulse in order to understand what was happening to her, and after she felt her heartbeat she said that she was fine. Gai just lost consciousness after being hit, and still hasn't woken up yet. Bina said that now she has calmed down a little and may not worry so much about this girl. The brother asked what happened in the city. He was in a completely different place all this time and absolutely does not know the situation that is happening now. Bina said that when she noticed a fight on the city street, you saw that one of the headhunters stole this girl and she followed them to save her. Brother asked what is happening now with the guy who should be next to this girl. Bina said that it was difficult for her to answer this question. But most likely this man was already dead, because he was constantly surrounded by headhunters. Bina asked where the third brother by heel was and why he did not respond to the flare. The brother did not know how to answer her to this question. But suddenly he heard some strange sounds from the roof and turned his head. Bina asked what was happening and why did the brother suddenly look towards that side of the roof. They stood silently and looked at this part of the roof and heard footsteps approaching them. Bina looked carefully in that direction and could not understand who exactly was approaching them now. The man's footsteps became louder and louder, and he approached them very quickly. Suddenly a hand appeared on the roof of the house. It was the hand of this man who was trying to climb onto the roof. Ram came out of the corner of this task and showed himself to the people who were above. He looked very bad. His sword and clothes were all covered in blood. His clothes were torn and there were a large number of wounds and cuts on his body. His eyes at that moment shone brightly and made it clear that he was still capable of fighting. Ram looked up and realized that even here on the roof he would now have to fight with opponents, despite the fact that he had already covered a very long way. Snow continued to slowly fall from the sky and cover the ground with a white blanket. The soldiers saw that guests were approaching him and said that he was very glad to see them, and said that his general had been waiting for these guests all day. He asked them to follow him, and he would take them to the general. A lady with a white blindfold slowly followed these soldiers. A guy with a bald head watched the lady's reaction. They followed this soldier and passed by the training grounds where the soldiers were now practicing their spear strikes. They walked towards the building in which the arch was located, and around them there were a large number of soldiers who were training at that moment. The soldier informed the guests that the general was now inside the building, and he could not go further with them. The general at that moment stood near the window and watched the snow slowly cover the ground. General Ogi heard people approaching him, and saying that they were very glad to see him here. He turned his head towards them and with curiosity in his eyes looked at the guests whom he had been waiting for all day. Ram continued to walk forward and he understood that today a lot of people had already died and everyone who stood in his way would end up just like those corpses. My brother had never seen this guy until that moment, but he immediately assumed that this was the same warrior. Bina was shocked when she saw that this warrior was still alive and was able to get here, and she realized that she had underestimated his strength. Jan at that moment was still sitting near the wall and was unconscious. When Ram saw her, he felt a very strong surge of strength and realized that she was already very close and he was able to find her. He understood that there were only 2 opponents left on his way who were now standing in front of him. Ram didn't know who they were, what they were doing here, but judging by the corpses that lay on the roof, he understood that these were the next hunters who needed Gai. The brother said that judging by the appearance of the guy standing in front of him, This warrior Ga Ram is from the Galgo clan and is a major of the 2nd Legion of the Huang army. Ga Ram looked at this guy in surprise and understood that he was an unusual bounty hunter like all the other people who were hunting him today. After all, this guy knew a lot more information than the others. Bina said that they were given orders to bring him back alive, but if he resists, they will not spare him because he stole a helpless girl. Ga Ram understood that if he now looked at them with his black demonic eye, he would be able to see something more than all other people see. He understood that these were big risks because using demonic eyes is always very dangerous because you can lose control over the body, but he had no other choice. He saw the chi energy that flows in the bodies of these opponents, and realized that they are experienced warriors and have been training for many years. Ga Ram realized that he could not easily defeat them, and he must use all his strength to escape from here. But first, he had to take Gae and only after that run away from here. He initially decided to attack first in order to distract their attention, and so that they would not understand his true intentions. Bina said that she would take this guy on herself and her brother could not interfere in this fight. Ga Ram struck with his sword and tried to cut off the girl's head. He made a very quick movement with his hands and at that moment the sword slid past her body. She moved incredibly fast and could control the situation and react to attacks much faster than Ga Ram. He missed with his sword and understood that she was actually a very fast opponent, but he struck only to understand what she was capable of. Bina extended her hand forward to grab him. She grabbed him by the neck with her hand and sharply lifted him up and began to choke him. After that, she hit his head on the floor with all her might. She began to accumulate energy in her fist in order to deliver a powerful blow. Ga Ram understood that if he could not dodge this blow now, then most likely he would either die or lose consciousness. Bina delivered a very strong blow and after her fist touched the surface of the roof shattered into small stones, and they flew away in different directions. She got to her feet and saw that her opponent was gone, and he managed to dodge this blow. Bina said that the force of her blow was crushing enough to break his neck. She asked him, "Is it possible that the dark energy that is inside his body allows him to make such fast movements?" Ga Ram sat on the edge of the roof and tried to catch his breath. He wanted to take a break from the battle at least a little while talking. Bina said that it had already become clear to her that he was an unusual person, and immediately made a rapid leap forward. Ga Ram was starting to get angry because this girl clearly had no intention of leaving behind him and stopping the battle. Ga Ram made quick strikes with his sword and created a whirlwind around himself from these strikes in order to fend off her. Bina moved very quickly and could easily dodge all these blows because his movements were too slow for her. With her own hands she was able to evade the blade of his sword and change its trajectory. Bina got as close to him as possible, and blocked his sword and hand with her fingers. She said that he is very fast but still moves predictably so she knows all his next moves. Ga Ram was very surprised when he heard such words from her. He couldn't even think about the fact that she was several levels stronger than him. Bina said that if he just waved his pathetic sword, he wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Ga Ram no longer wanted to listen to her stupid talk and decided to launch his attack again. Brother said that he won't let Ga Ram just run away and it's better for him to give up before it's too late. Ga Ram didn't even have time to see how the guy moved from one place to another. It happened very quickly, but he felt very strong pain in his body. His leg was bleeding because the guy had just cut his leg with his sword so he wouldn't run away. Ga Ram fell to the ground because he could no longer stand on his feet after being so badly wounded. The brother said that he knows that military orders are very important and serious for every soldier, and he is not against the fact that this guy did not obey the orders. He said that he can understand everything but he does not understand how Ga Ram could just let go of the weapon from his hands because it is as important as his life and just throwing away the weapon is the same as giving up his pride as a warrior. Ga Ram said that he wants to forget about it because it means nothing to him now. The guy was very surprised when he heard such words from Ga Ram. He didn't understand how he should react to this. Ga Ram said that now all these people mean nothing to him, and he treats them like ordinary garbage. He took a piece of the stone roof with his fingers and began to tear it out to use as a weapon. His strength was enough to pull this stone out of the floor and lift it up. The brother saw that his opponent had just thrown this big piece of stone at him, and still he couldn't stop thinking that all the people who were before in this guy's life turned out to be ordinary garbage for him. He said that for these words he would cut Jie Rama in the same way as they would cut this stone now. He made several very fast ones and leave bright traces of your sword in the air. He did not deceive when he said that he was able to cut this big stone with his sword, and pieces of stone began to fly in different directions. Blood slowly flowed from the blade of his sword, and he thought that after all, he could not just kill the enemy because he was too weak. He thought that he was too excited when he cut this stone and was unable to complete his attack. Bina saw that a piece of a large stone was now flying towards Jai and shouted very loudly that this stone must be stopped immediately. Bina tried to wake up the girl with her scream, but it was useless because she was unconscious. But the stone at that moment was already very close to her body. The brother understood that the situation was getting out of control and he would not have time to save her from this flying stone in such a short time. Suddenly a stone crashed and shattered into a pile of small stones. Blood began to fly out from that place in different directions. Jie Ram covered Jai with his back and took all the damage. The stones crashed into his back and caused him a lot of damage, but he still protected her. He was in a lot of pain after they hit me, but he experienced such a large amount of pain that day that he stopped reacting to it. Jie was still sitting near the wall with her eyes closed at that moment. A small drop of blood from Jie Ram's body fell on her face. Jie slowly began to move and movements were noticeable on her face. She very smoothly opened her eyes and realized that she was very cold, and it was time to wake up. When she opened her eyes, she didn't understand where she was now and what she was doing here. Jie looked up and saw him. She didn't understand who exactly was standing in front of her right now. After all, she saw only the black silhouette of a man looking at her. Jie was scared and didn't understand what to do now. She didn't see his face but heard his voice saying that he had finally found her. Jie asked this silhouette who is he and is it really Jie Ram standing in front of her now? Only now she was able to see his face and realized that the black silhouette that stood in front of her was Jie Ram. She was very scared when she looked at him that he looked very bad now. She saw his torn clothes and the wounds that were on his arm. These wounds were dripping with blood. Jie and I saw that there are now very large cuts on his body from the sword, and these cuts are also dripping with blood. She saw a fresh wound on his leg and didn't understand how he was still able to stand on his feet and be in front of her. Jie extended her hand to him and began to ask what happened to him, and how he got hurt so badly. She asked what was happening to his eye and why was it black. Jie Ram told her that the weather is very good now and it is snowing outside and asked her to pay attention to this. He said that they once promised each other that they would see snow at home in Chowon, and now they are looking at this snow together. Jie said that this is absolutely unimportant now, and she is of little interest to them. She said that she is worried about his wounds and the blood on his body. Jie was very scared when she saw these open wounds and tried to cover his wound with her palms so that he would stop bleeding. Jie Ram asked her to get up and go with him while there was still time. Jie Ram said that he wants to go with her to Chowon, to a place where they will live a long, happy life together. She cried and could not stop her tears. She saw that he now looked very distracted and did not understand what was happening to him. Jie replied that she was ready to go with him and wanted to go together to their new home. But suddenly she saw that there were some other people behind him, and they were now approaching them very quickly. Jie shouted very loudly to Jie Ram and warned him that some girl was approaching him from behind and asked him to be careful. He turned his head back and saw a girl approaching him. Thanks to his reaction, he managed to notice this girl, but due to the fact that his leg was wounded, he could not move her. Bina hit him with her fist with all her strength, and he could not do anything to defend himself or dodge, and therefore simply began to fly to the side. Jie got scared and started screaming that he was in a lot of pain right now, and she didn't understand why this girl just hit him. Bina covered it with her hand and stood in front of her like a human shield. Bina said that Jie doesn't have to worry because they were sent here by the Wangim clan, and she will be safe and sound if she stays with them. Jie Ram was able to group himself in time and land normally on the ground, but he still had to slide some distance to stop. Jie Ram stopped, and then looked up. He saw that the next enemy was approaching him. His enemy had already swung his sword to attack and there was very little time to dodge. He struck with his sword and cut the roof on which they were not fighting into several pieces. After he completed his attack, He looked up again to see what had just happened to his enemy. Blood flowed out, and Rama's body weight fell in large drops onto the floor. A large cut appeared on his face from this sword, and now blood was also dripping from his face. He was able to dodge this attack, but despite this, a large scratch appeared on his face that will forever remain a scar. Gae covered her mouth with her hands in order not to make unnecessary sounds, but she was shocked when she saw what this guy did to Ram's face. He said that he had never met such an opponent before, and he was sure that he was able to split his head into two halves with this blow, but Ram was able to dodge his attacks again. Ram realized that his affairs are now very bad because his body is in a terrible state, and he has lost a large amount of blood and his vision is deteriorating. He tried to get to his feet, but it was difficult for him, and he did not understand what to do now and how to get out of this situation. Ram most of all they want to resort to extreme measures, but now he understood that he simply had no choice and he was forced to do so. He was on the edge of the roof, and it seemed like every second he could fall because his body was behaving unstable. The enemy swung his sword to cut off his head and said that this guy should look at him before he dies. He said that he takes it harshly as disrespect towards him, and he doesn't want to look at the back of this idiot's head before cutting off his head. Ram raised his gaze not to the enemy, and thought that this moment should be right now. But suddenly they saw Gae's hand raised up, who shouted very loudly and ordered them to stop. Gae covered him with her body and did not allow this warrior to cut off Ram's head. He was forced to stop so as not to kill this girl because she was the most important task in their mission. He asked her why she just what stopped him from killing this guy. Gae ordered him to stop because Ram was already in a terrible state, and all their actions that they did not now were torture for Ram. He thought that this was the perfect moment to make his attack because these wars are now disabled on Gai. He saw a stone that lay not far from him and thought that he could use it. The warrior was very surprised when he heard the words of this girl. He did not understand why she was protecting him, because they came here to save her. A stone suddenly started flying at his face, but he didn't have time to notice it because he was very distracted. The stone hit this guy right in the forehead, and it was a good distracting maneuver because he clearly did not expect such an outcome. Ram grabbed Gae by the waist with his right hand and realized that this was the perfect moment to try to escape from here. He leaned his hand on the railing that was on the roof of this building. He gave a push and jumped over the railing and began to fly down. Gae did not understand what was happening now and why she was at the epicenter of these terrible events. Bina was shocked when she saw that this guy had just taken the girl and jumped down with her. Ram flew down with Gai. It was a very risky plan and they could die at any moment if they landed incorrectly, but he had no other choice. Two black silhouettes slowly flew down and hugged each other, but in flight Gai's scream could still be heard. Bina told her brother that there was no time to just stand still, and they must immediately do something to save her. Ram knew that there was a stretched white flag below, and thanks to this flag they were able to soften their fall a little. Ram was very calm and knew that this was all part of his plan. But Gae was not prepared for the fact that she would fall from a tall building and therefore closed her eyes so as not to be so afraid. They tore the fabric and began to fall down along with this fabric. They fell onto the roof of the building that was below and broke through this roof with their backs along with the wooden beams. Bina approached her brother to ask if everything was okay with him, and he answered in a dissatisfied voice that everything was fine with him. Bina went to the edge of the roof to look at what was happening below. She saw a large hole in the roof that was located below. The building we didn't get into after we fell was very dark, and after the fall all the dust that had been lying on the ground all this time rose into the air. Ram asked her if she was okay and if she hurt herself when she fell. She said that she was fine and ordered him to never do that again because she was very scared, and now she is very angry with him because of this act. Ram promised her that he would never do that again. Suddenly they saw that the place where they now found themselves was a stable in which there were free horses. Bina looked down and saw that their situation was developing according to the worst scenario. She and her brother saw that this guy and the girl they were supposed to save had just left on horseback. She said that they couldn't just let them go, and they needed to immediately catch up with them and stop them. Suddenly the third member of their team appeared and said that he finally understood who they had been hunting for all this time. Bina asked this guy where he was all this time and why he didn't help them. He told her that on the way here he met a large number of headhunters. Bina continued to wait for a detailed answer from him, and wanted to understand what he had been doing with these hunters for so long. He said that nothing special happened, but he had to spend a lot of time to deal with them all. He smiled and said that unlike these guys, he had a lot of fun while killing these hunters. The older brother was holding his face with his palm at that moment. He felt the blood dripping from his face, and realized that this guy had smashed his head with a stone. He started to get angry because for a very long time this was the only injury he received in battle, and he couldn't just leave it like that. Ga Ram urged his horse to run even faster. He wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. In a few minutes they managed to arrive on the outskirts of the city, and he saw that the forest was already beginning very close and that they would soon leave this city. The archer looked at them with his own eyes, and despite the fact that they were very far from him, he still saw them. He sat motionless for several seconds to assess the distance that separated them. The archer smiled and said that he had good news because he could reach them from such a distance. He said that he was late and therefore asked the guys not to worry about this guy because now he wants to deal with him himself. He pushed his foot off the wall of this building and made a rapid leap forward. Archer by heel very quickly or run towards the fleeing opponents in order to catch up with them. He jumped from roof to roof and picked up speed to become faster. He wanted to catch up with the fleeing opponents in order to stop them and make it clear to his brothers and sisters that their labors were not in vain. He began to approach Ga Ram and saw that they were no longer as far from him as they were a few minutes ago. Ga Ram continued to quickly run forward on his horse, and he didn't even suspect that someone was hunting him now. He wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible and break away from his pursuers. Ga Ram constantly urged the horse with his foot so that it would speed up its run. Suddenly he felt the presence of some stranger nearby. He turned his head to the side and saw that in fact some guy was now running after them. Ga Ram understood that they wouldn't be allowed to escape from here just like that, and the main problem was that the guy who was watching them was armed with a bow. Behul was confident in his abilities and he was full of strength, so he wanted to catch this guy as quickly as possible. He took with his hand 2 arrows that were in his quiver. Behul loaded the arrows into the bow and pulled the string very tightly. He wanted to fire a double shot at once in order to stop the enemy's horse. The arrows very quickly began to fly towards the enemy. They could no longer be stopped. He made an accurate calculation and realized that one arrow should hit the horse's body and the other arrow should hit this guy's body. But suddenly he realized something very strange to me and froze for a moment in order to realize it. He saw that there was a girl sitting on a horse with this guy who should not be killed. Behul remembered that they were ordered to safely return the young master's future bride. But it was already impossible to stop the arrow, and therefore he thought that whoever this arrow hit would fall from his horse. He remembered how the priest told him that if the mission did not go according to plan and something bad happened to the girl, he would be sold into slavery. He remembered that the young master looked very ominous when he was in a state of rage. He thought that because of this, he and his brother and sister might have a lot of problems, and they might even be kicked out of the clan forever. Behul realized that this cannot be allowed and this situation must be corrected immediately. After all, if he now injures the girl or kills her, then they will have very big problems. He took out 2 more arrows and his quiver to fire another shot. The archer pulled the bowstring in which 2 arrows were loaded and aimed at the arrows already flying in the air. He understood that he would not have another chance, and he must now hit with these 2 arrows the arrows that he had fired before. Ga Ram understood that now 2 sharp arrows were flying at them, and they were moving much faster than he on horseback. Ga Ram understood that he would not be able to dodge these arrows and most likely they would pierce his body. But he was ready to sacrifice his body in order to save her, and at that very moment he covered Ga with his body so that she would not be injured. At the very last moment when the arrows were supposed to pierce his body, he saw that 2 more arrows flew into them and broke the previous arrows. Ga Ram did not understand what just happened and why this idiot with a bow fired a shot and then blocked his arrows. Behul was only now able to exhale the air from his lungs and calm down because he understood that he was able to correct the situation at the very last moment. He got distracted by these arrows and completely lost control of his body and accidentally tripped over the edge of the roof. Behul could not stay on his feet and began to fall down. This was not at all part of his plans, but he was no longer able to somehow stop the process of falling. He rolled down the roof and crashed into the wall of a neighboring building and then fell to the ground. Bina watched this whole situation from the side and she understood that it was complete absurdity, and she had never seen anything worse than his attempts to stop the running guy. She hit herself on the head with her palm and said that this guy is a real idiot, and he looked reckless from the very beginning. She turned her head to see what was happening to her brother now. He held a white rag near his face to stop the blood that was flowing from his head and looked at his sister to find out what she wanted. Bina said that this girl's action when she protected Jie Ram was very strange, and she doesn't understand why the kidnapped person behaved this way in this situation. The brother said that their mission has not changed and they need to return this girl. He suggested that there is some kind of history between these two, but this is not their business at all and there is no need to think about anything else, and you need to concentrate only on this mission. She listened to his words that meaningless and useless thoughts would only spoil the flow of chi energy in her body. He said that the horse will not be able to hold two people on its back for long, and it will soon get tired, and now they are like rats in a trap, so it will be easy to follow them. The horse continued to run very quickly and did not slow down in order to break away from the pursuers as quickly as possible. Jie Ram was very tired after all these battles, but he understood that it was not time to rest yet, and he could not relax. They ran between the mountains, and in this area it was very cold, and the snow got into his eyes and prevented him from looking forward normally. Jie finally decided to talk to him, and said that they had already run very far from that place, and now they could stop and heal his wounds. But he replied that it was too early to rest. Jie Ram said that they would follow their tracks, and we were leaving this horse, but they must run far enough before this horse gets tired early, and he will heal later. Jie agreed with his decision, and after that asked if everything was okay now and if they could finally calm down. Jie Ram said that everything will be fine if they continue to run away. At the same pace, they will then be able to start the life they wanted. He said that I would not be able to walk under the floating clouds and stars and would be able to walk along the streets in Chowon, where I would shake the flowers and butterflies dance in the wind and watch the sea and see the touch of the earth with the sky. She listened to his words and dreams about how he wanted to breed deer for sale and have children with her, and at that moment her cheeks began to turn red. Jie Ram said that he remembers that Jie wants 5 children. He promised that they will definitely do this, and they will have a big family. He said that they would live together all their lives and she would look exactly like this. He understood that the most important thing was his body, which must withstand all these loads because he had lost too much blood and his vision was blurring every second. But he knew that he needed to hold out a little longer. Suddenly he noticed something very strange, and immediately drew attention to it. He realized his head was up and saw a huge number of arrows that were flying into the sky, and these arrows were heading towards them. He understood that it would be very difficult for them to dodge such a large number of arrows now. These arrows that fell from the sky covered them completely, and one could only see the silhouette of a horse that reared up. The horse fell to the ground and a large number of arrows were sticking out of its body. The rest of the arrows that missed them were stuck in the ground. These arrows stuck out of the ground as a small reminder that you cannot run away from your fate. The horse was lying on the ground and suddenly it became very quiet. Nothing could be heard except the sound of the wind that was blowing through this valley. The horse was lying on the ground and it was already a large corpse of a horse from which these arrows were sticking out. But suddenly the horse's body began to move. Most likely they were still alive. A black silhouette appeared above the body of this horse and movements were visible. And this means that there is life there. Jie Ram protected himself, and Jie from these arrows with the help of a bag that hung on his back and protected himself with the body of a horse, and the horse took the brunt of the blow. He saw that Jie fell to the ground and hit herself hard, but fortunately the snows softened the blow. But besides this, she had a wound from the arrow. But it was not fatal early on and there were no fractures on her body. Jie Ram blocked these arrows as soon as he could. He used everything he had at hand to soften this airstrike. He had 3 arrows sticking out of his back that pierced his body. He stood up to look around him and suddenly realized that these were the arrows of the Mon people, and he realized that all this time there had been warriors from the Mon people here. He was very confused and did not understand how he could now cope with this obstacle. After all, he was already very tired and exhausted and his body would very soon cease to function if he continued to fight. Jie Ram was beginning to lose any hope of salvation, but he knew that he had to save her by any means. 100 meters in front of them was the army of the Mon people and they stood still and watched what would happen to this guy now. The general at that moment began to see memories from his childhood, and he remembered Big Black Smoke. The general was sitting astride a horse and holding it with his hand on the reins. The soldier, without reconnaissance, informed the general that 500 warriors from the Tokao clan were defeated, the rest fled and 6 of their soldiers died and only 8 were injured. He told the general that it was a great victory. The general looked carefully at this scout and suddenly noticed something very strange on the ground. Near a woman's body tied to a post, a little boy was sitting and hiding near her leg. The general asked his scout how many local residents could survive after this battle. The scout found it difficult to answer this question, and he said that they looked for bodies for a very long time but could not find anyone. Suddenly one soldier ran up to the general and shouted very loudly that they had managed to find a survivor. She held in her hand a tool for irrigating the field because it was the only weapon with which she could defend herself. He held a small child in his arms and showed with all his appearance that it was better not to approach him because he would fight to the last drop of blood. The soldiers said that they came here to save this boy and asked this boy to let the child go. The boy shouted that he did not trust them and ordered them to immediately move away and not touch them. But at that moment a very tall man approached him and the shadow of his body obscured his face. This is the general, and he stood opposite him for a long time and looked at this. The general looked very strange in the eyes of this child. He looked up and saw his eyes. After that he began to leak sweat because he became very scared. He asked the boy, "Is this the little girl his sister?" And the general said that they were very brave children, and he was amazed at his bravery. The guy didn't understand how he should react to this person because he looked very scary but talked to him very friendly. The general said that he didn't want to upset him, but unfortunately his sister was already dead, and it was unlikely that anything could be done to help. He started crying and couldn't stop his tears. He didn't really understand that his little sister was dead, and that made it even harder for him to be here. He hugged his dead sister and wanted to warm her up. She couldn't believe that this innocent angel had just died. The general said that this world is very sad and unfair. Helpless children like them cannot do anything about it. The general said that unknown clans are being destroyed by more powerful clans, and the endless war between these clans will never end. He said that the Huan nation claims that they exist to unite the clans, but their passive position will never put an end to this, and he, as the general of the Mon people, promises to unite these unknown clans and put an end to this disgusting war. He said that he would take this guy with him and extended his hand to him. He didn't understand what he needed to do because he had a little sister in his arms who had already died, and he himself was shocked by the whole situation and tears were running down his cheeks. The general said that most likely there is a reason why they met now and therefore invited this guy to go with him and become stronger under his leadership. He looked up and said that his name was Ogi, and the general also said his name and said that his name was Betrayal. The general looked into the distance and continued to remember these terrible moments from his childhood. When he was brought into the building, he met the other children for the first time. They were not very friendly to him and said that he looked like a girl. The guy said that he was also from an unknown clan and if we survived, but then General Betrayal picked him up. This guy said that you can ask him anything you want, and he will answer any question, and after that he said that his name is Jae Gum. He said that when he grows up he will become a new general. Periodically, he returned to reality in order to understand where he was now. He remembered how the blood mixed with water in a dirty puddle. It was terrible. Dead soldiers were lying on the ground. Some of them were covered with a cloth so that no one could see their dead face, but some were just lying on the ground. On this day, almost all the generals died except him. Only he remained in this battle. Even the main general died. He looked at them with frightened eyes and did not understand how this was even possible. His hands were shaking from fear of the cold and the emotions that he now had to experience. Suddenly a very loud scream was heard from this place. He couldn't stand it, and started screaming so loudly that it seemed like his vocal cords would break. The soldier came to the general to report that they managed to catch these guys and they could bring them here. He held an envelope in his hand and handed it to the person who stood in front of him. The soldier said that this beggar did a good job when he told them about the location of these guys, and now he can exchange these pieces of paper in an envelope for gold if he takes them to headquarters. The tramp thanked the soldier for not paying him money. He thought that he had made the right choice when he joined the army. Mon was terribly lucky because he didn't even think that they would listen to an ordinary homeless man and listen to his words. And thanks to this demon he just made some good money. The tramp bowed to the general and his soldiers and after that said that it was time for him to leave here. Ogi ordered all the archers to step forward and take up fighting positions. His face at that moment did not express any emotion and he behaved absolutely calmly. The soldier very loudly began to shout to the first line of archers to reload their guns and then he ordered the second line of archers to take a step forward. The archers very quickly began to carry out the orders of the commander-in-chief and take up combat positions. When they were ordered to raise their bows up and take aim, they immediately followed the order and pulled the string of their bows. The archers fired arrows from their bows and there were an incredibly large number of these arrows in the sky that almost covered the sky. Ram looked at this large number of arrows that were now flying in his direction and realized that they had very big problems. He did not expect that the opponents would want to take another shot from their bows and cover them with arrows for the second time in a row. He threw a bag of food with which he defended himself last time and realized that this time this bag would not save him and there was no point in it. Ram remembered that his leg was already injured and he definitely wouldn't be able to run fast. But the worst thing was that on this plain where they are now there are no shelters at all. He understood that he had very little time, he urgently needed to come up with some kind of plan for salvation. But nothing came to his mind at all. Ram understood that if he had no chance of salvation, then he needed to at least think about how to save Gai and save her life. The arrows continued to approach them very quickly and rapidly, and this meant that soon a large number of arrows would cover him. He knew that he most likely would not be able to survive after such an attack, but there was no time not to think. The arrows fell down and began to pierce everything they touched. These arrows stuck out in huge numbers into the ground and everything that was near the ground. Suddenly, the soldiers saw in the distance a black silhouette of a man who was holding something in his hand that looked like a shield. Ram blocked these arrows with a horse saddle and this was the best solution he could come up with in such a short time. But this was only a temporary salvation. He realized that this was the perfect moment to talk to the gods. He turned to the God of heaven and earth, and said that if they exist, then he needs their help. He begged them to help him at least once in his entire life. And he would never forget mercy either.